All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to the DPC for China for the summer tour. It's John Xfire here with Lizard to cast some exciting Chinese games. Lizard, how are you doing? How are you doing over the break?
I'm doing great, my friend. I'm excited to be watching some DPC CN with you. Like, honestly, it wasn't really a long of a break, right? It feels like Major just ended and we're in a new season. So I'm just looking forward to some new Dota, stealing some strats to use in my pubs. That's literally, I'm paid to steal strategies that I will successfully fail with later on in my pubs and not gain any MMR. So it is what it is. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to what these teams have on hand. Of course, we should be taking a look a little bit into those teams, a little bit into the format we have here for the DPC. For our teams here in Div 1 of China, we do have our hangovers in Extreme, LGD, IG, Aster, Ares, Azure, and we have our promotees in Piggy Killer and Team Bright. So a couple of new names there in Piggy Killer and Team Bright. We saw quite a fair bit of Piggy Killer, at least I did in the last Div 2, along with Team Bright. Piggy Killer, probably the more promising one. I think Bright could surprise us. How do you feel about these teams going into this last tour here?
All of them are just the promotees.
All of them.
All of them.
Who stands out for you?
I don't know. I feel like DPCCN, like this whole region, just became a lot more interesting after the major. I was talking to someone in an after party when all the rumors started, and it might happen. I might go to China, and the king is in China, so it's gonna be interesting. I really like this fact. I really like that Sumail will be playing for Team Master. It like the last player that did that kind of was Black, right? The one that bridged the gap from going from Europe all the way into China, and I think it's gonna bring more fans. Like the crossover will be higher. So he also performed really damn well with Aster. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well when we will see Aster. But before that, or before we to get any more talking about these teams, let's take a look at the format we have here for the DPC, how it's structured, what's going on. We have our 8 teams on hand. It is single round robin. All matches are a best of 3. So we're going to have, I believe, 9 games per week is what we've been aiming for throughout the tours. The first to 4 teams qualify to the major, 4 slots for China here. The first to 6 teams remain in Division 1, and the bottom 2 are relegated to Div 2 as per usual. Again, this is the last tour. So for a lot of the teams, it's really about securing not just the road to TI. If you don't have the points, it's also securing your position for those regional qualifiers, which will come out as well. You would want to have that safety net of starting in the upper bracket. And that's kind of determined here. You're seeding your position into those qualifiers. How do you feel about going into the last tour into TI, right? Like, this is our second or third time going into that. We've got our prize pool as well. The points we were talking about coming out here, it has increased as well, those points. The prize pool were still relatively the same. 30,000 for first, 28, 27, 26 going down $1,000 each as you step down. It's the DPC points that count a lot. I believe first place now is 500 points to kick off. So really important as we start to, again, tie in this journey to TI. And for a region like China, it's actually been really up and down towards the DPC. I think our top 3 has been shaking up quite a fair bit. So you don't really have the point stacking you see from other regions. Does that put extra pressure on these teams to kind of look for that number 1 slot and then just try to perform in Bali?
Yeah, definitely. And I think one of the reasons why everything is mixing up, while all the points are up and down when it comes to the Chinese region, is because the expectations were really damn high for all of the teams. The Chinese region realistically hasn't been performing as well as before. And because of that, you still have those high expectations, but your performance isn't really rewarded by, there's nothing to reward. You aren't playing that well to get those top 4s, top 5s, even on the majors. You're dropping out very early on, so you're not getting enough points. Hence, you're switching up players, you're trying different stuff, you're losing points in that way as well. Overall, I'm not that surprised that this is happening, but they are trying to refresh the scene. They are trying to get some of the new blood at least in. They're not necessarily way too young, but they are new in the scene, and we'll see how that shuffle goes for them in this last season. I'm looking forward to the next major as well. Like 4 teams from China will go once again, and 4 teams most likely that have been changed, because all of them, I believe, have suffered some change, one or another. Like you have Sumail, you also have, I believe, Lanham stepping down and Fenrir going in, Neo for PSG LGD going in instead of Zeal. Like all these teams that you usually expect to go to the major have changed quite a bit.
Yeah, and obviously you also have a little bit of that wild card in Azure with the veterans stepping back in. So a lot of question marks going into China. It's going to be a really exciting one when you have all of these unknown factors hanging in play. Of course, for today, we do have our matches lined up. We've got 2 matches lined up on our schedule, and we should be able to sneak a peek at our schedule relatively soon. But we are starting off with Extreme up against Piggy Killer. So already a major attending team up against our Promo T team. And it's quite the challenging first series. Of course, after that, we do have PSG LGD up against Aster Ares. I'm actually a little bit more interested in this first one that we're casting here, Lizard. Extreme versus Piggy Killer. Like, after seeing a little bit of their Div 2 action, I think Piggy Killer has proven that they are definitely a step above. I'm not sure if they can hold up against Extreme. Like, I'm not sure if their caliber is there, because we've seen a lot of these Promo T teams fall flat against consistent Div 1 teams. Do you have any strong feelings about this matchup starting off here?
I don't really. It comes down maybe to the way they've adjusted to the patch. I think that's probably the wild card for them, because they are coming from Division 2. Maybe they have some different ideas. It's not like Extreme looked amazing at the major, right? So overall, Piggy Killer, who do they have? They have Fade, or Frisk, which he calls himself right now, back from retirement once again. We have Fly and XM. So I don't know, Fly and XM, they are kind of players that I believe, if they are on their best heroes, which I don't know what they are even anymore, they can take a game off of anything. They can carry almost versus any team. So maybe they figured some stuff out in this new patch that no one else has, and they'll put that to use versus Extreme, and they need to. But me saying this already puts this match into perspective, right? Like, there's one team that's going to be aiming to take a clean 2-0 or at least a 2-1, and another that really has to surprise us to take the W.
Yeah, there's definitely maybe a little bit more pressure on Piggy Killer to prove that they have the chops to still maintain themselves here in Div 1. And for Extreme, again, they've had that opportunity in Berlin to learn a little bit more. They've had some chances to kind of brush up coming into this tour. So it's going to be interesting to see these Clash of IDs. We didn't get to see that much of Piggy Killer on the new patch. I don't think we had a lot of matches there. Maybe just, I'm trying to recall, I think we had 2 days at the end of Div 2 that was on the new patch. So not enough to really get these teams digging in to the new meta. And I'm keen to see how Piggy Killer in particular adapted, because again, their performance in Div 2 was consistently good. I think they were on the edge a little bit in a couple of matchups. They did manage to drag along in certain teams, but it was interesting. So I'm keen to see how they fare up against Extreme here. And we should have our draft coming up shortly. So we should be able to take a sneak peek now as to what ideas are coming out. Are you expecting anything too different here, Lizard, from the bans? Or do you think it's just going to be bog standard? So far, we've got Dusa and Kotl, not too far off the mark.
Yeah, so far, it's been the same, really. Like Medusa and Kotl, you just want these two out. You don't want to play them. You don't want to play against them. Like Medusa, I believe, is... I don't know, like Keeper of the Light has been banned just as many times, I feel like, as Medusa in that first stage. And you don't want to play against that. Same with Medusa. Like... Ice Frog, Ice Fraud, more of with the Medusa buffs. Like he's made his choice. He made one hero absolutely broken. I'm not sure if it was on purpose or not, because she didn't feel that great as the patch started, and then they were like, yeah, we need to just take everything that we have given her and buff it up by like 50%. Let's see if that works. I mean, when the hero can be played as a 5 and own, and also as a carry and own, I think there's something just, yeah, there's something wrong with it.
Yeah, it's certainly up there. It's rather interesting though to see these off-lane picks kind of stay in the pool. Underlord Doom still there, Beastmaster as well. So you still have a lot of options again with the limited first phase bans. Wondering what Extreme decide to prioritize going in here. I'm fairly safe. Maybe the Oracle ban is a little bit more specific. We saw it used in Berlin quite a fair bit. At the same time, I don't think it's translated into every region, kind of eyeing that Oracle.
Yeah.
But with the Oracle ban, that frees you up for the Batrider, which also is, it's a hero that's gotten a little bit up and down, but I have seen stronger performances coming out from players in the, I believe I still see it off lane in Southeast Asia at least. So the Batrider, how do you feel about it in this patch? I think its popularity has been bouncing around a little bit.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Like the way it's played as well. Recently in the pubs, I'm seeing bats without sticky napalm just running around with 0-1-2 or 0-2-1 build, or just maxing out Firefly without sticky napalm at all. It's an interesting one. I don't know. I want to learn. I want to learn more about the Batrider, and this game will allow me to, hopefully. Does Oracle necessarily, a ban on Oracle, say, yeah, this is a Batrider free game? Not really. There are still heroes such as PL in the pool, like Slark. These kind of guys that back in the day at least did well versus Bat, but once again, I'm saying I've seen bats without sticky napalm, so who the hell knows? Like, back in the day, the only reason why you were good against him is because you could dispel that. But if he's not even going for it, then you're no longer a counter at all. It's something like Beastmaster and Axis, right? Like, you had Ench and Chance being absolute complete counters to the Beastmasters, and then they were like, yeah, I'm not gonna skill the boar, I'm gonna get Axis. So, but Alchemist is picked up by Extreme. Do you think Piggy Killer have got what it takes to take down this bad boy?
I think they could still draft around counteracting it. Beastmaster in lane is probably not the worst thing. It's not particularly amazing against the Alch. You can kind of go either way with the boars or the Axis. The Axis might be safer just to prevent acid spray fallout and him kind of getting an extra creep. Wouldn't mind either way. I think the CM on hand to enable the Beastmaster with the aura feels pretty good. Although, again, the aura is also not necessarily prioritized early by the CM, so you're not going to feel its impact too early on. But I think the foundations are pretty strong on both sides. I have to say, though, what Extreme is doing is what I've seen just now from NA. I think Shopify Rebellion was also a team that opened up with 2 cores, then ended up picking their next core in their first pick in the next phase. So they just opened with triple core. And I found that really interesting. They're just locking in these win conditions. When the enemy team shows at least 1 support and 1 off lane, they go for a matchup they feel like they can handle. So I'm wondering if Extreme's going to go that route as well, because it's a very aggressive style of drafting, which sounds weird to say, but it's confident and aggressive, and it kind of exploits some weaknesses that the enemy draft might not be able to compensate once they commit to that secondary support.
Yeah, I think it's very telling about the state of the patch if someone is just picking 3 cores instantly. If someone is even picking Alchemist like this in the first stage, and if they're able to cover him with just a couple of bans, I think it's very telling that the core is busted. Like, remember old patch? Like, we can hate it as much as we wish to. It was a stale patch. I'll give that to any, yeah, I'll agree with that 100%. But at the same time, it was a patch that was almost balanced to perfection, I would say, for Dota standards. Like, you had a very minimal amount of heroes that were absolutely completely broken that you couldn't play against, and you had a very minimal amount of heroes that could be first phased as cores, and then you don't worry about anything that's picked into them. If that's the same case right here, I don't know. You can do whatever you wish to me. Like, there is no way. Like, because you have these alchemists, you have these PLs, you have these heroes that are unanswered at the moment. Like, that anything that you pick against them, I feel like they'll do well. Like Alchemist, Piggy Killer, they decide with the Slark, and they probably could go for something like an Ancient Apparition next, just to double down on that. but he's still gonna find his farm. He's still gonna have that, I don't know, BKB Radiance Blink minute or whatever, 20, 25, right? And he'll be looking to close the game even. So we'll see if they manage to answer it, because usually, from what I've seen, the team that plays the Alchemist just has a much easier time playing the game.
For sure. Like, it just feels like with Alchemist, you get a really solid lane. You get this hero that just flash farms like a madman, gets that early item advantage that just opens up this mid game for you. So I think for Piggy Killer, it's a matter of balancing counter picks. Oh, okay. Yeah, they do go for their triple core plus the support now on Extreme, just into the Ember and Mirana. So it's funny, I just finished NA. I did Southeast Asia a few hours before NA into China, and I'm seeing this draft pattern come out from Shopify Rebellion and Extreme. Maybe it's confidence, because, you know, Shopify versus TSM, arguably Shopify just looks better when it comes to LAN. Confidence kicks in. Maybe the same thing goes for Extreme, that they've had experience against the players on Piggy Killer before. They understand what they're trying to do. They get a solid combination out. Like, you've got Arrow Lasso, Chains Arrow now as well. Granted, these aren't the most they're not the most consistent lockdown for Slark. Yeah, for sure. So it can be a bit challenging. You mentioned the AA for Piggy Killer. I feel like, I don't know if it's like the most value you can get right now, because CM plus Slark is all right. AA plus Beastmaster is okay. They go with the Disruptor instead. So tying in some team fight, really good control for the Ember.
That's probably...
So just getting that reeled in here.
It's probably like one of the top 3 supports of the patch, Disruptor, right? So they get it with the Slark. I think maybe Disruptor is a bit better now because of the Ember too, and the Mirana. Like, you're just really strong versus all these heroes. The lane Slark plus Disruptor just overall is strong, so it does make sense that they went with it. AA into an Alchemist alone, it's always a no-brainer, right? But then I can agree with you that I don't know, you have this Ember jumping you, the lane versus Bat wouldn't be that easy. So because of that, maybe it wouldn't be the best. But now I'm worrying. Now you're no longer... basically, with the AA, you always have a way of dealing enough damage so that the Alchemist dies. Without him right now, you're basically counting on your Slark to get big enough eventually. Unless Beastmaster balls out of control like Zai was doing at the Major, like you're basically just waiting for Slark to get enough farm, because like the matchup Slark versus Alchemist is good for him. But the problem is, it's not about the matchup, it's about the pace. Like, you actually need to get to those items.
For sure. And that's where the Alchemist shines, right? Like, you just flash farm so much faster, especially if you're allowed to by your team, which Extreme looks to be setting up for that, because they've got pretty active cores in the Batrider and the Ember to an extent that can play aggressive. So that's my one concern for Piggy Killer here, whether or not they can really stop that progression on the Alch, just contest him in the jungle, stop his build up. How fast can you really build up here on your Slark to kind of get going for Piggy Killer? How fast Fly can have that impact? Do you see anything on mid perhaps for Piggy Killer to kind of sneak into? Void Spirit's been banned out last, so you don't have that option.
Yeah. Is there anything else left with okay, they pick up the Lion as well, so actually what they're making sure is, no matter what spirit you pick, if you do end up picking one, it's gonna get hexed up. So you don't really want to go into these kind of heroes. Maybe something like a DK becomes an option. Like, you can have him on that mid lane versus Ember. The lane itself is decent. Like, you should be doing all right, but they go for an Omni Knight.
I like this. I like it. Mid Ember, I watched Mikado play that in one of the games in Berlin, and it actually holds its lane up against Ember really well. You have a lot of output. You can dispel off chains. You can just trade right clicks fine. It's also a pretty interesting solution to some of the holes, right? Like, you've got protection from the physical output now of Ghost. You've got a way of dispelling off Lasso on hand. So you have a lot of answers on Piggy Killer. Is it enough though? We talked about just giving this Alch space. Is this Omni Knight disruptive enough to do that?
I think he's fine. Like just like you said, like you've seen some Omnite. I've seen quite a bit as well. I've felt some Omnite too. Like playing against him, you just start realizing, or playing with him, you start realizing what kind of a beast this hero is at the moment. No matter what item build he goes for, I've seen a lot of harpooners out there, like Omnite. Following you around, pulling you in, then nuking you down. It's and he dishes out a ton of damage early on. So just with the right clicks, that is, with the build Echo Saber into Harpoon. So I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, for me, this is still a fresh patch, even though we've seen a major on it. I still think that there is a lot of room to experiment, and these kind of picks, like Dragonite, for me is like the most standard answer to what Extreme had got, right? Like you get this push with the Beastmaster as well, but hey, Boomer, shut the hell up, pick Omninite instead, go wreck some lanes and run around the map, heal people. I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Yeah, this should be an exciting one to kick us off here. Again, Extreme, the Div 1 veterans, they've been to majors. Piggy Killer kind of rising back up from Div 2 after dropping down previously on a different stack. Have something to prove. And this is a draft which should be pretty exciting to watch. So I'm keen to see. If you did have to play either of these drafts, Lizard, which would you rather be on?
I'd rather be playing the Omni Knight. That's it. Like, I'm not talking about which draft is better. I think Alchemist, for me, is the ultimate carry of the patch. But I'd rather be playing the Omni Knight. I feel like this hero is... I don't know, I always liked playing him mid, even in the last patches, you know, like when he wasn't that great on the mid lane, it was always fun. It's one of those funky heroes. You go mid with, you win with it, you kind of feel superior, you know, like I just beat you with Omni, I shut the hell up, you know. I'm obviously better, you can't flame me anymore.
Yeah, isn't that the same feeling that you get when you see, you know, like a mid witch doctor come out,
yeah.
Very, very pocket pick, right?
Yeah, same thing, exactly.
Yeah, there's a beauty to these niche pickups when they do work out. So I'm keen to see whether or not it works out as we do jump into the game. Our first game here for the Chinese Div 1 Summer Tour for the DPC, the last tour. Every team gonna have to put it all to get into that top 4. And you know, a lot of these teams gunning for that number 1 just to get the points. Again, we've talked about this a while ago, but the point situation in China, very rocky. Despite having those 4 slots, I believe there's no team in the current top 12 for the points right now. So the Tour and the Bali Major counting for a lot more for all of the teams in this region.
Yeah, they definitely need to get higher on the Major. That's how I see it, right? Like, obviously, I think winning the Tour is just as many points, if not even more, right? Like it's a lot of points if you're top 1 in the region, so that's what you're aiming for. But then again, I want these teams, I can't care about that. I just want these teams to do well at the major. Like so far, we've had 2 majors with the same grand finals. Both of them had Western European teams. I'm from VU, right? And I'm hating it. Like, come on, give me some diversity here, man. It's 2023. I want to see some China on Western Europe action, or China on NA. Something like that, top sure. 4.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny because I feel like this pattern kind of continued before the last TI as well, where Thunder was kind of looking hot, although it wasn't as dominant for a lot of the teams in the majors there. But it does feel like we've seen a little bit of this pattern of very specific teams shining and others still kind of adapting, maybe trying to catch up to those leaders as Firefly just falls down.
Okay.
Managed to get a really good kill already. It's that level 1 flame break, the harassment out from Kaka. Not much Mercy can do. He goes for the level 1 Thunder Strike, so can only try to harass back, but can't drag them away. That's a big setback. It's like a huge opening for JT, though.
Yeah, because
just getting that.
It's a different lane. Like we talked about it. You picked the Slark into the bat, but the bat isn't going sticky napalm. So what's Slark gonna do to him? You're still going to hit him from distance. Like usually this lane would have been a menace for a bat rider, but no longer is it. Like it's much simpler. We'll see as the levels progress. But even Disruptor going for Thunderstrike, not going for Glimpse in the laning stage. I guess it's because of the... Is it nerfed? Like, I'm looking at it. Well, a little bit,
Yeah, the
I guess.
damage was taken out a bit, right? The minimum damage just a tiny, tiny bit, and the max damage tweaked down as well. So you're not able to harass back and forth as much. It feels like this change for universal hero type as well is one thing that really sets some of these heroes apart, right? Like, just having all of this base damage on hand is massive as they managed to find a pickoff on Frisk down bot. So every lane so far looking great for the side of XG. Just seizing these opportunities. Like, this is a lane that we didn't talk quite as much about, but dropping low again on Fly, getting run down with a Firefly, and Fly gets flown down.
Yeah.
It's, again, just no glimpse to protect, and not in range for the connect field to cut off.
And the lanes aren't looking that great for Piggy Killer. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. And bottom lane, Alchemist, yeah, a little bit behind on the CS, but they did get the kill on CM. On top lane, they killed Slark twice now. I can't see this lane getting any easier for him because Batrider already has a ring of health. Obviously, you're controlling the Lotus pool as you're pushing in the lane. He's just looking really damn good. And CM again, she's dead. I really like what they did. When I was looking at the draft, I was thinking, yeah, Mirana plus Alchemist should be the lane. Like, you have a much better setup for your arrow, even though they're not building, they're not even skilling it. But it's not even about the arrow. It's about just Mirana being one of the best right-clickers in the game early on. Like you talked about Universal.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they get Mercy.
Yeah, this is Universal killing. But yeah, the Universal type just, it's overwhelming, the amount of damage they've got.
It hits
just
different, right? It hits different. Universal.
For sure.
Yeah. Look at Slark trying to just stay around. Yeah.
He can't. This is not a fun time for the side of Piggy Killer at all. I think the only lane that's been going well is that mid, which we haven't looked at, but you are having a spectacular time here for XM, as you'd expect for this matchup. That feels like the only shining point. Like, this sacrifice for the side lanes is too much as Kaka does get glimpsed back, but Fly's not safe. They find that kill in the Lion. Fly leaps away, but the right click's enough. JT.
Once again.
Third kill.
Yeah, maybe a double kill here. Let's see. He's going in.
He's got the damage.
Yeah, he does.
Mercy. Yeah, one more right click. Two more.
Sticks. There's Thunderstrike.
Fortify to keep the creep wave. One more. One more. There you go. JT. What a madman showing us. Look, have you seen his damage as the levels go up? He went from like 50 at level 1, 60 by level 3, 70 damage swing by 5.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's quite a bit, yeah. It's quite a bit. And he's got like 1,400 gold now to work with as well. Moves back, I believe those should be arcanes for him if he wishes to purchase them. Yeah, he has the boots at least. You mentioned mid lane though. Like, this top lane and bottom lane aside, actually, never mind, bottom lane Ghost might be in problems.
They're jumping down. They drag Mercy down here to try to get this movement out onto Ghost. They've got the output, but Mercy's dropping low. Right clicks from DY under the acid spray is just a bit too much. They do manage to pin down Ghost in the end. Mercy still stands in the pit, in the spray. Huh? So they find the trade Ghost probably happy. I mean, not that happy, but he finds something.
I mean, he didn't find anything. Like, Mercy found him. He was trying to juke the Mirana. He had to move back a little bit so that the Mirana doesn't get the kill. And then he just... I don't know. I think he was fine. He didn't have to go in, but... Okay, Ghost just getting kills beyond the grave. Feels good, man. But let's go to the Omni Knight. What's happening, Mr. XM? I want to see the moves. I want to see the Omni Knight do stuff. Like, they really secured his lane hard. When it comes to securing the runes, also he did well versus the Ember. Paparazzi definitely didn't have a good time. He's had to TP back, use the Remnant to come into the lane. He takes a ton of damage just from Hammer. And look at that, 3 heroes on the mid lane.
Yeah, just to give that strong start. Can they catch Paparazzi? He still has Remnants. Frostbite up, but no follow through.
Stat again.
To dance around. Fly again up top while they're making that move. Again, they leave the Slark alone
I mean,
to help mid, to try to find that kill. They don't find the kill,
yeah, because
and they lose their Slark again.
you're losing every lane, so you're trying to at least do something on the mid lane. Like bottom lane isn't doing well, top lane isn't doing well. Basically, in some games you have to decide, yeah, like, we're not winning this, we're already far behind, let's try and do what we can elsewhere. That's mid. But Ember is not an easy one to kill at the moment.
Oh, just a bit too slippery. You don't have that static storm, not even close to it, for Mercy to have that solid lockdown to deal with Paparazzi. They are getting a solid push off with XM down mid, though. They should be able to at least get some good chip damage out. But Kaka comes in. They've got the stuns if they want to play, but they figure Omni-Knight a little bit too tanky. Not going to bother as they are actually switching Fly bot. So they drag Fly down bot to just have a better lane up against Ghost. At least get some room to farm, but he is bottom network core. He's only 400 gold above Kaka on the support line, on the Slark.
I mean,
that's not good news.
That's usually not good news. Yeah. Meanwhile, Batrider is 4.3k with Vanguard and Arcane Boots already. He took down your tier 1. There's the roar.
They catch Ghost. He does not have his ult, but he has TPs coming in to help. DY already there to space Ava out. Might be able to catch him out if they do connect, but Kaka not quite fast enough to catch up with Ava. Although they turn around, Mercy, they were trying to flank from behind. They get the stun, acid spray damage is great. Melts them down, Fly rotating in as well. They do drag XM, intercepting Ghost. Find some punishment. DD on XM. A nice tree man stun though from Kaka.
Yeah, but there's a hammer.
A hammer and a couple of right clicks in the axis.
Creeps.
Neutral? No.
Yeah.
Not in their side. Find some punishment.
Yeah, like overall, they did take down the Alchemist and the Lion. They did use almost every single... No, they used every single hero to do that. But they needed to. They needed to make these crazy 5-man rotations just to come back into the match somehow. Like, just staying in the lanes and farming isn't going to cut it anymore. Like, 3k isn't a huge advantage, but you just can't stand against these heroes. That's the problem. And you need to make these rotations also to shut down the Alchemist, who's also got quite a bit of stacks in the triangle, by the way. So he can just go and do that whenever he wishes that he's capable. Like, probably once he gets the Radiance or at least the Relic.
Yeah. It's going to be a big timing once that's up here for Ghost. And they haven't been able to scout that here on the side of Piggy Killer. Moonlight to cover JT TPing in and lasso out. Fly. Caught out. With the arrow on top as well. And just some great punishment. JT's been left alone up top. He's just ramping up, man, on this farm. I mean, he's keeping pace with his Alchemist. That's kind of incredible.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well that Alchemist enables you to do, and that's just be left unchecked on the offlane, because you know they're going to be hunting down my Alchemist. It's fine, I can do whatever. Frisk, Impale, but no arrow follow-up, no mana on the Mirana. He needs the bat. Yeah, he needs the bat. Yo, bro, give me some Arcane Boots.
Yeah, just running up. You know, it took me a while to realize that Lion Shard works with his level 15 talent. So you can actually mana drain restore and also offensively mana drain as well when there are enemy heroes. That's actually really, really funny. It's actually, I think Lion Shard is kind of underrated. Like, I personally really enjoy just rushing Shard online, but I'm keen to see if that's something Kaka goes for. It acts as a battery for some of these heroes. A smoke out from Piggy Killer, though, trying to get offensive once more with XM and Frisk. Kaka not a bad target. Should be fairly simple as well as they jump in, get the Crystal Nova, get the hammer off as well. Letting up, he's stunned just to clear the creep wave instead.
Yeah.
And they find a nice simple kill.
It's one of those deaths that you tend to make as a sport, right? Like you try to get a little bit more exp on the safe lane, you try to prevent them from pushing it that fast. But Omni-Knight is very quickly moving back to mid lane. He had that haste rune, the best rune I feel like for Omni to get.
Yeah, he just does so much with that additional move speed. Like, this hero just wants to chase you down, wants to get the purification off. I mean, you don't have that. You don't have your AoE slow anymore. So, you just need more speed. Keep catching up.
No more Degen Aura?
No more degen aura. He's not. He's not a degen.
He's not
anymore.
a degen
He's
anymore.
Just, yeah, he's just pure Omni Knight now. Why would someone so pure have a degenerate aura? Well, not degenerate, but degen. As they do find Mercy.
Because he uses Reddit. That's why.
He's a Redditor. That makes more sense.
He does look like your casual Redditor, I feel like. I don't know.
Is that a compliment? Because I feel like Omniant looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, he does.
No?
But just add a couple of pounds to him. Like, I'm being mean.
Fair.
I've used Reddit forever. So,
we're Redditors.
Yeah.
We're all Redditors. So we're all making some self-depreciating jokes here. The Radiance is not self-depreciating from Ghost, as he should be able to farm up now, maybe reach in. They've already cleared out the stacks. Just to be able to ramp up from here as they do Moonlight Shadow onto the mid. There's a little bit of a movement out here from Piggy Killer, but don't overcommit. Although JT could find something juicy. And Frisk is going to be Lasso even expended just to find that kill. Just a guarantee. No shenanigans. Just a nice straightforward pickup. DY to take it. And the farm distribution still from XG it's still rather impressive that JT's up there. I mean, you are suffering on Paparazzi, to be fair, but in context, he is the lowest net worth core on XG, but he's tied in with the other cores of Piggy Killer.
Yep, they are finding some farm, and here comes the smoke. They have Static Storm, and they have Roar, so this might become a kill on anyone. Sadly, Mirana is right there. Is there a glimpse?
Manages to break that. Does get trapped. They will be able to find that Mirana kill. Again, every little pickoff does count. You are getting some activity out from Fly as well. She's getting some permanent agi going early on. XM diving pretty far forward.
Paparazzi, yeah, he has to be careful. There we go. Remnants away. Like you said, XM just diving, and he can't do that. At the moment, Extreme Gaming, even though they're ahead, it doesn't feel like they have what it takes to fight into the Omni, or the Roar, or the Static Storm. So what they have to do is probably resort to some Mirana ulti into making a quick pick off with the finger. Like, the finger is off cooldown in 3 seconds. We'll see if they decide to smoke up with that. If they want to make a play, that's how they do it. Because I don't think you're taking, even though, like we talked about, you won the lanes, I don't think you're taking these fights and winning them head on.
No, you have a lot of tools left for Piggy Killer. They are clumping up, but they're not going for that smoke play just yet. Light Shadow a little bit off until its cooldowns up as well.
There's a Hawk straight above them. The way they're positioning is more like, yeah, we don't have to make moves. Let's just protect our Alchemist instead. That also makes sense. They stood around that triangle for quite a long time, but Ghost is moving into. Let's see. Will Beast go there? No, they're just farming the triangle, the jungle.
Yeah, just getting that build up. I've seen a few of these offlaners now rush this Octarine as, well, you're talking that one as Piggy Killers sneaking in for a smoke. We've got that Arcane Rune bottled up on XM.
Nice Mirana ult.
Got the Dominator creep, but the Mirana ult does break, and Paparazzi spots them out. Not going to be able to get as much action off that smoke. Awkward position.
Saw the Mirana, though.
Catches DY. Should be able to find something, although the Pavis does hold him back.
They're going in.
And a good stun from Kaka, and onto one. Can they find the isolation they want? Big plump up coming out from Piggy Killer. Huge Static Storm coming out as they managed to catch out Ghost. They managed to burst him down. BKB doesn't fly on. Wi-Fi still chasing for more. Big carry of XG gone. They get the finger kill though onto XM, and that clears a big obstacle. No Heavenly Grace, no Guardian Angel to worry about. It's Fly now stuck in the middle of 3 heroes. Burn damage from JT, overwhelming. And they still managed to find that trade. Alchemist sacrificed, but 3 in exchange.
Yeah, they got a ton of gold out of the Alchemist, but like you said, 3 in exchange. And because of that, it's kind of fine. Like, you're an Alchemist, you're gonna respawn, you'll just continue ramping up that farm. You made a mistake. Like, he ran in without popping the BKB. I'm not sure what the case, what the reasoning behind that was, because we are playing into the Beastmaster. If you don't pop that BKB, I mean, if you pop it, you're gonna get roared. If you don't pop it, you're gonna get roared and killed. So Mirana dies.
They get a simple pick off onto DY, just poking a little bit far forward. A 16-8, and despite maybe a little bit of an awkward position for Ghost, XG still really in a very good position this game, despite a little bit more showing out from Piggy Killer as Paparazzi just plays poke a little bit. If you're on the side of Piggy Killer, right, you're seeing some glimpses of hope, some good signs of a fight back. What do they have to do to kind of reel this back into an even state?
Just play around the Omni, I would say. It's not that easy. Play around the Omni and the strength that he provides you with. He's got that... what's he building into? Let's see. If he buys the Harpoon, he's got enough gold. Or if he goes for the Shard. Like, he's going for one or the other. Like, with the Omni, you can sustain yourself in fights as long as he's not the one picked off. So you can play around that. But your main pick-off potential, obviously, does come from the Beastmaster. Like the Roar into Disruptor ulti and stuff. I have to admit one thing, though. Even if they take these fights, I'm not sure just how strong they are any longer. Because there's this BKB Radiance on Alchemist Timer. More or less, XG is ready. Meanwhile, if you're Piggy Killer, I feel like you've already reached that point in game in which you just have to wait for Slark to come online.
It's like what you said from the draft. Like, Slark can handle the matchup, but it takes a lot of farm. And the Alch just hits those item timings a lot quicker, so you're ending up having to stall, which just leads to the Alch kind of building up more if it's not shut down. Find the free objective down mid. Smoke doesn't quite line up for XG. Piggy Killer, though, in a position to punish if they find an angle down south, but not going to push too far forward. Side of XG is starting to invade that top. Flyfly could be a juicy target. The scan does spot. TPs do come in. And they punish. They've got Glimpse ready. Glimpse back onto JT. Held in. Static Storm drop as well, but he got the lasso off before anything else. Arrow connects onto Flyfly as well. Shadow Dance up in the nick of time, taking care of Kaka before the finger can fly through. But they're still going. Flyfly's not safe. And still going to melt to the right clicks of JT with a Firefly running. And they find more to punish from Piggy Killer, though. They already took care of the Ember down bot as well. Getting that push out. Doesn't look like it. So they find 2 for 1. You do lose Flyfly, but you get a pretty juicy kill on Paparazzi.
It's a juicy kill. Like, it's good. Also, Flyfly was involved in both of those, right? So he did get gold, assist gold and kill gold. Do I think it's that great overall? I don't, because Alchemist is still ramping up. He's still the one farming. He's got his Hyperstone now. He's getting into AC closer and closer. He's not really far away from it. Once he gets the AC, Rosh opens up. Like, you have a medallion on Mirana going into Solar Crest. We're going to have, I don't know, AC, and even with the medallion, that's more than enough damage to take down, get that Aegis, and then just dominate the map off of it. But first, Tormentor.
Yeah. Group together, and the support's dropping a little bit low, but should be able to find it no problem. DY will receive that with the little Sagan farts, I believe is what we've been calling them.
Sagan farts?
Do come out.
Okay.
Yeah, little farts that she gets out when she leaps, I guess. It's not something I want to think about the implication lore-wise. Rather interesting implications there.
It feels like some Jenkins lore for Mirana.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Very Jenkins-esque. Tried to group up. Honestly, I would have preferred the line, although they actually just lasso up this Ancient Creep. You don't really care. You've got Octarine.
Well, you do care if
he
you
does
die.
get Glimpse back. Now you're going to care. Freezing Field on point from Frisk. Not quite enough damage yet. They will eventually find JT with that massive streak. Guardian Angel up as well to cover the retreat. They have no way of chasing forward.
Ghost?
They'll hang around though. The midnight. And they do manage to get the Harpoon usage onto Ghost. Dropping low. Still has a little bit of that Chemical Rage left, but the damage coming through. Can they kill him? Yes, they can. Clear him out.
Paparazzi's here.
They are still dropping low. Paparazzi's here for the cleanup. Finds 3. Gets the chains out onto XM. Wants Flyfly. Has the DD running. He's just going to be able to chop right through with the control. Ultra not going to be able to find a Rampage. No remnants left, but they recover. XG, a little bit of an awkward start, but they make it work.
And that's insane. Like, off of the fight that looked as bad as it did they in the end get an ultra kill? The amount of damage that Alchemist managed to dish out just before he died, with the unstable concussion radius, like plus 125, hit a couple of heroes together with acid spray, the radiance. It looked like he was doing nothing. It looked like he was hitting nothing, but he did dish out a bit of damage in the end there, like 2.5k, which enabled Ember to come in and clean house. But I'm still surprised. I'm still surprised he managed to do so much. I guess the DD did help out a bit. Fly.
No, try to get another chase down onto that Sark. A good arrow connects to just stall a bit, but no follow through just yet. Lasso is ready. They've got the Hex out. They lasso XM instead. Static Storm's there to pin them down. JT again stuck in the middle of this with no protection. Does fall, but here comes Ghost. Finger out onto the Disruptor. They find that kill onto Mercy. The War's out onto Ghost, but Paparazzi is here for the cleanup. The damage coming out from XM is substantial, but not enough to save Ava. It's a 2 for 2 once more.
2 for 2, but Slark is going in.
Oh, why? Coming back in. The Pavis there to remove some of that damage just for a bit with a barrier. Can't follow through arrow. Not going to connect from a mile away. Little harpoon down. They want this kill on Ghost. They're forcing this issue. He's dropping low. No chemical rage. He's gone. Paparazzi forced on to retreat. No remnants left. Awkward position. So there is a pounce left on Fly.
Any harpooners? No, 5 seconds cooldown still.
Not quite there.
Slark is hunting though. It's going from behind. But yeah, they decide not to go for any more. Do you have the same feeling like I do when it comes to extreme gaming? It's like, I'm not sure if it's pure madness or if they're gonna own the fight. The way, if it's pure cockiness or if it's all calculated. Because it's always on the line for me, it feels like, for them. I feel every single fight they engage, they should lose, but then they somehow at least make it work. However, I'm not sure if somehow making it work, it cuts it any longer. Like we talked about the Slark. Eventually he takes over. If you lose the Sages too, and this is a huge win for Piggy Killers. Piggy Killer, PK. They are 10k behind, but they're not in a bad position in this game.
Well, they've got this opening for Roche. They've got the damage. They've got a lot of presence. They've got the sustain to clear that's out there. Is a smoke play out from XG. It does feel like they might be they are definitely too late for the Roche. Will go away, but will they take that fight? They've got Lasso back up. Feels like JT without a BKB is a little bit of an easy target. You see the Lotus is going down. Lasso instantly onto that Beastmaster, taking the Roar away. No arrow connection. Backline is being jumped already. They managed to find Kaka. Can they find more? BKB already popped out from Paparazzi. The leap connects onto DY. Guardian Angel to stop Ghost from doing damage here. The CM just allowed to dance in the middle. The stun does fly through. Risk
Ghost.
That's a fall, but Ghost just kind of, he's getting kited around.
Lost the BKB.
He can't jump up.
Yeah.
No BKB, no protection.
Glimpse.
Nothing to play with. Paparazzi
nice
dodges
one.
that glimpse beautifully with a sleight of fist. So again, just on edge, but Fly, he's got his own harpoon. He's got pouncing a little bit here. Gets the harpoon, gets the damage. Can he connect with the pounce? Doesn't manage to. Paparazzi, still no remnant for a few seconds though. And another harpoon out. Paparazzi falls. All the harpoons. It feels like a fish with a harpoon in real life would probably be a very scary story for all of us.
Fish with the harpoon, yeah. It's payback time, bitch.
Oh man, it's still on edge, though, isn't it, Lizard? Like, XG is jumping in, but it doesn't feel like their toolkit's quite there.
I don't feel like it's on the edge anymore. I feel like this game is out of their control at the moment, and they're the ones that have to make the right moves to come back in it. It can't be on the edge any longer. That's what I'm saying. Like, from this point onwards, if it's on the edge, it's because they have to make it on the edge just to be able to somehow scrape a fight.
Oh.
Look at this, bat.
JT, he does manage to get the lasso off here. Drags Fly back, but doesn't have follow through this time.
Ton of damage.
Still does substantial damage.
Yeah. Ton of damage, but not enough. I don't know, like, Alchemist, he will be doing the Nullifier build, disassemble the Radiance into the Nullifier next. He does have a Blink Dagger, so kiting him will be a little bit more difficult in the next fights.
Radiant structures
Yeah, should be. It's a good solution as well to that Archon Angel coming through as well. At the least, can get some damage out with a little bit more time on your Chemical Rage for Ghost. It does feel like one big thing is just JT not having this BKB. I think that's also impacted XG massively, just losing your Batrider initiation as they get the glimpse back, and Kaka not able to force that out. That net field is going to fall, but does manage to get the finger off first. Get some damage out for the team. No follow through just yet. The shard is there from Flyfly. Has managed to bail out.
Yeah. He still had the Aegis for what? Right? He still had
2.5 minutes, 2 minutes.
So killing the Slark was probably not going to happen. Killing the Omni Knight without killing the Slark that has a shard is also not going to happen, as they're saving one another. If you go too deep without the BKB on Ember, you're going to get static stormed. So they truly didn't have a lot of options left there. Slark is hunting.
He's hunting. Not going to be able to connect to anything just yet. And XG, after a strong start, I mean, they give some openings out to Piggy Killer, and Piggy Killer strikes back with vengeance. All of a sudden, Flyfly looking like something they just can't deal with. They're chasing for more. They see the fire trail from JT, and they get the harpoon. They get the glimpse back as well. JT, still no protection on that Batrider. Pounce does not quite connect, but lasso out as well just to stall for time. No backup.
He's got
coming
force.
now.
He's got force. He should be able to blink out now.
Jumps
Yeah.
below, blinks out as well. Flyfly still on the chase, has the harpoon with the pounce. He connects it, and he keep that chase. Glimpse back. They lock in JT, and they even drop the static storm just to make sure.
Yeah, but they do lose.
Takes a while, but they find it.
Yeah, they do lose the CM and the Beastmaster. Let's see, the CM should follow. Yeah. So, okay, Extreme Gaming, they did utilize the space that JT made them. Like, he did create a ton of space with the Batrider. The chase took way longer than necessary. The Beastmaster and the CM, because of that, got caught on the other side of the map. So, nicely done by Extreme Gaming. Let's say if they didn't do this move, suddenly you have a Slark with an Aegis, you don't have a Batrider, and they're pushing in your mid lane. So, it would have forced a buyback on the Batrider.
It's stalling for time from Extreme Gaming. And we talked a little bit on what Piggy Killer had to do, and they definitely followed through on that. If you're on Extreme Gaming's end now, Lizard, what's the game plan to kind of simplify this game or try to get... I mean, they have the gold advantage. It just doesn't feel like they've got the advantage in kind of taking these engagements head on. Like, well, what's the strategy now?
I guess it should be like this. Just split them. Try to take these fights in an advantageous positions or in like numerical advantage. Like if you can fight 3 versus 5 or something, 5 versus 3 that is, or something like that. Just get these pick-offs. Like you need to in a fight right now. It's very difficult for you to get the proper pick-offs 5v5 because you're playing versus Omni and Slark. And there's also Disruptor, by the way. I believe that's a full Agonist flying over. So Mercy has got that too.
Oh, man.
Yeah, there's just a ton of things coming together for Piggy Killer. Still, though, I guess if you're fighting head-on, you have the Blink now, and Alchemist the Nullifier is flying out, so you have both of those. By the way, he didn't disassemble Radiance. He went full Nullifier with the Radiance, so a ton of bonus damage coming from Ghost. Let's see.
Yeah, I think smoke out from Piggy Killer, trying to find that flank. Good scan to spot them on the high ground here as well. Sees the angle in. Flyfly rushes in first, gets a harpoon onto Kaka. Force staff to save. Hexes out as well as Paparazzi wants to find someone back. They get the control. Flyfly not that safe. Roar out onto Ghost to fall for time. Another pounce onto Kaka. Is he going to be able to find a kill? Yes, he can. Death Shroud comes in as well. They do manage to pull up Paparazzi, trying to clear out the side. And now they're in a position for Piggy Killer to get even more as JT's just left all alone, taken away. And that's not a fight where XG managed to split up Piggy Killer at all. Piggy Killer on the initiative finds that open.
They did kind of split them. I just think they did it with wrong players. Ember went in the back. He was hunting down Disruptor. So the Static Storm wasn't really that effective versus Alchemist. But then again, like you kind of want that Static Storm to connect on the Ember anyway. So Mercy, he caught the Ember that was catching him, I guess, with the Static Storm. Meanwhile, Slark was wreaking havoc in the backlines. I think maybe it should be the other way around. Maybe Alchemist should be jumping the Disruptor, because with the BKB and the Unstable Concussion, like, he can kill him off.
All the harpoons coming out. We'll try to get some punishment on this push as they find 2 melee racks and they get the control. Paparazzi back up. Zip around. No Static Storm to worry about just yet, but he does get rooted up. Does have the BKB to bail out in the nick of time. Can they find any punishment? They've got the blink forward. Double stun up, but Ghost not going to risk it. Down 1 full racks mid with a creep wave pushing in, and the melee down bot. A big swing for Piggy Killer. If you look at that graph here, Lizard, that is quite the bounce back. Extreme at some point had, well, not the biggest win probability their way, but certainly a massive advantage all the way down now for Piggy Killer.
Yeah, it's your Alchemist effect, right? Like, it can always, not always, but very often it can be very deceiving. Like, you think that you're in a lead, you have a lot of gold, but suddenly he's a big-ass piñata. And all it takes is a couple of kills on him to switch the game. I don't think... okay, Ghost did feed a couple of times, like, in some... yeah, not the best ways, right? Like, he got picked off before using BKB. But I don't think it was necessarily just on him. I think they were very cocky in the mid-game, and now they're paying the price. But they are smoking up.
Oh, and the Moonlight. They've got a bit of a flank seeing that courier here. They have vision from the side of Piggy Killer, knowing a play is up. Just need to find the angle. Ghost channels up the Unstable Concoction. Can he get the jump?
He didn't?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Piggy Killer being really patient. See them finally reveal themselves. But it's XG that doesn't feel safe coming in. They know there's so much counterplay coming out from Piggy Killer. But the Ags from Mercy just ruining a lot.
The creeps are giving a lot of info. They're hitting Mirana.
Spotting them with a creep. They're going to jump in. Slowly make their way up. Glimpse back. Instantly catching JT with a Static Storm as well. Just with that simple kill. Fly jumps for more. Harpoon dodged out. Does manage to catch Conka. Force staff off in the high ground. And get the TP out on some of those heroes. We'll have to sacrifice the supports.
And the gem as well. Taken. And the glimpse on the Mirana.
Glimpse back in the nick of time.
Triple.
Get the punishment onto DY.
Straight into the
Roche.
Yeah. Tell me, John, how many times does it happen that creeps win the game for you? Because that's what happened right there.
I don't think it happens too often, but when it does, it always feels good. The team that gets the creeps working their way, and feels terrible for the other team. Like, they were holding that position such a long time on XG, and patience from Piggy Killer eventually just punished them. Aegis up now on Fly, Cheese on XM. There is still a tier 2 protecting top from the Megas. So, you know, it's still a little bit more time that XG has to play here, but I don't know, like, I'm not seeing a straightforward way of breaking up these fights anymore. It just, it feels like after that big spike they had, after this strong start from every lane except maybe mid, just some of these aggressive plays, that punishment, you mentioned it, it's the pinata, like you said, and I don't think you can kind of recover. I mean, it feels almost impossible unless, again, we see Piggy Killer kind of fragment themselves. You've got the full Scotty now for Fly as well. Even more healing mitigation onto Ghost, just not that durable on the Alpha.
Yeah, from some things in life, you never truly recover, you know. From some games and some plays, you also never truly recover. So they're in that spot. It's still, maybe there's this crazy off chance that Alchemist jumps the right targets, blows them up with the nullifier and the swift blink attack speed damage, right? Like, it's possible, but very highly unlikely when you have all these saves on the enemy side. There we go.
Last one back. They grab up Beastmaster. Static Storm does catch Paparazzi, and the pounce is there to follow through. They've got Guardian Angel running as well.
It's just the CM.
I'm not able to lock anyone. Gets forward up. They find a CM, but it costs a lot of spells. Yard dropping low on Ghost.
Nice arrow.
Managing to leave the area with a good arrow to cover. Paparazzi instantly jumping back in. Wants Ava dead. Should be able to find it eventually. eventually does find a JT to fall as the sacrifice. The glimpse is back. Lifeline, he finds a trade. Them gets the hammer out. Aegis is popped. They get two big cores. Alf doesn't have that chemical rage for a while. Fortify is there to stall.
Yeah, they have buyback.
XG.
They have buyback on Ember, right? So if they wanted to defend this, they could buy him back. Let's see.
Not the option. I know a lot of these spells are down, but feels like if they wait too long, Static Storm's just going to be back up on Mercy. And that defense is just a little bit harder once more. Lifeline? Actually going
Any
forward.
harpooners?
Catches out Taka. Harpooners. Doing a lot. The revenge of the fish. It's very scary when it jumps out. Because XM jumps in as well. Static Storm just catching out Taka. They will find that kill. Buyback still available. Does force it out. Ear Tree falls. Fly. Playing poke and tag. Times the dispel really well, but the arrow, the control is there to stave off that push, but he's fine. XM just running up, hammer down. Hammer dropped onto the head of DY. And this is just ridiculous.
Okay.
Piggy killer.
JT, he's on the hunt on the sideline. Look, maybe he can catch.
Ready?
Yo, can you drag heroes over defender's gate? I wonder. Let's see it. Lasso. Never mind.
Whoa. They managed to get the dispel off. They get some control onto Fly. They're actually finding a lot of control. The Roar does interrupt. Finger doesn't do that much. Now the Guardian Angel's up. Ghost has the chemical rage, but isn't healing through at all.
No buyback.
Does fall. No buyback. 90 seconds gone. They find Kanka as well with his own dieback. And the GG is called. Piggy Killer rising up from a really rough laning stage. Punishing some over-aggression from XG. Our contenders from Div 2 already sending a message in his first game, Lizard.
Yeah, it is. It is only first game, but it was a really nice victory from Piggy Killer. Now, look, I'm going to say two things. First one is, yeah, sure, they had this like crazy Slark late game and they had Omni Knight from the mid lane that definitely did work out. So things that we hoped for this, I don't know, Division 2 teams to come in with fresh new ideas where they completely new, not necessarily, but they made them work. Omni Knight dominating the mid lane and then the whole team playing with him bought enough space and time for Slark to come online. The second thing that I'm going to say is Extreme Gaming definitely did show this a little bit. Like, considering the way their lanes went, I don't think you should be losing the mid-game fights as convincingly as they have been. Like, Alchemist dying 2-3 fights in a row, like this fight here, even on the tier 2. How did it start? Do you remember? Batrider lassoing an ancient granite golem.
Yep.
Like, I mean, sure, if you really feel that you're that in front, I mean, it is important to defend your tower that way. Then again, using the lasso for it and then dying on the Batrider probably isn't what you expected, right? So they gave Piggy Killer way too many opportunities to come back into the match.
Yeah, I think that's really the downfall of XG. Like, we talked about how well JT was matching that farm on Ghost, and in the end, that actually cost them a lot because they'd find these pickoffs on JT time and time and again. And because his net worth was so high, every kill was that much more valuable. So it just stacked up, and eventually, you talked about the Slark as an answer to the Elf. It is. And, with all this utility, with all this sustain coming up from Piggy Killer, with their team fight control being on point, some great positioning on the Static Storm, it just felt like you didn't have that same presence from XG. Like, you had a much more pickoff-oriented draft. You have single target control by the spades. Blinds up really strong here for Piggy Killer to hold out and just play a really good game after a rough start. If you have to give an MVP out, who do you reckon deserves it here?
I would give it to XM. 14-2-14, Omni Knight on the mid lane. Does he deserve the most? I believe so. I don't think anyone did as much as he did in this game. He got the laning stage. He's the only one that won it, really, even though they did put in a lot of resources to make sure that happens. Like, they secured his runes. Then again, he was doing all right 1 versus 1, which he should do as an Omni Knight. But what's important is what he did afterwards. Like, he started running across the map, like getting not only pickoffs, but pressure where it's necessary. I think he was standing under the tier 1 bottom until it fell, then he rotated mid, got that tower. Like overall, really solid performance by the Omni Knight. I feel like this hero sometimes suffers from, like you can win the lane, and then if your team doesn't play really with you, you don't have a ton of kickoff potential. I guess Harpoon kind of offsets that at the moment, but still, you're no Ember. You're not going to just zip in and out across the map. So you really have to pick your movements carefully, and he did that.
Yeah, he definitely did. Very well played game coming out from Piggy Killer on game 1. We'll have to see what the rebuttal is from Extreme Gaming. After a bit of a short break, we'll be back for that game number 2. All right, ladies and gents, we are back for that game 2 of Extreme Gaming up against Piggy Killer. And Piggy Killer already showing us just how powerful they are as a team, climbing back into Div 1 after spending some time there in Div 2. Lizard, after that game, we talked about the strengths of Piggy Killer, but for Extreme Gaming, what do you want to see them change for this game 2 to drag out to game 3?
Well, I think some more respect is needed versus Piggy Killer. That's like my first thing that I would say, because the way they played is they dominated the lane so hard. I feel like sometimes it happens. Wait, Piggy Killer's banner is goddamn hilarious, by the way. I didn't see it before. Now that the draft started.
I love it. Like it's just they've just been memeing that up.
Yeah.
The fact that they're unsigned still is also kind of insane with a team with such experience like this, with players like this. It's kind of outlandish that there's no sponsor for them. So we get the treat of their nice banner on draft. Unfortunately, you guys can't see it, but if you could, you'd be laughing too, as we do see the draft come out with our bans. Not too much different. Techie's banned out along with the Oracle here for Piggy Killer. Medusa being taken out by Extreme. Do you feel like any hero out there was kind of something that you want a respect ban for, or are you fine with allowing those through and just adapting here for either side?
Well, it's Piggy Killer with the first pick now, so we'll see if Extreme Gaming is comfortable playing against Alchemist. Like they picked it in that last game. Let's see if they ban out the Kotl or if they leave there's Doom as well, right? Like there's a ton of heroes left in the pool, but Alchemist for me is probably that one extra problem that you have to find a way of dealing with, and that most teams cannot deal with. Like we've seen at the major finals as well. Alchemist gets picked up, even though you counter him, it doesn't really matter. He still wins the game. So interesting in seeing if Extreme Gaming is like just comfortable enough of playing against it. Batrider is the ban, actually. Okay. It doesn't have to mean that Piggy Killer will pick it, by the way. They can still go for something different. They go with the Kotl instead.
Yeah, I don't mind them prioritizing that Kotl. It just feels really strong in the lanes, provides you a lot, enables certain hero combinations as well with Chakra in play. So there's a lot of utility coming out from just picking up that Kotl. I'm wondering what Extreme goes for. They've got their sheets ready there. They've got an idea as to what they have to do. Do they dip back into the Alch themselves? Right, like they picked the Alch early on.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was, what was her opener? Alch and CM.
Yep.
And they will go into the Alch and Ench this time. So a little bit different.
Yeah, you were the problem. Position 5 was the problem, you know. Yeah, I think, like, realistically, I think they had good chances in that last game. I think they played well in the laning stage. If they could clean up the post-laning stage, they could take this game. It's just about that. Like, make sure that you aren't as cocky in the way that you... They literally played like, okay, we got this lead, we got Alchemist where he needs to be, we crushed the Slark, Beastmaster didn't have the best time, we know that we're in a leading position, let's just autopilot. They put their heroes literally on autopilot afterwards. Alchemist just running in without using BKB, then dying on the bottom lane, then Batrider using the Flaming Lasso on a creep, on an ancient creep, but still on a creep, and then dying afterwards. Like, these kind of mistakes, like if you have the superior super late game, then okay, you can make them, but if you don't, then it can get rough, and they didn't have it. So that Slark eventually took off. Piggy Killer actually deciding not to go for the same thing. Instead, they go with the Pango. It's the Illuminate, right?
Yeah. It's just the combination with a Kotl that you'd want. You know, a little bit of a Chakra tie in there as well.
Yep.
I believe this is also really strong comfort for XM, if I recall right. He played a lot of his Pango mid last time around. There is some flex on hand, as I think they did play at least one game with it offlane as well for Ava. So you've got some options for Piggy Killer to kind of drag this around. Again, it's kind of using some shortcomings you see on the supports, like Enchantress really doesn't do too much to the Pango. The Pango is a pretty good solution to try to burst her down. With a Swash as well, it has pretty good team fight you can kind of draft into. I am keen to see what Piggy Killer will dip into for their core-to-core matchup. Like, Extreme has this chance to just ban out Slark now, right? Like, I'm mean, they could allow a True, maybe look to stomp the lane even harder, although we did see, again, laning phase, JT kind of crushed that Slark anyway. So maybe they're not worried about that this time.
Yeah, we'll see. Like you said, Slark still left in the pool. I think he's probably the best one versus the Alchemist at the moment. Feels like his item progression is really good too. Like the Echo Saber Aghanims into Harpoon feels pretty damn solid versus any hero, and then on top of that you're playing into an Alchemist that's all about the region in fights, and if you can get a hero that doesn't care about that, it's always good. Like another one that comes up to everyone's mind usually is the Ursa, right? It's the Slark and the Ursa, and you can deal with the Alchemist. Let's see what Extreme bans. I think one or the other probably will be picked up regardless by Piggy Killer. Is there anything else, like any other position one that you like into the Alchemist at the moment?
I would have liked Terrorblade, but that was also banned, and they do take care of the Slark. I think it's reasonable to allow Ursa, just because there's potential to kite around a little bit better than, say, the Slark. So you don't have to worry about that mobility to jump into your Alk unprotected, as we saw in the last game. So I think it's fair that the Slark takes priority. I'm keen to see whether or not Piggy Killer will dip into that Ursa. I think you have a fair point. Like, it is one of those heroes that enjoys tankier heroes to fight up against. You just get more and more damage. So that is one route to go. I'm trying to think what else kind of deals with Alk. It's a little bit rough. I feel like those are like the main solutions. Otherwise, you're looking at, again, like supports that probably do the job. AA still standing out. Kind of double whammy value with the Enchantress on top.
It would be great.
So you can kind of kill two birds with one stone.
So I do like the AA overall into Ancient Alchemist. But let's see if Piggy Killer is capable of pulling off like AA with Kotl as two supports. Like you're not really active. You can't do a lot of moves on the map. AA into Enchantress, like later on, yeah, sure, you can take her down with the ulti, but in the lane itself, it's horrible. Like you just are being dove constantly by creeps. You can't really do a lot about it. You're probably one of the weakest supports in that aspect versus creeps. Instead, I mean, it's not a big of a difference, to be honest. It's just that it's easier versus Enchantress in the lane. It's like you have this Frostbite to play with now.
Yeah, you got a way of at least clearing out some creeps if the Enchantress does go for the enchant play, which you almost always still do. And this is a lot on mana sustain coming out from Piggy Killer. Again, it's not a factor early on. You don't tend to see too much in the aura, but just Chakra plus the aura going off from CM means way more casts coming out from Pangolier, maybe a bit excessive for him to even really maximize it. Who knows? I think raises some interesting options as well for Ava on the off. They will go for the Doom. So Doom Kotl is something we've seen quite a fair bit, and it is still really nice. I think that's a lane that you can play really well, especially into the Alk. That doesn't feel as overwhelming. I mean, we used to meme about Doom not having armor, right? Now he has 7, so you're not that scared of Acid Spray.
Yeah, it's a lot of armor, and you have Kotl to back you up, right? Spam that Alchemist down. I've even seen some Dooms not go into Devour that early on. Like you can just fight the Alchemist, but I guess you need Devour versus him anyway. But okay, Extreme Gaming, they follow up the Alchemist with the Storm as their second core. So you know your matchup, right? Like you're playing the Storm into the Pangolier. The lane itself is damn decent for the Storm, and Storm, in my opinion, is probably one of the most obnoxious heroes to play against if you're Kotl or CM. You just have no ways of dealing with him. Frostbite kinda, but by the time you cast it, you're probably dead. And Keeper of the Light just absolutely hates playing versus heroes that get on top of him easily. Something that Extreme Gaming definitely needed. They needed a way to breach the backlines. Overall, solid pickup. I do like it. Is it punishable by Piggy Gaming? I don't know, some crazy anti-mage pick like into the Alchemists. It's possible, it's doable, but also very scary because you're on that timer again.
Yeah, it's very tempo-based, but the option is there for Piggy Killer if they want it. And I do like this change as well from Extreme. We talked about it in the last game. They did open up with their 3 cores first, so this time they kind of balanced it out. Don't reveal too much, allows the Storm to have a little bit more leeway here in terms of not being counteracted by the supports. So there should be it should be a little bit better coming out here for Paparazzi at the least. Keen to see again what our last picks will be. Piggy Killer will have to pick up first, so not too many shenanigans left for them to pull off. Should just be our fly hero left. Again, it's still down to that point where you don't really have many options to directly face against the Alk. They ban out the AM as well. No Ursa. And they will pick up the Sven. So just looking for probably just big hits on top of that. I guess Warcry is actually pretty good up against the Alchemist as well.
It is, but I love JT's face. Like, what the hell, Sven? Really? Is that what these guys are going to pick into us? Not anymore. Now he's just thinking about his own hero. Because he needs something on offlane versus the Sven. We'll see what he goes for. I'm not really sure. I called, like, the anti-mage was kind of decent for Piggy Killer, but they did prepare for the Sven pickup with a couple of bans too. But these bans actually, like, I take that back. These bans were mostly in position 1. So Piggy Killer is expecting an Alchemist offlane, which is still doable, right? Like, we've seen a lot of teams do exactly that. But maybe because of this Doom Kotl lane that you talked about earlier, right?
Yeah. It can be a little bit tough. And they go with a Magnus on Extreme. We have
that's
seen...
JT.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that should just be our JT hero. No way you're going to take that away from him. So now you've got your own cleave coming out here with Ghost. This is an interesting shakeup. You've got some more team fight coming out from Extreme rather than just a full focus on single target spells. With the draft closing out like this, do you reckon which draft would you rather play, Lizard?
It's a JT Magnus. I'm always excited to see that. Then again, which draft would I play? They don't have a ton of catch for Storm. I think that's maybe an issue for Piggy Killer. Besides that, I think they have a very solid draft. They have ways of just dealing with everything. Fly coming online with the Sven. If you ask me which is the stronger core at the moment, I would 100% say Alchemist. I think it's easier to play the Alchemist. I think it's much simpler to get your timings on the Alchemist. Overall, in general, I'd rather play Extreme Gaming's draft, but not the way they played it in that last game. Like, if you win the early game, that doesn't mean that you won the game. You still need to get Ghost in like that good item timing, plus you need to play off of that item timing very well. Because you're still an Alchemist. Like, if you die a couple of times, you fall off like really hard.
Yeah, I'm keen to see how much Extreme adapts their playstyle now. I still feel like, again, that early start for them was outstanding. It felt like every lane except mid was near perfection from them. So if they just kind of redo that early game start and maybe just tone down the over-aggression in the mid game, then they should be able to force that game tree out. But we'll see. Piggy Killer, again, just showing us they can make use of those openings. And if Extreme Gaming provides some of those openings, they will be able to capitalize on it as we do get into our game 2 very, very shortly. Should be able to see how this breaks out. I do agree with you though. Like, I think Extreme, it is definitely a little bit easier to execute this draft. Your answer for Storm is your most reliable. It's just Doom.
Yeah.
Like, Ava Doom. That's it. Like, you have to get like decent blink timing. This is where it's also a bit funky because we still tend to see Dooms go for Vanguard into Midas, but I've seen a little bit of a deviation. I've seen some Dooms go... I've seen one Doom in Southeast Asia go for Octarine Blink, and it actually worked out. So almost similar to what JT did on the Batrider in the last game.
I feel like there's just a ton of players opting to go for Octarine on any position. Like, even on 4, I'm seeing it very often. Like, the item has been changed quite a bit, obviously. Like, the recipe is different. Like, it's been buffed up a little bit too. So yeah, I can see it on a Doom. Also, just having that Devour 24/7 doesn't feel that bad.
Yeah. Oh. Contesting perhaps a little bit here.
JT, they see him. I feel like it was more about him scouting if they see him or not, the way he was moving. Like he's just moving and testing the way they're gonna react to him. If maybe someone right clicks him on the high ground or moves in a way that gives them info that there's a ward there. But very interesting 2 wards from Radiant, by the way. You see this?
Yeah, just very focused on that mid area. So trying to give XM as much as they can. We'll see if that ward will pay off down the line. Taking a look at that mid matchup as well. XM on that Pango, Paparazzi on that Storm. You mentioned a little bit here, but you did say this is a lane that should go a lot better for Paparazzi this time around.
Yep. Mike, the last lane was really difficult, and they really focused on making it difficult for Paparazzi. This time around, it should be much, much easier.
I'm keen to see if Extreme can also kind of add rune control on top of that. I feel like that's one thing as well that kind of slipped towards Piggy Killer there. And in this matchup, it does feel pretty big for either side to have that. So taking a little bit of a gander down bot. Fly on the Sven, Mercy on that CM up against JT on his signature Magnus. And Kaka once again in the line. And they connect onto Mercy. The slow is not enough. The stun from Fly isn't enough to stop that right click from Kaka as well. The magic damage early on from this duo is significant.
It's not just the magic damage, it's the right clicks. Like you're playing versus Magnus and Lion. They will take you down just by right clicking you if you're not careful.
Oh, Skewer back now as well. Blood Grenade to kind of slow it down. They've got the Hex level on Kaka, but the War Cry is enough for Fly to sustain, and he finds some punishment now as JT's also in a bit of a rough spot.
Yeah, he's got the wand, so he should be able to live. By the way, have you seen the Harpoon Magnus?
Yes.
Yeah?
I have.
Do you like it?
I think it's not as memey as it is. I actually think it's pretty good, as they are making moves top, and they do find DY. So Frisk can be dragging that up for himself. We talked about that power of this off lane here as well for Ava and Frisk up against Ghost and up against DY. It doesn't feel like the simplest lane for the Alchemist Alchemist Ench, but it is certainly playable to an extent. You don't have anything like the Blightstone start to double down on minus armor though. Again, Ava's tanky enough that he's probably not too concerned. Doesn't even bother with the Devour, just looking to just clear out the waves as fast as possible with a Scorched Earth and make it awkward to trade.
Yeah, I like this. Because if you go Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade with Kotl, you actually have a ton of kill potential. So it does make sense to do that versus the Alchemist. Try to pressure him early on. You're not going to pressure him once he gets a couple of levels and starts jungling anyway. So doing that early on has at least slow him down a little bit.
Just try to hinder Ghost from hitting some timings, and we're already seeing a very different laning start from Piggy Killer. No, it's not as much of a stomp as it was in the last game. It does feel consistent across each lane, except this time around for XM's lane. That is definitely a lot slower here for our Pangolier. There is a bit of a Uno reverse card from the last game early on, as they're getting a bit of a chase up top, but not really able to pin down Ava.
Yeah, it's also because his hero was shown, right, much earlier this time around. The last game, Omni Knight was almost, if not the last pick, it was the last pick. And this game, Pango is picked much earlier, so Storm. I believe it was, right? Like, the Storm was picked into the Pango because it's an obvious answer, so. Because of that, he's also doubling the net worth, doubling the CS, at least, of XM.
Yeah, it's a lot easier for Paparazzi to play his game. No real emphasis on rotations for power runes just yet. Maybe by the 6-minute mark, we'll see that come true. So far, everyone just focused on maximizing the lanes to get the stun out onto Mercy. Skewer back though onto Fly. Does have the War Cry, but still a lot of damage coming out. Not going to be able to find a follow-up. But they apply that pressure. Nice double stun. JT. Shockwave still level 1. And no Skewer back play anytime soon. But they are applying pressure as much as they are applying pressure top as well as Ghost. Acid Spray plus the Unstable. Getting some good damage off onto Ava with a lightning creep here as well. And they find that kill.
Yeah, armor doesn't matter when you have DY hitting you with impetus. It's also level 3 Enchantress. Once you get that level 2 enchant, every lane becomes easier because you can have a creep for a longer time, right? Up to level 2 enchant, you can't have every creep because of the level requirements, plus you can't have them for a long time, so it doesn't even feel that good. It's even better used just to slow a target down. But with the level 3, the lanes become simple.
Yeah, and we're seeing that already. Ghost kind of bouncing back in, finding some rune to farm up. CS is up on the charts now as well. So our Alchemist on a pretty good path to bounce back in after a little bit of a rough tumble back and forth. An even gaming start now for both sides. 2-2, 1k lead standing for Extreme. There are some good stacks built up here by Piggy Killer, but it is scouted out by DY.
Yeah, he
might be able to contest.
He was just sending the golem to actually mess with Kotl overall with his next stacks, prevented him from stacking. Bango.
Kaka?
Yeah.
Does get the Hex off, but Blinding Light backwards. First will take that one for the team. And they still managed to secure the power in for Paparazzi. The Invis, maybe not the best.
Top lane, he's
he
rotating.
TP. Ava's alone, they notice. Acid Spray plus Unstable, they've got the hold. Minus armor stacking up. And Ghost finds himself another window supports to rotate.
Yeah, nice quick rotation by Paparazzi. And he's going to get his bottle refilled because Kaka died mid. Kaka, you know, he planned all of this. He died on purpose so that he can refill on top. All makes sense. Then again, Piggy Killer kind of copy-pasting the same thing they did in the last game, right? Like, minute 6, runes come in. XM is completely secured on that mid lane. You see 2 supports rotating in even.
It is a bit of a repeat. They snipe a courier, but the Vanguard already flies out from Ava. So, not too painful right by the secret shop. EY does manage to snag away 1 wisdom, and JT will grab their own. So, these wisdom runes, man, if you don't get control, it feels pretty awful to lose out on that much EXP.
It's terrible.
Across your supports.
Yeah, it's just terrible. It's like suddenly both supports need a lane to come back with. And the worst thing is, I feel like the cores, at least in most pubs, haven't really adjusted to the idea of wisdom runes and how much it matters if you miss them. So they're still playing the lanes very late on. And if you're a support taking a lane, you're like, what the hell are you doing here? Just buy a tome, you know? Why are you in my lane?
Buy a tome.
Yeah, just buy a tome.
If only.
Yeah.
If only. Now you have to work for that EXP. You have to walk the distance, you know? Got a journey.
I'm a boomer, man. I forget about all these minutes. Like,
no, that's fair. Dota is a very, very complex game with a lot of things on a timer. It does feel like you have to use that new Steam feature for the note. As they do take note mid of Kaka. Not able to clean up that close. Now the counter comes in from XG. Finding that play on the Mercy, stopping XM from instantly rolling, although will still get it off. Finds the 1 stun onto Kaka, but no more.
He doesn't get a storm here, yeah. There's no way. I feel like he might have gotten the lion if he committed on him, but then he'd be very deep afterwards. Not sure. It was still difficult. He didn't really have a lot of things to bounce off of. So maybe if he rolled instantly when lion was a bit deeper, when Kaka was actually deep, then he could have gotten him. But he waited to see what Storm is going to do. Maybe disable him instead. And in the end, they get no kills and they lose one of their own heroes.
You're pretty happy about that on Extreme. You're getting a lot of room out as well on your side lanes once more. Ghost is not being stopped solo. Noralica is starting to steadily build that lead. Let's get the unstable not the Acid Spray, so not as much poke damage coming through. Still a rotation up top though. Piggy Killer wants something to happen on Ghost, but can't quite rotate behind that tower. XM does show himself in the creep wave. And line up for that push as the same thing goes for XG down bot. Shoving in that bot tier 1. And the side lane tier 1s feel a lot bigger than the mid right now, so you don't mind this too much.
Yeah, just copy-paste movements from both of these teams, right? Like on top lane, you're taking tier 1 on the bottom. The other, maybe a little bit less of a commitment coming from Extreme Gaming, as Magnus on his own is able to take this down. Just a ton of damage being dealt out by Empower. Meanwhile, you kind of need the mid laner, the Doom, and the CM to be as quick. It kind of matters. Like in Dota, You might think of these things like, yeah, whatever, they took it 5 seconds earlier than us, who cares? No, it matters quite a bit, because it's 5 seconds that you can perhaps rotate mid and set up something there. Or an RP bottom on Fly.
Oh, get that control. Get the punishment off onto that Sven. A bit of a rockier start for Fly, but he does have a Mask of Madness, and he does have stacks to fall back on with the maxed out cleave, so be able to get that recovery farm flowing. But nice pick off there is even Mercy gets found out up top. Was clearing out some freebies for himself. Radiant's not too far off now as well for the Elk. So it is pace of the game. 3K lead up for XG. For Piggy Killer, is it cause for concern at this point? Do you feel like maybe you haven't done enough to stop Ghost this time around?
You have to be only careful when it comes to those stacks. I feel like that's the most important thing. And Sven, with the God Strength, should be going there right now. Yeah. Because, okay, you cannot slow down the Alchemist. The best that you can do is make sure that your Sven is keeping up, getting enough farm. Because he's also one of those heroes that really needs to flash farm. He cannot be fighting at the moment. They're kind of very similar in a way, but Alchemist just gets his... well, what's the difference? Sven has perhaps a little bit of a higher late game potential, meanwhile Alchemist just gets to his items a tiny bit faster. So, but very similar type of heroes when it comes to the way they play early to mid game.
Just kind of sit back, build up what you can, and just kind of clear these stacks. Be efficient on that jungle. Slower start for both sides, kind of concentrating on that aspect though. We are getting just the time to cool down. A bit of a clump up mid. XM has managed to get the swash. Going for the roll. With that bind up on DY. Should be able to find it, but a lot of heals coming out. And TP's coming through. XM not going to fully commit. Zip forward from Paparazzi. Looking for the one, but the blinding light drags him far away enough. JT gets forward, gets the RP onto XM. He doesn't have an escape plan. It's taken out.
I think for them to make that move successfully on Piggy Killer, they need a defusal on Pango, and then you can even do it without rolling. Just use Chakra Magic defusal twice the Enchantress. She's dead. She doesn't have Nature's Attendance. She doesn't have Untouchable even. Like, this hero is very killable. This is ultra aggressive kind of a playstyle. I love it. This is literally how I skill my Ench every single game, no matter what. But, but it also does make you vulnerable. So yeah, just need that defusal. I feel like on Pango, and this is the talk. We're circling it all back into timings, right? Like Pangolier having a bit worse of a game, XM much worse of a game this time around. That is. Suddenly the defusal comes later, suddenly you can't make as many plays, even though you'd like to. You'd like to be as active as in that game one.
Yeah, it's just not coming out just yet. It's going to have to be patient here as a little bit of a smoke move around from the side of Extreme. Not finding anything quite yet, but this could be juicy. Fly does commit for that camp. Zip forward from Paparazzi. The chain stunts are there, and the damage is true. They're starting to clear out. They will find Kaka in exchange. DY set to fall as well. They find a support trades. Mercy's not safe from this Acorn though. He's yeah, interesting. Yeah, that slow was just enough. Okay.
Yeah, okay. He survives. They do take down the two supports, but they do lose the Sven, and that's massive. I feel like Sven really doesn't want to be dying. I mean, no one likes to die, but Sven is one of those heroes that you need to keep the pace. You need to keep on farming as fast as, or even faster than the enemy cores. And right now he is, falling behind the Alchemist. Not surprising. Like versus the Alchemist, any hero falls behind. But what do you need? You need the Neko Saber on Sven. You need the Blink. You need the BKB, right? That's pretty much the next 2-3 items. Meanwhile, if you're an Alchemist, you already have the Blink, and you're just waiting for the BKB.
Yeah, they will be able to clean out DY now as well. While all of that goes on, I do agree. I think this all the items you list out for Fly. It feels like it's just going to take a little bit too long in comparison to the timings of Ghost. Right? It just the quicker timings on the Alch feel tougher to play into in this specific matchup. So there's a very big window for Extreme to just kind of dictate this game. They're almost at that point where the Harpoon's coming out for JT now as well. Just a lot of utility with the pullback and the skewer back if you manage to make that connection. Very, very silly combination, but it does work.
Yeah.
I really don't fault it.
It's a fun one. I've had a Magnus do that to me a couple of times already.
Did you have fun getting harpooned though?
I love getting harpooned. It's my favorite activity.
Oh, sucker for punishment, Lizard.
Exactly.
That's going to be painful. Paparazzi, this can be painful as well, but they don't have that jump up to really catch him down.
They might jump fly, yeah. If, let's see, because you got to read this. You have a finger though, so you might be tempted. There's a finger and the blink on Lion. Let's see.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It's gonna be Mercy instead.
Yeah, get the finger stack up for Kaka. No problems there. Second charge up for Kaka for a little bit more damage. Not the biggest kill for a Piggy Killer to lose out on. So you're also not hurting too badly. But again, it kind of adds up over time. I mean, that's more EXP going your way for sure. On the side of Extreme, as they get that push going. The Harpoon is fully up for JT now. It does show it standing in a map, but now you've got the blink up for Ava. This feels like this is a launching point now for the Doom. Now you've got a way to pin down Paparazzi or to perhaps stop the RP before it comes in.
Do you think that they're strong enough?
Options.
Like, with the blink on him? They are smoking up, so they do believe that they're strong enough.
On a bit of a hunt. We'll have to direct right to find it, but this could be a juicy one if they find Ghost.
Oh,
smoke on smoke. Opposite side for XG.
If they could only see the creeps moving in. Yeah, they did. Okay, they scouted the creeps, but they don't want to go there. Interesting. Now they ping it out.
They reveal XM down mid. Like, he just clears out the wave.
Yeah.
So it's a chance for Ghost to just pull back, and they don't find anything. Sure, XG also wastes time down bot, but it does feel like it's bigger for Piggy Killer, right? Like, this is their blink reveal on Ava. They want this to line up.
Yep. Maybe they didn't see the creep. It's nighttime. I felt like it was in the range, but maybe they just weren't with that smoke. They didn't see the creep running away from Ghost. Yeah, like you said, it could have been a big reveal coming from Ava. And now there's a BKB blink on Alchemist, and they're jumping in. Ava.
Nice hex onto Ava. Can they get the burst before the Doom comes on? They've got the control and the output. They take care of that Doom off the back of a unfortunate series of movement on that smoke. XG comes out on top. Piggy Killer still kind of playing from behind, buying space out for Fly. They're getting that farm. BKB not too far off now on our Sven. But, I mean, the Alk just grows bigger and bigger. He's at 15k, a full 6k gold ahead. We talk about the minimum for the Alk to feel effective at 4k. Well beyond that now for Ghost.
Yeah, he's getting closer to the AC, which kind of mitigates the war cry, right? Like, makes the Sven hit your allies a little bit less too. So overall, just a perfect response. But look at Sven. He actually disassembles Halberd and goes for the BKB instantly. Which will allow them to perhaps take a fight, but if they want to, they need to go straight towards the pit. And I don't think they're going to make it on time. The way they're positioned, this is free rush for Extreme Gaming, even with the BKB just purchased for Sven.
Can't reach there in time at all. Nice Roche take here from the side of Extreme. Secondary life to play with.
John,
with a 7k lead on hand, yes?
How many games did you play? Like, in the new patch?
I want to say 20 to 30.
Mercy?
Probably in what time? Well, Mercy. Let's get pinned down. Finger down.
Do you play support?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Frisk, bottom lane?
Yeah, they get the stun out onto or Coddle.
We were trying to talk here. Stop dying. Goddamn. Like, what the hell is happening? Sven will, I believe, run away unless someone zips in like a maniac. Okay, he will run away. So, out of those 20, 30 games that you're playing as support, how many times did you de-ward?
It's a little bit more awkward, right, with the map. Like, there's
Yeah.
a lot of funky ward positions. Like, these wards coming out from Piggy Killer are pretty funky. These cliff wards, I think, these are key. Like, these side jungle cliff wards feel like probably the easiest to spot and the most impactful. So the fact that you're getting away with this from XG is pretty big.
Yeah, I'm just asking because I just can't find any words, man. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if they're used, if they're not used. I don't know if anyone sees me. These watchers are everywhere too.
Radiant's
I feel
How
seen
confusing.
for the first time in my life. I feel seen every time I'm playing.
You deserve to be seen, King.
Thank you, John.
You know, maybe not in your game. You know, that's exactly what you don't want. As they do get a push going here on Extreme, they are seen and they will be heard as they take that tower down. Extreme in a very fine position this game to force out that game 3. Smoke out from Piggy Killer. They've got to connect these smokes. They've got so many items up they've not been able to use. Smoke pop in the high ground, blink forward, but the instant hex from Conka and the force staff out, the stun follow through. The RP
Oh, that's an
on the
RP.
back from JT, massive. But the damage coming through from our Sven. Flyfly is melting them. Ghost, he's not healthy. He doesn't have his chemical rage up. They actually clean up. We'll find more. They get the punishment.
But why is it always like this? I see an RP used and then there is no follow-up whatsoever. The stun from Sven felt more impactful than the RP that hit, what, 3 heroes?
Yeah. It just doesn't line up. Ghost not having chemical rage, can't just stand there with Empower, try to hammer away. So it's just an awkward time for XG to catch that smoke, and the timing finally lines up for the side of Piggy Killer. And the funny thing is, they don't even need Doom there.
Yeah.
Like, Ava is just bait.
I
Pops
was
a lot of the spells in control.
I was literally just thinking the same. Absolutely no Doom needed. They just went in. By the way, he has an interesting creep that he's rocking. The toughness aura from the Wildkin Ripper. You don't really see that very often, but he's got some
I
bonus
like that.
armor. Yeah.
It's
Sven?
pretty damn good against this minus armor, as they do find Flyfly. They do compensate, get some punishment out onto that Sven. And that should equalize just a bit. These ghosts just kind of going off with a chemical rage up. I mean, he is just so durable. We saw how many hits from the cleave he was tanking through, even without that chemical rage. He is fairly tanky right now
Yeah, there's a
on this hero.
there's a significant difference between the two cores as well when it comes to the ultis. They're both these transformation heroes that need ultis to fight, right? But Alchemist only on a 60-second cooldown, so he can fight more often and find these pickoffs much easier. Smoke up top.
And they get the flank here. They don't make a move on Piggy Killer, and they get punished for it.
Oh, Doom.
Instant Doom out. Chemical Rage is already flying. The RP now, with the damage coming through and the zip forward from Paparazzi, they make up for that last fight in Extreme.
And then some. Like, they killed the Sven bottom, now they get 3 heroes on top, all 3 cores dead within 2 minutes after taking a very successful fight. I guess that's maybe a problem for Piggy Killer. If they use God's Strength, they're just, everything is on cooldown, right? Because you don't really have the strength to kill off anyone if that is used. Like, you just don't have the manpower. So you literally have to play around Sven like you're playing around a Chrono or Black Hole.
Yeah. Or maybe, yeah, the same thing with, like, say, a Terrorblade. And then works this up. Well, a little bit more around a pretty big cooldown that impacts how often you can take these fights. I think one thing as well for Piggy Killer, like, we have seen these smoke attempts come out from them, but it hasn't been too successful outside of that one time they get popped in the low ground. Beyond that, like, this timing on the blink, the diffusal on XM earlier on, didn't feel like they could capitalize on these moments in as much as Extreme could capitalize on their own timings. So they're just able to get a lot more. Tier 2, a Tier 3 taken out. A lot of room for Extreme now to just get control on the map, get this build-up they'd want. BKB being worked on by JT. Full Abyssal slowly but surely being assembled up for Ghost. Like, a lot of good answers here. And for Piggy Killer, again, we still see the damage go through when Flyfly can get a good position with God Strength, but they have to kind of work together. Like, again, like what we saw in that low ground smoke.
Yeah, the most important thing is you need control versus the Alchemist. You need to kind of control him before he starts controlling you. And what's one weakness that Sven always had? He's had a weakness when he plays versus high attack speed cores that carry a basher or have any sort of a bash, right? Built-in disable. So Slark was always an issue for Sven. He just jumps you, takes your stats, bashes you. It's a problem. Same goes for an Alchemist now that has a basher. Like he gets on top of you, you're probably going to get stun locked. So they need to find a way to control the Alchemist. If you can jump him as Sven, that would be great, but you don't have a blink.
Not quite there. Smoke out from Piggy Killer. Good position to break on the side of Extreme as Mercy won't show.
Mercy?
What's reveal much? No. And it's stun fingered and not quite taken away yet. Will eventually fall. Glimmer Cape, not quite enough. Paparazzi will find that. And the smoke doesn't line up for Piggy Killer once more. Great reads from Extreme.
That Crystal Maiden, man, that was wrong neighborhood right there. It felt, I felt like she's gonna die much, much faster, but Force Staff, Vambrace, Mac from the Kotl, Glimmer Capes, it did safer for a little while. And also, you kind of saw how XG was playing. They're, like, in comparison to game one, they are super disciplined. Like, they're being very careful and meticulous with their plays. Like, even a Crystal Maiden that just runs uphill, surrounded by 5 of your heroes, they're not jumping the gun. They're like poking. Impetus here, Impale there, not really committing.
I'm liking the shakeup. Just showing a lot more respect towards Piggy Killer, just ensuring that these turnaround potentials don't come out and just maintain that lead. It does lead to a slower game. You know, it's not as chaotic as last time, but could be some chaos next if they find an angle in. Paparazzi.
They're jumping him.
Fund up.
Oh, nice force.
Oh, the RP. Onto 2. As the zip away is there on Paparazzi. The damage isn't quite there with just JT alone. But it pots off this movement as they get the catch onto XM. We'll find that kill.
And more, maybe. Sven, he needs to run. He's glimmered.
On the run. They are speedy enough to escape.
He's very speedy. What the hell was that? Like,
just
the war cry. Yeah, the war cry, the 4 staffs, the, I guess, Mask of Madness. Does it still give you? It does give you a movement speed. I'm like, okay, let me check this patch one more time. He was he was super fast.
Yeah, just speedy. And now, are they going to contest around for the runes? They will. No. Risk still finds it.
By the way,
very sneaky.
Am I crazy? Like, when you go over a hero, was the magic resistance always there, or is it something with the new patch?
It's magic res?
Yeah,
I feel like that's
new, right? Is it?
I think so, but I honestly don't know. I remember seeing a lot of numbers, and my brain can't process them too well. They get the Doom off onto JT. This is something they can process, and they find a follow-through. They get the stun to remove a lot of that damage from the CM. But JT is still set to fall. So finally some good news coming out from Piggy Killer. Getting use out of that Doom. It just feels like we haven't seen that Doom fly out. And finally had some good impact.
Yep. They killed the Magnus, but that Magnus also didn't have RP. Was he really looking to fight? Not necessarily. So you use the Doom to kill the Mag. Once he's up, they will be looking to fight with an RP and everything ready. Can you utilize this kill for anything? That's the only question. Like, they are running up. Rosh is up. If they could force that somehow, it would be massive for them. If you could get that on Pango, let's say. Like, on Sven, it's also decent, but if Pango could have 2 lives. However, you can see that Extreme Gaming, they don't really want to let Rosh go, so they're actually going to fight.
The Cross got a good catch out onto Doom with a finger up as well. And just no counterplay. Again, Doom down. They know they've got the opening. Fly though jumps in. No mana left on Ghost. 4 staffs to save, but the pullback's there with a harpoon. And they've got the output. They've got enough.
Well, that's
a huge streak from Ghost as they're looking for Kaka now. They don't manage to glimpse him. Paparazzi cleans up in the back on Mercy. Still wanting this line kill. With the zips forward. Controls there. Paparazzi looking to pick them off as they're chasing. Frisk to be taken out. Not that much time left
There's
on
just
this God's Trend.
Yeah. There's just no control. That's the biggest issue for Piggy Killer. Like you could see even when they were taking down Alchemist, like once his BKB was out, that's only when they could kill him. And that's because of what? Like blinding light into Sven hitting him with the harpoon. That's it. Like their control, once the Pango is kind of done, is minimal. You need a rolling thunder in these fights. But yeah, also very nicely done by XG. Lion just separating them on one side, Storm still zipping in, following up. Even though they lost Alchemist very early on, they were still very able to take the fight. I think a blink on Sven is necessary. I don't know. Like I like the harpoon, it's great, but a blink would just enable him to instantly have impact in these fights.
For sure. Like that is the one thing that is lacking. Just having this jump capability from Fly. And off the back of that, I mean, they could go for the Roach here. Extreme is clumped up down bot.
Can you see when the gate is being used? Like
I believe it does show the animation.
Okay.
Actually.
Because
but I think you have to see it in vision.
Okay. Because JT is just playing with it, spamming it for like 30 seconds. But that's also JT.
Yeah. Just kind of
just
playing around a little bit. Yeah. Well, they're camping. It looks like they're baiting out the Roche. Actually, they might be baiting Piggy Killer to go into the gate, into the Roche. But no, they'll just eventually go for it. Smoke out still from Piggy Killer, though. They find this angle into that gate. Could try. But Roshan is melting a little bit too fast here. It's Extreme. Be able to find themselves an Aegis and a cheese. Establishing a solid position, 10 to 22. 19k lead. Still standing for Extreme.
Oh, they're going.
They will teleport through the gate.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
If they get the flank, they had vision there.
Storm is going.
Long zip from Paparazzi. Catches out Mercy, but gets bashed up, so can't follow through.
Mercy. Yeah, DP's out. JT was close. He was sniffing him out, but didn't get him in the end. Like you can see that perhaps XG is a little bit cleaner when it comes to the main objectives of the game, like 2 Roshans now gone for free. And yeah, it is easier for them to get them, but still, Piggy Killer, I feel like out of these 2 games, I haven't seen them contest Rosh very easily, unless they're in full control of the game.
They're just not able to. They don't have the map control that they'd want to. It doesn't feel like they've got the vision game lined up here either. Watch that objective. Tier 2 take coming out now from the side of Extreme. Shouldn't be too long for Ghost to kind of clear out that last outer tower. So the high ground threat open for Extreme now to go in there. Swift Blink also up now on Ghost. Hits like a truck. That base attack time drop. It's just going to machine gun through. If he does get the opportunity. The Piggy Killer, they've been kind of stuck in a rut for a while. They've got that full Daedalus up on Fly. I'm surprised he's still opting for the AC over something like the Blink.
Yeah, like he finished off the Daedalus first and now going for AC. I guess bonus armor versus the Alchemist does benefit him. He hits for, like, he has a plenty full of attacks, but they aren't really that heavy, right? So getting that AC definitely pays dividends, but I don't know. Like overall, I'd still rather see him with a Blink, like you just said. Just being able to jump anyone. Imagine being able to jump the backlines. I guess his main objective in this game is to kill off the Alk and just kill him off as soon as possible. The moment that BKB is gone, he's the one jumping Ghost. It just wasn't enough so far, right?
Yeah, it's just been tough. Like to look for those moments. When they do find it, it just feels like, you know, they're jumping Ghost without considering where Paparazzi is. Zips across the map, does some crazy plays. You got a Basher up now on JT as well. Into the Abyssal, already having the Vanguard up.
He's just getting 1 item per minute, right? It's no longer gold per minute. It's item per minute for Ghost.
Yeah, it's overwhelming. This is a perfect Alk game. This is why you see Alk is such a scary pick. High ground, they go Fortify already forced out. Smoke out Piggy Killer. See if they find a flank. They have to take care of 2 lives on Ghost. But Lincoln's always protected
Look
well.
at Ange though. Like DUI, he has his Dandelion Amulet. He's very tanky, so he just breaks the smoke.
Oh. Get the instant hex out onto Ava as well. So they tried to roll around a good stun onto 2. We've got the chain stuns as well. The pushback is there, but there's no follow-up. Flyfly can't get up there. Can't follow through with the damage. Moon does come out onto JT, preventing the RP. And the output from Flyfly is there, but he gets abyssaled up.
Paparazzi.
Ghost still dropping low. Second life is going to be awkward, but a good stun out. A good finger as well to pin down Ava. We've got the output. Ghost still alive. Still doing well. And should be fine. They get the second life. They get the first life, but they find Flyfly. They're going to be able to clean up. XM stuck on the cliff. Everything falls apart for Piggy Killer.
They lose the Sven as well. GG.
They call it.
Okay, look, you definitely call it here. After XM doing what he did in this fight, you still lose it. There is no way to come back. Like, this man overplayed. I have never seen... I mean, I have seen some plays, but the amount of stuff, the amount of damage, the amount of control that he did with his Pangolier in that last fight was insane. He controls the Magnus from blinking in. Then he gets on the high ground. He controls 2 more heroes. He makes Storm lose all his mana. Storm has to go back. Storm has to wait for Cheese to reinitiate. Like, the amount of work done by that Pangolier was like, do I have to do everything myself in the end? I feel like that was the case. And yeah, okay, Extreme Gaming, they take game 2. I'm not surprised that we're going to see game 3. They picked the Alchemist in a much more disciplined of a fashion. They played the mid game, and game looks way easier. Even though plays like this still did happen, they did still lose the Alchemist a couple of times. I feel like the approach to the game was much like, I don't know, what did we? Maybe it even looked a little bit disrespectful in that game 1. There was no disrespect in game 2.
Absolutely not. They understand that Piggy Killer is a team that, again, can capitalize on these mistakes. It felt like Piggy Killer, maybe I don't know if it's really a big mistake, but you know, all this control, all that plays coming out from XM, you said, just lacking the follow through because Flyfly's cut off in the low ground, and the Sven not having that mobility on hand makes things so awkward. When it felt like perhaps that was the fight for Piggy Killer to reel it back in, but instead they get kitered around like this with all the great stun lineups, the great counter plays coming out from XG. Piggy Killer just falling a little bit flat.
Yep.
A lot rougher of a game. No openings that XG were presenting, or at least presenting easily towards the side of Piggy Killer, and that should lead to a really interesting game 3.
Yep.
Like, I'm not sure now, looking back at game 1, whether or not you can attribute, like, again, it takes you some big plays to figure out these mistakes, but Extreme just played perfectly. And if you had to give the MVP here on Extreme, who do you root for? Paparazzi? JT?
I guess Paparazzi. Like, he just had too good of a game on the mid. Like, if we gave it to XM in the last game, I think Paparazzi deserves it this time around. Like, he dominated the mid lane, he made that rotation to top, shut down the Doom. Afterwards, he was the one setting up the pace of the game. So overall, yeah, he's mid, and I hate this when we're just giving mid laners that also have a good matchups MVPs, but I truly think he deserves it more than the Magnus. By the way, I don't know, I feel like that Blink Dagger on Sven that you just mentioned is probably the biggest mistake that Piggy Killer have done from my perspective. Why? Because of the Doom. Like, if you have something different on offlane, if you have some control on offlane, I don't know, some Enigma, some Sand King, some Slardar, whatever, you know, something that goes in and stuns, then sure, then I can see Sven doing what he was doing, just following up later on with Hurricane. But the way that, with Harpoon, sorry, but the way that they were playing, they literally only had Pango with the control. You had no one to jump in with him. Doomed wasn't doing it, so yeah, you needed Sven to do it.
Yeah, and that is a costly one. Again, very highlighted by that last fight by the triangle area there. We'll see how Piggy Killer bounces back as we do go into game 3 after a bit of a short break here. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gents, we are back for our game tree of Extreme Gaming up against Piggy Killer, our first series here in the DPC for China Div 1 Summer Tour. Already into a 3-game series, Lizard. I mean, Piggy Killer put up a really good fight in the first game. Extreme Gaming cleaned it up here in game 2. For game 3, what do you want to see both teams kind of shake up here?
I don't want to see an alchemist. Can we do that? Like, it's very simple. Just ban the hero. Let's see something different, because obviously Piggy Killers, they didn't have the first pick. Actually, they had the first pick in the last stage. They didn't pick the alchemist, so Extreme Gaming got to play it twice in a row. I feel like Piggy Killer's first answer to it was much, much better, but it looks like, okay, this time around, let's see if Extreme Gaming leave it in again. 3 games in a row, Alk, why not?
I mean, it feels like it's either the Alk or the Medusa stays in.
Oh,
or,
yeah.
you know, if you're feeling frisky, both of them stay in. That would be interesting.
Actually, yesterday I had a lane Medusa and Alchemist on the same lane, by the way.
That flexibility, man.
Yeah, Medusa was the position 5, by the way.
Yeah, it is a thing. It is. What a game. What a game Dota is. What a genius Ice Frog is for creating such monstrosities.
I like it. Like, I've always liked broken heroes, you know, having broken heroes in the meta, but ridiculously broken. I don't know. I like that. I like teams that are kind of, yeah, we can beat it. You know, I like these captains. Like Puppy comes to my mind back in the day. Like, he's reformed. He's much better when it comes to that now. But I remember back in the day, he would always be like, "Yeah, I don't need to ban Lycan. I can beat it. I'll get all the counters. You get all the counters. You still lose because the hero is just stupid. It was way too strong back then." And yeah, Medusa and Alchemist are left for Extreme. So let's see. The problem is, like, if you don't pick Alchemist here, if you don't pick Medusa here, sorry, you're playing versus Kotl Medusa.
Yep.
And
that is scary.
Yeah, that's probably not what you want to be playing against.
Yeah, it's a positive feedback loop. You get a lower cooldown on your snake, you get more mana. So you spam out snake, get even more mana, get some good damage, then you just do this over and over and over again. It's really annoying. I wouldn't mind if Extreme went the distance and gave us Alchemist Medusa for this game tree right now to start our Chinese DPC, to end our first series in the CN DPC. I wouldn't mind that. Go crazy.
Well,
They get the Alk, now get the Medusa.
Well,
They go with the Oracle, which is fair. That is a great combination. But it's not a Medusa. But you know what? We'll take it.
yeah, it's still good. It's still good. It's still solid. Like Alchemist plus Oracle, old school combo. You do get that ulti to play with. You can go for A still if you're Piggy Killer, I guess. But first take the Medusa. Come on, don't act like you're better than us. Just pick the Medusa. There we go.
There they are. All right. So we've got our combinations, Lizard. Medusa, Kotl, Oracle, Alk. What is, I don't want to say better. What do you feel like it's easier to execute on here?
Oh man, I'm not sure. I feel like, I really am not sure. I feel like both of these are extremely strong. I guess both of these are also flexible. Alchemist can be on the offlane, Medusa as well. Most likely it will be safe lane because you have this Kotl, right? But it could be Medusa, Kotl offlane even if you can combo that up with other cores. But yeah, I don't know which one is easier. Maybe Alchemist is still easier to execute because you know your item timings very well. You know what you need to do in the game. Medusa is still kind of... She's not really a mystery. You know the item build and everything, but like the proper way to play around her, I guess not every single team has down to a notch, right? Because if you think about Alchemist, he's been in the meta forever. And you know exactly what you need to do around him. Meanwhile, like, around Medusa, it can be a little bit more ambiguous.
Just a little bit stranger. The funny thing is, I feel like Extreme's already picked up a pretty solid counter on Kaka. At least the Lion with your Drain, that can be really annoying for the Dusa from the support to kind of handle it. So you've got one in the Kaka Lion. And I had an idea in mind and it just completely disappeared from me. Oh, no, I read something about if you don't want the line, you can go Elder Titan, because apparently she doesn't wake up until her HP takes hits.
Oh,
So you can just sleep her and literally just keep damaging her until the shield's gone.
oh, okay. Yeah, that actually does make sense. You have to take damage to your HP.
Yeah.
Okay. Elder Titan sounds like a good answer. That's why he was picked and banned quite a few times when I see the Medusa. Okay. Now
They leave it in. They take the line out instead. All right.
And look like
I mean, the line's the more obvious answer, but the Elder Titan could be sneaky.
yeah, and Kaka, Elder Titan or Kaka, more DUI even Elder Titan
10
sounds
seconds remaining.
amazing. Let's see. Maybe they can snatch it for themselves. Like Piggy Killer could go for the ET too.
Yeah. Could steal it away. I feel like the Elder Titan can set up for a really good offlane as well, like depending on your duo. So I wouldn't mind it too much.
Wait. Isn't like Harpoon right now an amazing item on Elder Titan?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be it. That
Okay.
could be it. If we see Extreme pick that up, I am going to be eyeing the Harpoon on that pickup. And, there's still silly plays with the Elder Titan that I personally haven't seen in a pro game. I don't know if you've seen it, Lizard, where,
Which one?
you get your Astral Spirit on one side, you gate to the other side, then have the Spirit run across.
Oh, dude.
Does that still work?
I mean, why wouldn't it work? I was literally, I'm still starting every single game. Like I love Elder Titan, I spam him, and I still start every game with. I'm on one side, I use the Spirit ITP to the other, I get like plus 60, 70 damage, level 1.
What a game we have. What a game. Thank you, Ice Frog, for this gift. Now you don't even need to waste the TP.
Yeah.
Now you have the gate.
Now you have the gate, exactly.
It's a freebie.
I mean, it's
They go with the Nick.
It's fine. You can waste the TP. I get it anyway because I dive the tier 1 and die,
You just get it right back.
I get it back instantly.
The Nyx as our solution to the Dusa. This is one that I don't know if it's really considered as a counter, honestly, because like 50% of mana is great.
5
Sure.
seconds remaining.
How are you going to clear out the next 50% then? Right? Like that is actually the thing. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, 50%, but once you have like 3k mana, 4k mana, how do you clear the 50% after? Because that's still a lot.
I guess he does have some other positives as well. Like you have the Carapace versus Keeper of the Light. So that's very good. Like he used to be as well one of the counters to the Kotl. So you have that as well. Maybe the decent setup, the decent stun, the amount of damage that he dishes out. Like at any given point in the game, if he gets that Dagon, he can solo Keeper of the Light. So yeah, I can see it working. They pick up the Magnus though, Piggy Killers, for themselves. So they snatch the Magnus away from XG. Do you think this is just a snatch pick? Taking it away from JT?
I think to an extent it is. I think it's also, honestly, not too bad to run with a Kotl. Like, it gives you another hero that kind of enjoys just having chakra spam on top. Just multiple skewer backs could be pretty big. And go with the Earth Spirit here as well for Piggy Killer. So a lot of aggression coming out. You have a lot more play now on your supports for sure. And you have that flex where you could still run core Earth Spirit and be sneaky with a last pick support if you need to.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I always like having this silence and also a chase on the Nyx. Always feels good, right? Like Spirit Breakers, Earth Spirits, they feel decent into him. But now Doom is on the other side. I feel like it's a bit different now with the Doom. Like you have the stun, you have the Alchemist stun, you have a lot of control on your side, and then you pick Doom.
10 seconds remaining.
Is it the
This is a good solution early as well. If you get the mana burn creep, right?
5 seconds
You can apply pressure in that lane.
yeah?
Extreme Gaming's turn to ban.
If you find the mana burn, like Medusa suddenly becomes food.
It really does. I still wish more teams would lean into Axe, but as the game goes on, it's kind of hard. But early on,
It's
those level 1
Seconds remaining.
calling blades are cool.
It was really good, like the first couple of days, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Yep.
Everyone was surprising Medusa pickers with an axe. And then they started buying like one bracer and it didn't matter anymore.
Then it's over. It's Jover. It's just not it. So for Piggy Killer, what route would you like them to take? Because again, there's a little bit of flux in the Earth Spirit, although probably not forced to run at core really on mid. I'm trying to recall if I saw them play that and give two.
That would be XM playing it on mid, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he has done it multiple times, actually, but I am not sure. Again, my memories are all faded together, Lizard. I'm old.
Yeah, I feel like there's a couple of Earth Spirit players on the mid lane, and XM, he doesn't strike me as the one that played it the most, let's say. Let's put it that way, on the mid lane. But I'm sure that he can. Do you have to do it? I don't think so, right? Like, you can put him on position 4 as well. Looks like a solid position for Earth Spirit game. You can match up the Oracle when it comes to the fight, and yeah, you still have. Do you have the last pick? I believe. Let me see. Yes, you do. Extreme Gaming has the overall last pick.
Extreme.
So a bit more difficult for you to pick up that mid laner, but if you can find something that is decent versus anything, like Ember is still in the pool, you would be picking it into a Nyx as well. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, some Dragonite perhaps? Like these kind of heroes, these tanky boys that don't care about Nyx Assassin.
That could be the solution here on Piggy Killer's end if they want to go that route. I'm interested in what Extreme's reading, because they banned out the Bounty Hunter, which I suppose could be Flex, and they also banned out the Viper. So just kind of securing themselves from some nasty lanes coming out here. It's time for Piggy Killer to show their hand, though. What's XM going to be playing here?
There's what?
Yeah, the Ember still there.
Ember is still there. DK. They go.
Monkey King is what they take. All right.
Okay, so with the Monkey King, you could lane it into the Dome, but if an Ember is picked up by Extreme Gaming that's still left in the pool, you could play the Monkey King on the mid lane too. So you could switch things up. Like, you have options now.
Yeah, there is quite a fair bit of flex.
You could also
Extreme.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Oh, there's still flex between Monkey and Earth Spirit as supports, right?
You go with the DP. Nice safe pick for Extreme Gaming. A lot of push coming out here. Good team fight. Fly will take that, and XM will run the Medusa. So that's going to be an interesting one. Lane up against Paparazzi shouldn't be too bad. And again, you do manage to lane the Monkey King into the Doom, as you mentioned there. So you're getting a lot out. Like, overall, though, what do you feel better on right now? Like, you mentioned in a vacuum, you do prefer the Elk, but with this kind of lineup, any particular draft you're favoring here, Lizard?
I don't know. I feel like I'm still going to go with XG and the Alchemist as long as they played as safe as they did in that last game, because they need to get to their timing, and I think that they can get to their timing fast enough. What's the bigger Osrog? Is it the Kotl Medusa? Is it the Alchemist? That's the only question. Who's the bigger Osrog at the moment? Like, arguably, maybe it is Kotl and Medusa, because, you know, they're just the combination of the two heroes plus the synergy might be a bit too much for Ghost. I'm really not sure. I feel that both teams have their advantages here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the clash of these two highly contested heroes, the clash of these combinations for the Kotl Dusa and the Alk Oracle. So this should be an explosive way to end out our first series here in China as we start to get into it. And a lot in the line. You know, Piggy Killer trying to prove a point, Extreme Gaming trying to maintain a good start on this DPC to get that top 4 finish, to get those points to potentially have a solid run. True Bali as well, if they do manage to get that, and try to secure themselves a TI invite. The region's just been kind of ping-ponging around there in terms of the points because of these placements in the majors recently. And a lot is on the line, just even from every single match of the DPC. All of these have huge repercussions. So we'll have to see how Extreme tries to play this out and how Piggy Killer might try to upset, but to do get into that game free. No smokes this time around. So standard run up. Nothing too exciting.
Yeah, no smokes on the enemy side, just securing some vision. I believe that the Radiant Ward has been scouted out, right? The Dire one was popped a little bit earlier, and they're pinging it out. So let's see if Kaka goes in with the sentry immediately.
Oh, they act like they didn't. Okay,
Yeah.
they're gonna act like it.
He was just testing for the tower, I guess, right? Because it's nighttime.
Yeah, just to be sure, as well.
Yeah, but the act was on point. You know.
Cock of the actor.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved it. Yeah, we don't have a ward here. I'm just gonna, you know.
I wonder if they'd find it a bit suspect there were multiple heroes running up to towards that area while that happens, though. Oh, Kako the actor, not going to be able to snag anything away. Does drop a lot. Blinding Light backwards, and he is first blood for XM.
Yeah, actor in every sense of that way.
Acting for the other side now.
Yeah. And the acting wasn't successful with the ward as well, as they do lose it in the end. But nice try. Nice try.
You know, like there are multiple heroes running down as they find DY. Root is out, so they're not going to be able to chase as much. But Piggy Killer finding themselves in a pretty good spot. First blood airway, even bounty runes coming out, and the ward trade on mid. Let's see how it unfolds. Again, XM on that mid. Medusa up against Paparazzi's DP. Usually, you know, as a DP, you don't tend to enjoy ranged matchups too much. How do you feel about this solo Medusa versus DP lane?
I was thinking about Medusa overall, and I'm thinking that in solo lanes she should be doing even better, right? Because you get to spam your snake, and you shouldn't be losing that much mana that fast. So you should always be able to replenish it, unless there's like some huge rotation coming in. And yeah, that Prophet isn't really a hero that can burst you down. So I feel it should be solid for the Medusa. On top of that, you got the first blood.
Yeah, should be feeling good for XM. And I think one thing as well, right? You're allowed to go for your mana shield now at level 1 and 2. You can go for your much more typical build-up instead of wasting the point on split shot by your 2 or 3. So it feels a lot better for the Medusa there, just having the 0-2-2. It's really nice. Maybe a little bit overtuned for the laning phase, actually, with that change on the C patch. So that should play pretty nicely into XM. We're already seeing him control the lane pretty well, not bullying out Paparazzi, but also not really caring as he turns it into a farming lane.
Yeah, I don't think that we should see a kill per se on this lane, right? Like maybe on top.
Maybe up top. They get the skewer back there. Not quite enough. I mean, you have a lot of repositioning here. We're so in sync with
nice segue, man. Very nice.
We're thinking with portals. That's what we're doing. Valve,
same thing.
Portal 3, please.
Together with CSGO, it's coming out. CSGO 2 first. CS2, yeah.
We're back again. Oh, Lightning Light 12 just being really annoying to Ghost. Not enough to kill him off again, but the chakra spam on Skewer back and on even just the shockwave spam, it's pretty annoying for Ghost. As a melee hero, you can't really do too much about it. The Oracle can interrupt to an extent, but you can't really punish it as much. Although you are fairly low on Frisk.
DY? Yeah. He was trying to get in position, but he was afraid of being skewered. By the way, up to this point, the lane was maybe easy for Piggy Killer, but now that you got level 3 on Oracle, I'm not so sure anymore. Like, the burst damage is significant suddenly.
Yeah, and you've been steadily low on Ava every time he's been making these moves. Out of regen, not quite enough for the Ring of Health just yet, although he should be able to buy it out in the side shop. But again, the regen values were nerfed a tad bit. And there should still be opportunities presenting itself there for DY. Let's see if they'll be able to find those opportunities. Taking a look at that last lane, we haven't really talked about down bot. Fly on the Monkey King. He did have his Earth Spit around, but Mercy has rotated mid for the moment. And they are up against Kaka down bot, along with JT on that Nyx and Doom. This one, again, you flex the Monkey into the Doom lane. You really don't mind this matchup too much. Do you feel like there's some pressure here on XG to try to bully out Fly, or are they just accepting it's a farming land?
Well, at the moment, they're accepting it. Earth Spirit even TPing top. Look at this.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Oh, does connect. DY, not in a good spot. Blinding light backwards. The skewer misses. They find a kill eventually. On to 2 for Ghost to be in safety, but they are getting aggression out.
Yeah, and Monkey King, meanwhile, he's apparently fine on his own. Like, he is playing into 2 melee heroes, right? So, Monkey King is considered one of the stronger laners versus melee. And they, like, Nyx Assassin was never a strong laner, so he can't really do a lot here, which frees up the Earth Spirit. He rotates top, gets a kill. Now he's back mid. Like, one big thing that he was doing is getting the runes away from Paparazzi. It's going in.
Next on the roll, kickback as well. Don't know if they have enough damage here as Paparazzi's healing right through, and Mercy will fall. Gets punished for that play.
Radiant's courier.
Yeah.
Oh, loses his boots. Not a good feeling.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm not sure what that was about. Like, you're diving a dead prophet that's level 5 under a tower. She had the raindrop. Well, it was dropped into the backpack because of the Mystic Snake spam, but still. And she had a ton of magic wand charges, very far. Like, you're not killing her. I'm not sure, like, what the plan was. But that's it. Just the Medusa factor. You're not feeling the hero. You don't know how much she can do.
We'll try again. Mana is draining on XM. He's exposed. Kickback saves just for the moment. Just enough HP. 131.
Frisk.
Let's bail out. Frisk on the hunt finds Kafka, squashes the bug. Could get squashed himself as DY and Paparazzi clean up. They don't find the Dusa, but the pressure is forcing a huge response out from Piggy Killer here.
Yeah, the UI actually rotates mid, puts down a sentry because he thought that Nyx Assassin rotation was scouted, which wasn't necessarily the case. They didn't see the Nyx, it was just that they anticipated the move. JT.
JT. Kind of playing tag a little bit with Mercy. Stun to stop him. Firefly does have the Jingu charged up. Try to twack away to roll. Connects.
Radiant's bottom
And he should be able to body block, double stun for time. The kick is there. Just one more hit. One more hit on JT. Maybe 2 now.
Maybe 2, yeah, with the ice armor. Kotl gets the wisdom rune, yeah.
Yeah. Snag the wisdom runes on each side. No opportunity for DY there, so an even trade. Overall, a very even, very tempered game here, Blizzard, for Game 3. A little bit calm with some aggression mixed in, but no overcommitment so far, except for that one play from Mercy. But, you know, you're playing Earth Spirit. Sometimes you just overcommit, you get excited, you roll in, but...
Look, if you're not rolling
doesn't
under the
pan out.
tower as Earth Spirit, minute 4, you're doing something wrong.
It's just one of those things. Skewer back here onto DY. No follow-up for Ava. He does get good harassment. Magic Res does come in with the Fate's Edict. So, good damage coming out with the Illuminate coming there as well. Good heads-up play. And yeah. Like, I guess it's one of those things with the Earth Spirit. Like, if you're not diving, it's like the Undying of old days when you had solo Undying up against a tri-lane. If you're not going crazy there, then you're not playing it right, as they do jump Frisk, dropping low, but not in range to cast the last few spells. Haste out from Kaka. Still trying to find this horseman, but yeah, horses are fast.
Probably one of the fastest heroes in the game as well. Just with the boots, 400 movement speed. Kind of hard to catch him.
Very speedy, especially at night,
Yeah.
when you get that ad movement out. So easy enough to dodge out, which is always funny when you're watching someone with haste try to chase him. Doesn't quite pan out. The passive game does lend itself to be a little bit more even, although CS is on the side of Piggy Killer. You are having a really free time for XM, despite that one loss.
I feel like even though it looks like their draft is much greedier, which it kind of is, I guess, on the side of PK, Fly is going into a diffusal. And this is something that he's not really unfamiliar with. When he was playing in IG, he was always the sacrificial. Not always, but most of the time he was playing that very active core that just fights in the mid game. Meanwhile, Emo was the true carry from position 2. So kind of a similar thing happening here with XM. XM with the Medusa is the true carry here. He's the one farming the triangle. Meanwhile, Monkey King will be fighting a bit more. Plus, the defusal won't hurt him that much, but this might doom.
This could hurt. Yeah. They get the doom off, and they should be able to find the damage to take out Fly into a push for the Exorcism. Lizard, we're just 2 of 1 mind. That's it.
Yeah, this great minds think alike, man. That's it.
Not they
Mid
do.
lane.
And getting some movement out as well. They know Cock is isolated for now, but not gonna be able to fully commit. Level 8 now on XM. Feeling good on that Dusa, keeping up with a farm that Ghost has been getting on a relatively abandoned lane out up top. So Dusa's still not lagging behind too much, but Ghost should start to pull ahead, especially as he inches towards that Radiance and one starts to contest him.
Yeah,
Movement out top just a little bit, but
I feel like the positioning of the medium and small camp here is, well, he might pay the price here, but he's hiding in the tree as well.
They go the wrong way.
Yeah, nicely done by him. I think
Yeah, they get spotted by the creep.
the medium and the small camp that's just behind tier 1 tower is like so easy for alchemists to stack and farm. I think it's also one of the reasons why the hero is really strong at the moment. Like a minor reason, but it doesn't hurt. Just it's so simple. You're stacking up the medium and the small camp. You're getting, like, let's say these mud golems, and you're getting that small creep with the bazillion goblins. Like, it's a lot of gold for an alchemist.
It is. I don't know if that's a smaller reason. It feels like that exact thing with side camps on mid before was one thing that dictated favorable mid. So I think it's actually bigger, Lizard. You're right. This is pretty important for a hero like Alk. They find Fly, and they fully finish him off. They skewer forward. They've got the RP in the Wukongs, but the damage is also lacking to take care of Ghost as the False Promise comes in.
Yeah,
That's 2 ults for 1.
Ava was trying to use the RP properly, the skewer that is, like, but he couldn't find. He was really aiming for the angle in which he gets both the Oracle and the Alchemist in, and then he got no one, right? Like, he didn't skewer either of them.
Sometimes it just falls flat. Trying to gun for both of them. Still, it maintains equilibrium in this game. Nothing explosive happening yet. Smoke out from Mercy and Fly. And this was where things start to get spicy. With Fly still trying to use that diffusal up. JT has been left alone to farm up. Like he has been allowed to go for Midas first. And he does draw the circles down bot. So you know something's up. And Fly just shows himself as he just farms up that camp. Radiance fully done on Ghost, and this is where the farm really escalates for the Alchemist. Though again, the Dusa can keep up to an extent if there are stacks built up, but the stacks have been cleared. So not as much to flash farm through here. With its kind of pacing from the game, do you feel like it favors either side, or is it just equal? Dead equal with this kind of pace?
I don't know. Like, if you look at Piggy Killer, like, you think Medusa and Monkey King should be able to fight off the Alchemist later on, so maybe they're benefiting a bit more from it. You also have a Monkey King that did go for Diffusal, but he's farming fast because of the Empower too, right? He's got that to work with. On the other side, you have this DP. Like, DP wants to be taking objectives. She wants to be playing fast. He's going for Mech, Greaves, right? Like, if you're Paparazzi, you're not happy with the stalemate. You actually want to be just on the aggressive constantly.
You know, you've just been stuck playing this farm game. So not able to really gun for anything more than just these side tier 1, safe lane tier 1s coming out here. Let's see when this equilibrium does break. Blink up on Ghost. Could try to make some plays, but not protected. Not the BKB up and running just yet. So I'll have to wait out a little bit more. A lull in the middle of the storm. Calm before the storm is what I was thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
You can certainly tell that I don't know what I'm saying anymore at this point.
It's fine. You've been casting for how many hours now?
Since 4 p.m. yesterday, and it's now 2:30 p.m. my time. Interesting. I didn't think about that. That's pretty cool.
So
Hey,
almost a full day.
it's fun.
A marathon.
Yeah,
A marathon.
with a few breaks in between, to be fair.
Uh-huh.
Kaka scouting out, finds Fly.
Yeah.
Okay. But they will still get the stun with Ghost, and Fly will not. Interesting.
What was the carapace for?
Yeah, maybe he was expecting a Boundless?
Maybe he thought
Perhaps.
he had Battle Fury or something. I don't even know.
Yeah, I feel
Power,
like maybe it's been inactive enough that they didn't see that. Maybe the Empower, probably that. So, yeah, it's fine. All its well ends well. Find a nice simple pick off. Ghost getting that kill is pretty big.
Yeah, it's just that the game is very slow, right? 7 kills, 15 minutes in. We haven't really seen a lot of plays across the map. X Assassin just getting some pickoffs here and there. I'm still waiting, and there you go. Yeah.
They smoke up. They've got that blink on Ava. This could be the moment breaks open for either side. Let's see. Sneaking around onto the triangle. Paparazzi does break the smoke, but Fly's in the tree line. Not spotted in that jump up. They've got a rough idea
It's
here.
a good vision.
Ward spotted out, but they do manage to get the RP and Skewer back. Wukong's a bit disconnected here. UI forced to save himself. They are starting to run middle. Fly starting to melt, but he does get Boundless strike off with the Jingu. Still is set to die with Doom up and running on him. And bail out, but Percy trying to roll into the back line. Not quite finding anything. XM does manage to at least find EY on top of that paparazzi kill.
Maybe the
But
Alchemist?
Ghost
Yeah.
comes in. Can they melt through the mana? It's a slow process.
Nice manta
He
dodge.
self-stuns, but it catches two. Oh, it catches one with a dodge. But they've isolated XM. The issue is, I don't know if they're doing damage right now. Ava, dropping low. JT as well, Skewer back. And they will find an additional XM. The mana shield's starting to disappear, but they've got Chakra in a few seconds. This is Medusa.
Well,
What a hero.
Maybe
Stun
that-
comes out. Can they kill? Yes, it looks like they can. Frisk walks away from Medusa. No Chakra left. Eventually, Mech comes out.
Chakra comes.
Chakra again?
Yeah. Is there Impale? There is.
Oh god, this takes a million years, man. There you go. A million years for a snake
Mid lane.
lady to die. And they find Fly again. Ghost just laying the beat down with the right clicks. Inhibit does hold him back, but Ghost still finds that kill in the end. Frisk and Mercy not able to provide relief.
Crazy fight,
And-
right?
It's crazy in the sense that you don't really know if someone's gonna die. There's a lot of saves. I don't know.
Yeah, it went back and forth, and like the way Piggy Killer are initiating is just so unfortunate. This is the second time that Magnus goes in. His RP isn't really. Look, he needs to get Oracle no matter what, but not necessarily only Oracle. When you have vision behind the tower the way he did, I felt like if he jumps like a millisecond earlier, he gets 3 heroes. But instead he jumps a bit later and he gets only the Oracle, which he doesn't even kill in the end, as he had that ulti. Still though, they had more than enough to take the fight in the end. To take down a couple of them, but they lose the Monkey King, the Medusa. So I'm not even sure who came out on top there. Probably XG. All things said and done. Even though they respawned their heroes, right? And they fought back again.
Yeah, I think that's still a solid win for XG. Maybe that little ward placement coming out there from Frisk kind of catching them prepared on the side of XG right next to the sentry. Probably signaled that. Doom did come out on Fly again as JT set to run off. Ava looking for the Skewer, doesn't manage to land the shockwave, but the roll also a bit short. And the double stun from Kaka, they can turn this. A huge silence coming out as well. Now they've got the EXO running, and they catch these heroes out. Fly gets the Wukong Saw, does manage to get some sustain going in the RP, dragging them back into the Wukongs, but Fly is gone. And now the Medusa are isolated, all alone. No protection. Frisk just looking to run as far as he can to provide those chakras, but the mana shield's gone. They get the kill again. It's just Frisk against the world. The Horseman just forced to run away. XG I mean, JT, it looked like an awkward Doom, but it pays off.
No, I really think if you're Magnus right now, you need some words of encouragement. Like the game isn't going well for you. You're missing even the simplest of things, like a shockwave.
Radiant's top tower.
I think the morale might be a bit low. And Carapace for the Illuminate. But this is one of the reasons why Nyx is so good against him. Like this last fight, the RP, by the way, was on 3 or 4 heroes, I'm not sure. And even that RP was bad because it skewers everyone on top of Medusa, so she falls even faster.
Yeah.
As the RP would have been good if you used it earlier when you had your heroes actually alive and dishing out damage. But it happens a little bit too late.
Yeah, like they tried to centralize it on the Wukongs, but Fly's already dying at that point, so they can't maximize it. They'll go for they're going for a sneaky play here, ambushing someone.
Yeah.
That ambush on Mercy and translate that into the Tormentor as well.
They will drop low here, so maybe.
Not low enough. Oh, they stole it. The Illuminate actually snags that. Frisk?
Frisk God, yeah. Okay, I was like, wait, why did their spirit? What happened?
He snagged it down. I haven't seen that one. And that's actually a pretty significant shard as well on Earth Spirit, the geomagnetic grip on allies. So you can get that pullback on your Dusa, get that repositioning to save XM in the middle of these fights. That could provide some openings for Piggy Killer in some of these awkward engagements.
Yeah, definitely. Keeper of the Light, keeping them in the play. If that's the thing, right? Like, there hasn't been any crazy change in which... Yeah, there hasn't been. There's no way. I'm thinking, like, is there a way that the Radiant Tormentor always gives... No, but there's no way. That's just stupid. That's just dumb.
Would be interesting. Not quite.
Yeah, it would be like, yeah, let's kill this thing that gives them a shard, you know? Makes sense.
Yeah, kill this thing that makes you lose even more. Damn.
I'm sure my teammates would do that.
I mean, it is a tormentor. That's one way to torment you, right? Surely?
I think we're all tormented enough.
That is true. And now it's Roche's time to get tormented as well, as XG make their way into the pit. And they've got the output here with Ghost. Slowly but surely. Don't want to have to pop the chemical rage for this. They are expecting maybe a bit of counterplay out. Piggy Killer, but Piggy Killer not even interested in searching this area, and they will just commit the XO. Speed up this process a little bit more. There is a DD for Piggy Killer to find in the interim period, and they will smoke now.
Why wouldn't you commit the Alchemist ult as well here? Like, if you're committing the XO at this point, I mean, just...
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I'm reaching a bit, Lizard. You know, I'm trying to justify.
No, I get it. Like, maybe there's a fight instantly after, but if you're committing the exo, you probably don't want to be taking a head-on fight after, but maybe they will. Let's see.
How do you... Looks like they will. Kaka's trying to scout. Already pops a Vendetta on the creep wave. Roll. Doesn't manage to connect. And doesn't manage to get the Spike Carapace usage out onto Mercy. Could be able to find that kill simply. And they find more. Out of Piggy Killers on the retreat, they smoke up on XG to find his flank. JT still has that blink. Doom and does find the target they'd want. Grab the Dusa, get the Hurricane back as well. Now just need to melt the mana, but without that Vendetta, this is a process. The big RP once more, but there's the Wukongs. The Silencers there on Fly. No instant response. They lose the Dusa. Again, you get these RPs from Ava, but it's just not the right time. These are massive, but the coordination, it's just a bit off.
Yeah, I feel like they're just lacking damage at this point. Even with the coordination, you don't have what it takes. Maybe if Medusa wasn't doomed and if she was able to hit, then perhaps. But the Monkey King, what does he have? Echo Saber and the Diffusal Blade. That just doesn't really hurt them at this point. Alchemist is way too big with the AC. The Greaves, the Halberd from the DP. The Crimson Guard and Doom. Like, the amount of damage mitigation that they have is a bit too much.
They catch two out there as well. For the Carapace. Should be able to find that punishment on... No. The Geomagnetic Grip already showing its value for Mercy. Aims to support. fellow support, but the high ground is still under siege. Let's see an angle to stop this. No RP, maybe a blink skewer from Ava. That could be the opening, but doesn't look simple to find that. Oh no, half mana gone. XM does manage to get gripped away. Already in a risky position. Does have the snake to top up. Only onto one. Not too much mana.
We are the creeps.
Next,
They're very far away.
It is fairly far.
Yeah.
But Extreme has no reason to really back off, it does look like.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No real threat on them. They're just going to wait for Chemical Rage to be back up. But a lot of time left on that Aegis. They have Exo back up as well on Paparazzi. Oh, gonna force out this fight early. Exo out, backdoor does disappear. Get the pullback once more, but the skewer backs there onto Kaka. Ghost just jumps in, gets a double stun. Damage flying through. Get a Crimson Guard to protect just a little bit more. They find Fly early. XM does get the Stone Gaze off. Buys himself some time. But he has lost most of his mana now. He's in a dangerous spot to grip again to stall. A double stun. The RP. Can he get them into the fountain? No, he gets pulled back. Doesn't finish the skewer.
That's why the Valving Gripper. That's it.
Oh, man.
The Hurricane from Doom. DY.
That is just sickening.
He will die at least. The XM still has a lot of mana to work with. So with that Skadi, perhaps he can defend. Skewer back.
Oh. Ghost does not have a Chemical Rage. Get the Doom off, but so many ways to save that Dusa. All the way back into the base. Kaka just trying to find a pick off where he can, but starting to feel like the damage is starting to stack up. Without the presence of the DP, they don't even find a Rax. Punishment coming out from Piggy Killers. They're chasing outside. Ghost though channels up the stun, has Chemical Rage back up, gets that kill onto Mercy, looking for more. Paparazzi though in the front lines, dropping low.
Here comes
Gets
Fly.
stoned up. Is gonna fall down. Fly back out from Mercy. Fly back in the middle of this fight as Ghost is up against World. Aegis is there, but where's his follow through for the second life? He's not gonna have the backup. JT's not ready to back him up in any way. Couldn't find that kill onto Ghost. The overextension from Extreme. I mean, it looked like they had some angles, but they didn't find the kills.
No, they definitely had the angles. The problem is, like, you're going way too deep. You're going way too deep versus a Magnus and a Medusa. Like, you still have to respect this hero a bit. She has that Skadi. She's hitting you from distance. You can doom her, yeah, sure, but you won't be killing her. Like, overall, Extreme Gaming now doing something similar to what they did in Game 1, and that's show little respect. Just sitting on that high ground for, what, a minute, waiting for the creep wave, then going in. It's like they're telegraphing everything that they will do, and Piggy Killer, yeah, they have their fountain there. They can prepare for it. The main problem is the Medusa with the Skadi. Just sitting in front. Like, if you don't deal with her, yeah, you're probably not going to be able to take down the high ground. You need to get a pick off first.
It just goes back to this point of trying to break the Dusa, where it does feel like you're kind of banking on Kaka to just try to Vendetta True. Maybe even try to go for your level 18. Well, that's still a ways off for Kaka, but like a double Vendetta feels like maybe the simplest way of softening up that Dusa. Easier said than done. Piggy Killer keep themselves in the game. They lose a tier 3. Rack still standing. They fight against the Aegis. They do manage to pick up the shard from DY. So having that Reign of Destiny on the shard, it's pretty massive. The heal amp is huge as well when playing with that Alchemist.
The Reign of Destiny. Yeah.
It's a great one.
I don't think
it's a great name.
I don't think I actually did buy it once when I was a core Oracle, but that's it. Besides that, I never bought it. I didn't play Oracle in a bit, to be honest, though. Like, the hero has been resurrected recently by Liquid. Like, Insania had some insane Oracle games. But before this patch, like, he was pretty dead, right? Wasn't really. Yeah. Like, you'd never see him in the games.
No. Like, even in niche circumstances where it feels like you could use the Dispel, and your core could use that save, the False Promise, it never really popped up. So it's got its second wind. Certainly a lot of utility there. We are seeing some solutions come out now. Ghost is working towards the Disperser, the Diffusal on hand, just some mana burn, some additional attack speed coming through. should help in trying to manage XM if it's still manageable. It feels like the Deuce is still in that realm of manageability as they find Fly up top, get that simple kill.
That's the problem, right? Like you're playing with the Medusa, you're playing with the Magnus, you're a Monkey King, you have to be taking the farm that's not really considered safe, and you can get picked off. Like they have heroes to scout you, bring you down. And that's exactly what XG needs to do. They need to find a pick-off before pushing this high ground. Pick-off on a Medusa would be obviously the best, but anything is good as long as it enables them to push high ground. By the way, XM has MKB now too.
Yeah, that's huge. The Deuce's output is just skyrocketing now. Doesn't care too much for that Radiance burn. Try to smoke out there on XG, but don't find any additional pickoffs there. Just go for that siege on the tier 2 top. No contest from Piggy Killer. No need to contest, as they know their strength lies in the high ground now. And this feels like the point in the game, in this patch, where you're at 30 minutes in, you've got a 16k lead, but you've lost a couple of fights to the opposing team. I tend to see this as the point where it starts to stall out a bit. Still, Piggy Killer is the one going for the smoke play now. Trying to dip outside her base. Oh. Roll forward, dodge down. RP onto tree. You are back. Is this the play? They've got the control. They've got the Wukongs down. The damage is coming through from XM. The Doom is out. The silence is there. Kaka is dropping low. They do manage to get the Reign of Destiny and False Promise up to stall out on that death of the Nyx, but the inevitability is still there. And they will melt. Jump in from Ghosto, cleans up at least one. They focus in the Dusa. Does manage to get the mantle off. Very durable, but should still fall.
How the...
And that was a big opening for Piggy Killer, but it just falls flat just a little bit.
How the hell are they winning these fights? I can't even believe what I'm seeing. Like, the RP is perfect. The Wukong command follow-up is perfect, but there's just not enough damage, I guess. Even with the Medusa, with the MKB, with the Monkey King having that ulti, with the skewer backs. By the way, Eva, the words of encouragement definitely worked on him. Like, that smoke... Okay, so that smoke works for them, or should work for them, because it gives them that moment of surprise. Extreme Gaming is expecting them to wait on the high ground. Instead, they smoke up, they go in, they get the RP off, and still they don't kill anyone. I guess way too much utility, right? From DP, Guardian Greaves, Crimson on Doom, Halberd on two of them, like both on DP and on Doom. Like just, plus the Rain of Fire, the Rain of Destiny, sorry, not the fire.
Yeah, I mean, the heal amp is just huge. The stall out as well, keeping Kaka alive as long as possible to get some utility out in the middle of the fight. And just lack of damage. Like, sure, you can machine gun down this XM right now, but you don't have your crit stick up. Not even the Crystal is up and running. Trying to farm into the Daedalus now. At that point, perhaps that fight turns differently if you had that item up. Just wasn't there yet. Roshan being cleared out by the side of Extreme. Aegis cheese for them to take. No contestation coming out. Instantly gating up top preemptively on the supports. Let's see if they try to force this fight around this area once more. Because they are taking the Tormentor and Piggy Killer.
Yeah, maybe that's what they were hoping for, to TP in and get to the Tormentor fast enough, but they might still catch XM. He's the only one left remaining. Or Fly, actually. He's going in. They know.
This doesn't clip. They get the tree cut in Fly. Chain stunts are easy to follow up on. Deleted. The Monkey King goes. That's one pickoff. You mentioned this. For the high ground, any kill counts. Should simplify that process to pressure onto these objectives, as we haven't seen progress on the map from either side for a while. This should be the opening for Extreme. Piggy Killer, I mean, they've got the RP. They've got that high ground play. They don't have the Wukongs, but maybe now you're just banking more in the Medusa anyway. XM's positioning needs to be on point. And Extreme pay their respects. They don't push it too hard.
Yeah, there's still a tier 2 on mid lane. That's kind of simpler to take, right? Go mid, take that first. Even if you have Aegis, like if you get skewered back on the Alchemist, maybe they can take you down. Deep inside their base, you can't follow up. So, like, is this combo Magnus and Medusa, right? Like, you get RP'd and skewer it back, or just skewer it back, and then there's the Stone Gaze follow-up so that no one can actually come and save you.
Yeah. There's a lot of ways to kind of work that one. I feel like maybe the best way to chain stun is just RP and then just kind of time your Stone Gaze to look for a decent enough fade time as they catch Fly again. They get the Doom off. The grips are there. The Force Staves are there to bail out. Well, they'll drag Fly away, wasting that Doom from JT, but it is a Doom with an Octarine up, so mitigated cooldown just a tad bit. Working onto the refresh as well. Pings her out onto Ghost. No, he's alone for the moment, but I'm not going to risk that jump. And Ghost is starting to queue up our Ags. What's our highest utility Ags? Is it just straight up the Doom, JT's Ags?
I think so. Like, who else would you give it to? Nyx Assassin? That's the second one. Like, it's Doom and Nyx. You don't want to give it to DP. Like, that agonist is still kind of shit, I guess.
Yeah.
On Oracle, False Promise. Yeah, like, the invisibility is nice. Actually, 25% bonus spell damage. And 0.25 reduced base attack time. Like, I never even read it. Like, it's pretty good,
right?
Yeah.
I didn't know about the base attack damage. Base attack time, the BAT.
Yeah.
Actually, if you think about this weird positive feedback loop for Alchemist, he gets the Ags buff on himself. I mean, he gets the bonus now, right? Feeding that away. Then he gets reduced BAT with False Promise on him. On a hero that already has the lowest BAT in the game. That sounds kind of interesting to break the game. So the Doom is the most straightforward one. I think the Oracle one is probably also worthwhile in a very interesting way.
Yeah.
I'm keen to see that. No, he switches out, Lizard. He goes for the Swift Blink.
Just because he wants to make the Agonist later on. That's why. He'll get it. It's only 36 minutes in the game, you know. So it's
still early.
Still early. We have an Alchemist, so we're talking about item 7, but it's still early in the game. Do you think is there a way to break a hero with the attack speed so hard that he loses the animation? You know, like in Warcraft, if you give someone enough agility, they just start like bzzz, you don't even see them attacking.
I don't think there's a way to truly break the game though, unfortunately, like that. Unfortunately, but I would love to see it. Oh, they waste the Vendetta there just a bit.
Skewers off.
Cooldown's not too far. So they siege onto the high ground. Fortify is forced out. But they are still able to just rip through. XM not really doing much to Ghost. So if you ignore the Dusa, doesn't feel like you have any issues. They'll be able to find at least one set of racks. With half a minute left on that Aegis. And they'll be more than satisfied right now on XG. Looking to swing mid with the Exo still running, but not too much time left. No Chemical Rage as well on Ghost. So maybe a bit dicey. They pay their respects once more. Back off. Play it safe.
Yeah, you might have to reconsider the BKB on Medusa. Like, he is queuing it up. Now he has Daedalus queued up too. I feel like Daedalus might be a bit better. If you get the BKB, they're just gonna continue ignoring you. You won't really pose a threat. If you get the Daedalus, maybe you dish out enough damage. I don't think so. I don't think even with the Daedalus it's enough. But they're smoking up. They're doing the same play they did earlier.
This could be an interesting one if they find another good angle and get that coordination with Ava. It does get broken this time by Kaka. So they're ready on the side of XG, but the concoction, blink away is there from Ghost. Opportunity doesn't present itself. So Piggy Killer not able to do what they want to. No openings there. The side of XG. They find a lot of bounties. That's a lot of gold coming out for good old Alchemist for Ghost. Full Swift Blink up.
5 bounties.
Now is it time?
Yeah.
Is it time for Ags?
Let's see. I hope so.
Maybe he'll go Moonshard, but I think the Ags, just get the BAT. Way better than Moonshard.
Yeah, right? Definitely. Just for science, if nothing else.
Starting to posture around. Mercy. Rolls out.
Oh, they found him.
They do get the Yules. And the stun and the silence, but the Force Staff is there. Ghost committing, gets the 2 stun onto XM as well. Really awkward fight with that Will-O-Wisp coming
nice
out.
cure.
And Ghost isolated. He's in the middle of all of this. The damage is starting to stack up. The RP onto multiple again from Ava, dragging them in back to the Wukongs, but it's still not enough. They get the Doom off. XM's starting to run low. Is vulnerable. 4 stabs are there to save. But they will find a kill. They find one onto Mercy. The immediate buyback is there. They will find XM. No buyback on the Dusa this time. As it all falls apart, he bought out the Daedalus there. And he buys it out, but he doesn't find the kills. 3 down with no buyback. 1 dieback already on hand. XG. This could be it.
This could be it. Yeah, 60 seconds without the Medusa. Can they do something like the Kotl and the Magnus? Very unlikely. This might not be thrown, but it should be 3 sides at least. It should be mega creeps. And yeah, like, everything worked out well for Piggy Killer. Like, it didn't work out well. Like, the beginning of that fight was good. Like, they get the Alchemist deep into the Wukong's command. They separate him from his teammates, so they have to commit too deep. And because of that, they use the RP on 3 heroes, and GG is called. Yeah,
they called. Yeah. It's a well fought game from Piggy Killer. Maybe the scoreline doesn't really show it, but there were shining moments for Piggy Killer. It's just a issue of, I guess, coordinating together down the line, right? Like, we see these big plays. Ava consistently lands these big 3-man RPs. He finds these opportunities, but the circumstances are awkward. Your Dusa's doomed up. You drag them into the Dusa. You know, your Monkey King Silence, no Wukongs. They were so close to finding those openings, but not close enough.
Yeah, I feel like maybe at the beginning, the RPs really weren't there. Later on, like this one, the RPs are there, but they're perhaps a little bit too late. Too late in the sense of a team fight and too late in the sense of the game as well, as they fell behind a little bit too much. You're playing into 2 Halberds, you're playing into Fate's Edict, you're playing into False Promise, Crimson, Greaves, Shivas from the DP. Just way too many big items came online for XG, for the Medusa to dish out enough of damage. Like, I really think it comes down to that. Flyfly was trying to play this sacrificial Monkey King in a way in which he goes for Diffusal Halberd. He's jumping across the map, trying to create space, but at the same time, they're making no moves. Like, your cores are Medusa, Monkey, and Magnus. Like, when you look back at it, you don't have anyone to play with. Extremely passive 3-core. This last fight as well, as you can see, another 3-man RP, but Medusa is disabled constantly. Silenced, disarmed, doomed, stunned, muted. Like, everything that can happen happens to him.
Yeah, just the durability, right? You talked about it a little bit, but, you know, even stuff like the Crimson Guard coming out, mitigating a lot of that physical output, it just made sure that your burst window wasn't quite there for the side of Piggy Killer. And Extreme does clean up, getting a 2-1 victory here in their first series. For this one, I'm not sure who to call out as the MVP. What do you feel like here, Lizard?
It's a little bit harder one. The last 2 times I went with the mid laner. Do we go with Ghost this time, or would you still go with Paparazzi?
I feel like Ghost probably played a little bit more, like had a little bit more impact in comparison to Paparazzi. I think his activity, his build-up on the Alchemist was pretty damn big. Yeah, that's true. He didn't go for the double down on the BAT. That's something we have to see. I need that. So minus points there, but plus points for pretty much setting this game up. Oh, it kind of balances out.
Yeah, like Alchemist still doing Alchemist things. I feel like we should veto Alchemist MVPs though. The same way we vetoed Alina MVPs in the last patch. I think we should do the same to Alchemist, because this hero just feels just way too strong. And now you combo him with an Oracle. I guess we know who the true Osrog is after this. On one side we had the Medusa Kotl. On the other we had the Alchemist. And Alchemist, the decisive winner of the most imba hero in the patch, at least in this series.
Yeah, it does come out that way, and we can take a look at the early formation of our leaderboard. Extreme, with that first series win, climbs 7 spots to number 1, and Piggy Killer drops 4 spots to number 8. I mean, this is literally the first series, so don't take these results too hard, but this does set the tone for that climb up into the rest of the DPC. As we can take a look at that sked. Again, we had Extreme versus Piggy Killer up first. We do have PSG LGD versus Aster Ares up next. And that's also going to be an interesting one. Do you have any expectations coming in with those roster changes here?
Yeah, it's going to be
either side.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one when it comes to PSG LGD to see how they gel with the new offlaner. Like, I always expect a lot from PSG LGD, but the recent roster has, well, they have performed really well in the region, but outside of the region, not as well. So I'm just waiting for them to gel enough to actually be taking teams from different regions, not only dominate the Chinese one.
Yeah, maybe just down to, again, a lack of experience in some of those players on these newer squads of these legacy teams. We'll find out how they do perform in the next series. That is it for me, though. Thank you for having me on, Lizard. But you will be joined by Lizard and a scintillating snare for that upcoming series. After a little bit of a break, we'll catch that. Don't go anywhere. Scintillating snare.
Welcome one and all. We have returned again for some DPC action here in the third and final tour of the year. We've already finished off a series earlier on today, witnessing Extreme Gaming getting a 2-1 victory. But now we move on to see whether or not PSG LGD will win out or if it's going to be Aster Aries getting themselves the dub. My name is Sneh. I'm joined by Lizard, the big cheese himself. Good sir, coming into this series, obviously a lot of us are going to be talking about LGD, but the big talking point is new. BAB coming back in, having left Vichy Gaming, now joining this squad. Do you think he's going to be able to plug the Faith Beyond hole that has been there since Faith Beyond left LGD?
I had some faith in Zeal as well. I felt that this guy could do it. Like he had like at the beginning of the season, it was a bit rocky, but then by the end of it, I don't know, he showed some versatility. Overall, obviously, it didn't really work out for them. Overall, he did, let's not say flop, but not rise up to expectations. And it's understandable because they're like you said, the big boots to fill, big shoes to fill, right? We'll see if New can do it. I don't think so. I don't think that many players can, if anyone. Fate Beyond overall is just too sweet, you know? Like too sweet, too wholesome. We've seen him on the panel. I had the pleasure of meeting him as well.
I'm jealous.
Yeah. But overall, let's see what New can do.
Well, we're going to be seeing what he's capable of. I imagine his hero has already been picked up for him, as a Magnus has graced us here early in the draft. Aster Aries are playing on Dire side, LGD playing on the Radiant, and they go Magnus CM in response to the opening Doom, and then Aster Aries round out the first phase with this Rubik. By the way, Lizard, you know at the major, there was a 68% win rate if you were Radiant side with first pick. So that feels like the uber broken combination right now. Unlike last patch, it was Dire second pick. But if you're Radiant first pick, you pretty much have already won yourself the game, it seems.
Interesting. I wonder why that is. Like, I don't see any from the... Yeah, what are the differences? Like, what you get Roche during daytime on the Radiant side, I guess. So because of that, you get some better vision around it. It's easier to approach it as Radiant. Maybe that plays into it. The small camp and medium camp are the same for both sides. So farming it is something like an alchemist. It doesn't seem much different.
You do farm a little bit faster, because I moved back to carry this patch, and I found that you farm a little bit faster on Radiant side because you get the mana regen buff, the clarity for free, basically, when you're farming that well area. And it farms a lot faster than the Dire side, because on Dire side, you have to deal with that additional HP, and that takes time for the creeps as well. But that thing you mentioned as well about Roshan, it also plays a huge factor because the third Rosh, the Aghanims one, is really, really good on the Radiant side. You get it quickly, you can turn that into like an immediate fight, relative to when you get it on Dire side. You have to consider, when do we use this to try and break the base? Radiant just feels nice right now. Everything is just coming together beautifully. And it's easier, it feels like, to steal the enemy Tormentor and their Wisdom Room from Radiant side than it is to do from the Dire side.
Meepo ban.
I've been seeing this more lately, actually, these Meepo bans. I'm not sure why. You're the smart one, Lizard. Explain to me. Where is this coming from? Why is Meepo being banned out more and more?
If there's a Meepo player, you ban the Meepo now. The hero is actually decent. He's strong. Like, you can't stop him from farming. He's going to get his level 11 on a decent timer. It's actually hard to deal with him at the moment. And if you have a Meepo spammer, you probably want to ban him out. Like the Shard and the Aghanims, I really feel the biggest change was putting the Shard on the Shard. Like it was Aghanims before, now it's the Shard. And I think it was necessary for the hero too. It puts him in a decent spot. He's not broken, in my opinion, yet. Like, but one good patch where he gets another buff and he might be just completely broken.
Okay, so it's like on the path to viability, it seems like. Let's see, with the heroes that have been picked so far, though, we saw this in the previous game, right? The Doom versus Magnus kind of matchup. Presumably, both are going to be offlaners. The Magnus was able to get a couple of decent RPs, but Doom is just Doom. Such a great spell. He just popped Doom. Feels like it changes the entire team fight. Where should they go here, though, from LGD to try and address maybe the Doom in the laning phase? Do we pick up like some Ursa to try and challenge him early on?
Yeah, he's still left in the pool, right? Like the others are banned out. Like Monkey King is banned out. There's still an Ursa. Like you can go for that. Why the Bloodseeker ban? Do they want a Pango or something? Is that where they're going with this? Pango actually banned out
Got
by
banned as
LGD.
well.
Yeah. So they're not going to be able to. Is there anything else? Slark is actually banned out too. Okay. Like 2 heroes that Bloodseeker instantly counters, but also Bloodseeker is just a solid hero at the moment, so maybe that's one of the reasons too.
It's also a possibility of them getting like some Death Prophet, maybe. That's a hero I feel like needs to be nerfed a bit more. When I saw it in the last game, we see Paparazzi playing it, and then you're like, people have just been ignoring DP, but for some reason, Lizard, that hero just got buffed. Like literally, the one nerf was to the Agnum shot fear duration by 0.3 seconds. Who the hell cares?
Yeah.
Everything else got better. Silence is better. The Exorcism is better. The Crypt Swarm is better.
So
Spirit Siphon is still broken from the last patch as well.
Yeah, so the hero itself got better in the spells, but the map changes hurt her a lot. Like 40% bigger map for heroes that are all about taking objectives with their ulti really hurts them. So you can't transform a team fight into an objective very easily. No matter, like, of course it matters where you are on the map, but usually if you're fighting somewhere a bit further away from the tower or from Rosh, suddenly you can't use that exo to actually get there and complete it. Especially as the Roshans are in the corners, right? Like before, there's this mid-tier 1 tower and there's an outpost and you fight around it. If you win the fight, straight into the pit, right? Right now, yeah, if you fight somewhere around mid, good luck getting to that pit in time.
Quap of Pain comes out now for LGD to round out the second phase.
Yeah.
So we're going to have Quap versus Batrider mid matchup. First, before we talk about the Quap, I'm kind of curious about the supports we saw.
Yeah.
Like Dark Willow on the one side, we don't see this hero all that often, and a Baden on the other. Usually you see a Baden against Batrider. What do you think the rationale is about pairing them together in a game like this?
No, the first like Dark Willow, I've seen a lot of her recently as a core, by the way, in pubs. But it will be a support here, most likely. Why the Abaddon is as an answer to her. Like he actually deals with her whole skill set very well. Photic Shield just wrecks her. The Batrider, they just picked it afterwards. It's not really a combo with an Abaddon or anything like that. It's just like a Batrider started being picked a bit more. The build in which you don't even have to go for sticky napalm is strong. And then the Batrider in the end got answered by the Queen of Pain, which has historically been a really strong matchup. So, like, some of these heroes have been drafted just because, and some of them have been a response.
So both teams are now just lacking carry heroes to round out their drafts and provide some additional right-click damage. For Asta Ares, let's see, they ban out Anti-Mage, they ban out Troll, Ursa's been removed, as well as the Faceless Void. So what Ulu heroes are left in the game right now? His CK is still around, his Weaver, I guess, is still around. There is some lockdown on LGD, so I don't want to see him pick that. What feels good here? Having seen Ulu play, we need something that's also going to be a bit safe, Lizard. We can't be playing a risky hero from him.
No. Pick something risky for Ulu. Come on. Morphling. Okay, never mind. The TB and an instant Naga afterwards. Okay, so 2 illusion-based on both sides. So the Shiro picks the Naga, and yeah, he will be playing into the Doom, right? I don't know, like it feels like a decent Naga game. Doesn't feel like an exceptionally amazing one, from my perspective at least. Like I always like the fact that you can itemize as Doom versus Illusion heroes later on too. We'll see. It sounds solid, right? Like you get the Manta, you get that Orchid Rush early on if that's what he wants to go for.
Does sound actually pretty solid in this game. I'm looking at this damage outlay from the side of Asta Ares. Unless he's doomed on the Naga Siren, it's unlikely that you kill him fast enough. Kill her fast enough before she can get the song off. Like, there's not that much burst damage, at least early on.
There's
eventually,
no burst
Terrorblade,
damage, yeah.
Like, yeah, it's just like, cool, you coming at me, we're always going to get off the song. I don't think New can build like the aura items, but I imagine that Planet's positioning will also be quite nice. Getting off some clutch fears to elongate the fight. I am a bit worried about, like, this feels like a very nice execution draw from the side of LGD where all the pieces come together. If they play normally, everything should go well. There's not too many mistakes required for them to win the game. What's your read though, Lizard? Who's winning game 1 between Asta Ares and LGD with the drafts we have available before us?
With the drafts, I feel like TB maybe could take it later on. Like TB Doom, super late game can work. At the same time, when I see the Naga, I feel like when I see the Nagas draft, I feel like they're the only ones, PSG, LGD, they're the only ones that have like some gameplay potential in the mid game. Like you have this Magnus, you have Quap, you have two supports with an extraordinary amount of damage. Meanwhile, like you called it, on the side of Esther Aries, the burst damage or damage itself is kind of all dots and it's all telegraphed, and you don't really have a lot of play in the mid game unless Batrider is making it.
Yeah. And unfortunately for the Batrider, XWI, it's not like he's in a position right now. You know, you play Batrider, you have to play very daringly to get as much out of the map as possible. He's just come from being kicked from Aster, had a very rough time while he was there, so it's one of two things can happen here, Lizard. Either he finds himself having to prove that he was a bad kick, he's still really amazing, you know, go the Lou route that we saw last season, or it just gets worse and he goes the White Album route that we saw last season. So we'll see which version of XWI comes out here.
He did get kicked for Sumail, though, you know, so if you're going to get replaced on mid and you get replaced by Sumail, it's kind of fine, you know.
You're like, that's okay, it's chill, it's just king. But for now, everyone's just going to posture around. Let's see. I don't think any of these lineups really want to super fight, but definitely Asterius do not want to find themselves losing out on these bounty runes, which often happens with these Naga lineups.
Battle begins.
So nice, just a 2-2, it looks like. It's going to be a chilled start to the game. What are these lanes going to look like? So Doom Rubik on the other side of this map here are going to be finding themselves playing up against the Naga Sign and the Crystal Maiden. Where does this one go? Should it just feels like just a farm fest, right? But there is some kill potential, it feels like.
There should be kill potential on both sides if they're not careful. It depends on the Doom and his item skill build, sorry. Like if he goes for Scorched Earth into Infernal Blade, I think there's a lot of kill potential on the Crystal Maiden, maybe not as much on Naga.
Naga, one of those more annoying heroes to play into when she is a safe laner. In this mid lane, we do see Batrider versus the Queen of Pain. You called it earlier that generally speaking, Queen of Pain should be favored in this matchup. And she gets kill threat earlier than the Batrider. It's going to be fun to see what Nothing to Say does because he doesn't often get to play this Queen of Pain style hero, which is more about damage than about like spell control.
Yeah, I have seen some players lose the lane to Bat. Or some Bats win versus Queen of Pain, I should say. I'm not sure. I think it's more of a player losing to a Bat as Quap than a player winning as Bat against Quap.
Batrider on top, the hero that we've been seeing more and more as a core hero. Planets. Well, why do you think it is that we've been seeing her as a core now in your pubs? Like, well, what about her toolkit did they change that makes her more viable?
I don't think...
Is she being played mid, I guess?
Yeah, she was mid, but I don't think they changed her that much. I think it's just that I calibrated way too goddamn low. I lost like 2,000 MMR, man.
Top lane, Ulu will get the kills going for this game by bringing down said Dark Willow, taking it out during the Metamorphosis. I mean, that's always very decent. I mean, in a lane like this, right, where there's not actually that much control between these two heroes, getting these kind of kills early on feels very, very good. Makes the lane so much easier than it would be otherwise.
It's especially with that first meta, right? Like you use the meta, you get a kill. It's a feels good, man.
I'm gonna try and look for Red Panda at the very least, but you have to be careful. New realizes that he's actually expended quite a lot of HP here. Needs to salve up.
He's been...
Things...
Yeah.
So everyone just chilling. How's this? Is this lane supposed to be like this here?
Top lane?
Because it kind of... The top lane, that's what I'm talking about. Like, it's going really, really rough for New. He's really struggling to find CS as well. Can't really approach the lane right now.
No, Red Panda has been dominating them. I feel like it's mostly him, right? Obviously, Terrorblade farming up, getting that first blood with Metamorphosis, but Red Panda, like, he is the hero of the story. Just, yeah, putting himself out there with Curse of Awareness and a Photic Shield, like, he's been able to zone them out alone. Like, it says, look, he is a really strong hero into the dark below, don't get me wrong, but maybe not that strong this early on.
They were trying to throw some strength in against him, but the skewer from New unfortunately took him towards the tower rather than away from it, so he gets to be safe. The frustrating thing is that this is still not New getting any CS for himself, and they need him to be able to farm. I guess it does get better once you get Vanguard, right? This zoning out not really going to happen. By the way, don't you feel that they should have nerfed Vanguard even more? This item still feels really, really strong right now.
Yeah, I guess the region on Ring of Health was a significant nerf, but still, I'm playing versus some Underlord. He comes to my lane with minute 5 Vanguard or minute 6 Vanguard. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Supports just go away. It doesn't really matter. I'll just farm, trade last hits with him, and that's it. There's no killing him anymore. You need like 2 heroes extra.
And even then, those 2 heroes, there's not a guarantee that you get these kills. You just feel like an idiot after making these moves. So Neo just needs to get to that particular mark, and you should be A-okay. Ulu farming very well. And I don't think there's going to be anything atypical build-wise, right, from anybody. I am a bit worried, though, that they might run out of, like, sustain on the LGD lineup. Do you think anybody on the team can build some of these sustain items to try and make up for that?
It depends. It's only the Magnus, right? But mostly I haven't seen Magnuses build those items anymore. A Dark Willow and CM aren't necessarily the supports that will build a mech or something, right? Like they can, but they're not really those kind of supports. And I don't know, mech at the moment can be built on almost anyone. It is super cheap in comparison to what it was before. It's super cheap at the moment.
I was casting a game yesterday. Speaking of like weird hero item combinations, I was casting a game yesterday and I got to witness the second ever Crimson Guard bought on Queen of Pain.
On Queen of Pain?
She went Vanguard first, playing from the offlane. It was really bizarre to watch.
Vanguard, Crimson, Queen of Pain jumping in first, tanking. Nice.
Dota's just a lovely game. Just so many interesting things can happen in this game. There's nothing off the table. I mean, we have some players right now in this game from Wings Gaming who told us here, Lizard, that you can do whatever you want, as long as it works.
Yeah, that's
mid lane.
That's the beauty of the game, right?
So we're about to have level 6 very shortly for Nothing to Say. XWI has only now cracked level 5. When that does happen, should there be any support rotations to ensure that they kill the Batrider, or can Nothing to Say pull it off by himself?
Wait. They're literally the same experience, same levels. You're painting a story like CNN is or something, man. Come on.
As I was talking, he finished the wave while I was talking.
I'm kidding. No? I'm kidding. He has a small
CN snare.
CN snare, yeah. Abaddon, top lane.
Yeah, just taking a quick tumble here. Brought down by New. Udu was like, bro, I'm busy farming. I don't really care about you right now. And with Why You Smile also making this move here, they've already brought back Planets. I thought Planets might stick around and they try to collapse onto Lulu, but just let him farm.
Yeah,
It's been a slow game, Lizard.
Yeah, he just likes portals, you know. He portals top, portals back, bottom. But the first series has been not every game of the series, but at least two out of 3 have been pretty damn slow in the laning stage. Like up to minute, I don't even know, 15 or something. We've had 3 to 5 kills.
This reminds me of, do you remember, like, was it 2 years ago, when there was this period of time where Chinese Dota was also just really, really slow? Nobody had to make anything happen on the map. That was hard.
That's historical, right? Like the Chinese Dota historically has been a bit more disciplined mid lane.
Yep.
You talked about the rotation.
Easy kill. Yep. As soon as level 6 arrives, and it does arrive before the Batrider 6, Lizard.
You were right.
He gets the kill. They brought in the heroes necessary to get the kill. What does suck, though, is because they're playing Queen of Pain. Yes, Queen of Pain can win the matchup against Batrider, but even after you get the kill, you're not playing Death Prophet or anything like that. You can't do anything much with this kill. You just have to sit back and farm.
Still, though, it helps with the snowball, right? Every little thing for Queen of Pain means a lot. Like, she's one of those heroes that really likes to be getting, and should be getting kills early on. Like, that's what your whole skill set is about. But I have to say, I liked one thing from Why You Smile. The way he TP'd top, he shows him, he didn't TP, sorry, he used the Twin Gate. He shows himself on the top lane with the Twin Gate. He just uses one spell on the Terrorblade and then moves back bottom, and then goes rotates mid. It's like, you don't know where the CM is even, right? You think she's in the trees, she's already on the mid lane from the bottom. It's crazy. It's like the Twin Gates enable some pretty sick mind games.
Some of the mind games got the boots on as well, so they make these movements even faster. Feels nice. I do think I still want to see a tweak or two to twin gates. Maybe change how quickly you can use one. Maybe like the first 5 minutes you shouldn't be allowed a twin gate or something like that. I don't know. But using them very, very well so far. And like you mentioned, everything's still static, nice and slow. Top lane, though, Terrorblade might be in danger. There's no RP, however. So Ulu's still alive for now. They're looking for the angle to try and at least bring him down. They've already skewered him. Ulu, here comes nothing to say. That they already committed the Scream in the mid lane and the Sonic Wave. So they might not have the full damage, but with all three of these heroes chasing him down, Ulu will eventually die. My goodness, that took forever. Where was Red Panda this whole time, Lizard? He eventually makes his appearance to the top side of the map. They've got the silence out onto nothing to say, and NTS will end up dying.
It's a nice...
Brought back by the flame break.
Yeah, it's a nice counter kill at least. You kill off the Queen of Pain, one hero that doesn't want to be dying this early on, right? Like, she's all about the snowball, so... Killing her was big, but I don't know. I don't know what happened to the TPs. Like, they definitely did take their sweet time. Maybe it's one of those, because, okay, arguably at this level you can't say, yeah, he was dead, you know, something like that. You have a good read. You see that your TB has a lot of sticks, healing loads as well, so they definitely should have helped him.
Well, at the very least, they do get the Queen of Pain kill. Without that, would have felt like a much worse maneuver. Still, though, off the back of this, we still have the prior problem that LGD can't necessarily express and press the advantage and onto objectives just yet. So there's still a lot of map space for Ulu to go and farm. I'm looking at the net worth, himself and the Doombringer, sitting very comfortably at the top, and it doesn't feel like that's going to change for quite some time in this game here.
Yeah, maybe if Neo went for a Vanguard, he'd be able to, you know, sit in front of the tower and just hit it, take it down that way.
He didn't buy Vanguard?
He didn't. Okay. He has Ring of Health, right?
He does. I just take for granted that offlaners have Vanguard, like at this point in the game. So kind of interesting to see that he is like, who needs it for now? But now because of that, like you said, he can't like post up on the tower. He has to be very careful about how he moves around this area.
Yeah, but he can get a Blink Dagger a little bit earlier perhaps, and maybe off of that he can make some plays. We'll see.
So not try and make a play now. He does have level 6, but he chose not to level up the RP. There was a rotation coming in from the Queen of Pain and Why You Smile, but they were scouted by a very good scan coming in from the Dire lineup and an Observe Ward. So Why You Smile, instead of getting a kill on Terrorblade, he gets brought down himself. New was not able to contribute anything. And this is nothing to say, having made a rotation that does not pay off in any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I feel like it's all about the Red Panda. Right? Like you're playing this crop. It's all on Abaddon to just be in the right position to mess you up. Use the Aphotic Shield to heal any target that you go on. Dispel them from the Shadow Strike. Ulu, he's moving toward... He's sandwiched. Is he? Never mind, he's fine.
He's fine, dude.
It looks
as long
like
as Red Panda's nearby, he's fine.
It looked like he was sandwiched, but Magnus moved back.
I mean, they do have Sonic Wave and RP, so had he found himself caught with both ultimates and Red Panda not immediately there, it could have been dangerous. Speaking of Red Panda, he might be the one that gets brought down instead. Have level 6 though, so borrow time will make it a lot more difficult to get this kill. Dude, he could just TP out right now and try to force them to use the RP, but he doesn't, so he probably is going to end up dead here, and indeed he will die. Sonic Wave committed by NTS, and at this point in time, given how much work he's been putting in, it must just feel satisfying to kill Red Panda.
Yep. It is the Magnus that gets the kill in the end, right? So he's getting closer and closer to the Blink. I'm just wondering how much of an impact will the Shiro is actually being pursued by the Batrider. Yeah. Can't really catch him. Too fast on the Naga. Has the Midas too. Haven't really talked about the Naga a lot, but yeah, to finish my point about the Magnus, I'm not sure, like, you're buying this Blink, but the only hero you can play with at the moment is, the two supports and the co-op, right? Like, the co-op being the main one. So I'm thinking, okay, he switches up, actually. Yeah, this was my train of thoughts, pretty much as well. Like,
you want to see him be a secondary scaler as well? I will talk about it in a second, because we actually have a fight breaking out in the top lane. We have a Doom thrown down onto NTS. He should end up dead here no matter what. At the same time, New caught in by the Batrider, so they bring down both of these cores. They don't manage to salvage the tier 1 tower, but what they get out of it, they'll happily make that exchange. 2 for nothing and lots of additional gold for themselves.
It wasn't about him being a tertiary core. It was more like if you get the blink, can you justify it in the next 5 minutes? You know, why are you getting it this early on? Like, who are you going to blink on an RP or blink on in skewer? That's going to make a big difference, because you're basically on a cooldown together with the Sonic Wave. If you don't have Sonic Wave, that blink dagger isn't really doing a lot.
That definitely makes sense. Magnus is one of these heroes. Honestly, dishes out an absurd amount of damage nowadays as a universal hero. There's a reason why in 733C they had to reduce his base damage by an entire 8. Because he hurts, does a lot. So I'd like to see him also have that additional way to keep relevance in the game, not just be a blink bot that we sometimes see out of these Magnuses.
Chasing down the Naga again. What did you call him? A blink bot?
Blink bot, bro.
Blink bot. Okay.
That's all you can do. Just blink. And then use one spell, and you're like, well, fight's over, boys. Now what?
No. I can definitely see that. I'll use that in my games in the future. And I won't be flaming anyone, don't worry.
It's even funnier when you're flaming someone. Like, stop being a blink bot, bro. Buy real items. Speaking of weird items, Lizard, Midas Naga Siren. We didn't talk about this like you mentioned, but let's talk about it now. Do you like it? Is this the kind of game where you would advocate for a Midas on this hero?
I don't think it's that weird anymore, right? Like, the Naga Midas used to be weird. At this point, I got used to it. I feel like I see it very often. It bumps up your farming speed by quite significantly. The attack speed is solid. I don't like it overall. I'd rather see my Naga building a Manta Diffusal or getting that Orchid early, but Midas does keep you relevant for the late game as well. Which you always are, kinda, I guess.
Naga, while she's farming elsewhere on the map, her Crystal Maiden is getting demolished in this mid lane. And as the Ares, they obviously have some push potential with the Terror Blade having pop meta, so they get the tier 1 tower out of it as well. I mean, this is a good time to be active on the map. Because she has gone for this Midas, yes, she's more relevant later, but less likely to be involved right now. So you do have a slight numerical advantage in terms of who's willing to show up for these fights right now.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, even without the Midas, you'd still have, every time TB has meta, you can pop it and take an objective. Meanwhile, Naga most likely cannot do anything about that. Perhaps you can use Sleep to set some things up, but you don't want to be fighting as Naga at this point. So in any case, Ares, they've got the tempo on their side. For now, for the moment. Once the Manta is up, I feel like for Naga, that's already, it's not necessarily go time, but it is an item that will enable you to fight.
We also see a top lane, nothing to say, just farming this graveyard area. You know, something that you've often said to me about this Queen of Pain is that she always looks so good until she doesn't. Have we gotten to that point just yet where she's gonna stop looking good and being effective on the map?
We haven't gotten there yet, no. Like, he's still farming, he's still doing fine. The net worth isn't that great, but it's not in this dumpster place in which she's just irrelevant. He's actually rushing an axe. This new axe is also pretty cool. Like,
It's so good.
Yeah, it scared me. Like, the first time I played against it, it scared me. I'm like, why the hell am I screaming?
Oh, that's funny.
So the first time I actually saw it, the Shadow's Deck was used on Doom. TK bottom should be dying.
He's screaming in pain. Yeah. Oh, he's super dead. Yeah, super dead.
No, so Doom used Scream of Pain right next to me, and I'm like, what the hell? Can you eat heroes now? What's going on? Why do you have Scream of Pain?
That's gonna be the next upgrade to Doom. If a hero dies underneath Doom, you get their spells for like 2 minutes or something.
No, literally what I thought happened. I'm like, okay, this is broken. What patch note did I not read?
Secret patch notes, fam. It's like the block of cheese. You have to go into the lines of code if you want to find it.
I'm still. It's still
very slow.
Yeah, it's still funny how fast everyone figured out about the block of cheese. It's like,
oh yeah,
I think
it was like the first day immediately.
I think maybe they're a bit disappointed. You know, it felt like one of those changes that someone should figure out randomly after a month. Not in Dota, though.
Imagine it got figured out at TI. Like, somebody does it in a game and you didn't see it coming. And you're like, wait, what?
Block of cheese.
A block of cheese.
The team pauses. This guy is cheating. Hello?
Oh, we have to call Ice Frog to the arena to validate whether or not this is acceptable. So 12 kills so far in this game. Looks like they are slowly but surely setting up to push this tower down bottom and or to take Roshan if he comes back to the Radiant side of the map. But the entirety of the Dire side seem to content to be playing around middle and around bottom here, Liz. So they're happy to farm, dude. Terrorblade, Doom. If you're already doing decently in the game, there's no need to push additional tempo if things are fine.
Yeah, you have the Midas and the Octarine on Doom. Terrorblade is farming, keeping up. Not necessarily the same as Naga. Not like Naga has a slight advantage. But I think you're fine with what you're getting on their side. And yeah, you mentioned a bit of a slower paced games coming from the Chinese region. Like this is another one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they want to change it. There's a blink now on Magnus as well.
Yep. He's gonna try and reveal it onto somebody. He's under vision. Oh no, the blink won't happen. He gets lassoed instead. But the Frostbite's gonna try and bail him out of trouble here. RP, does it go off? It does, but BKB was already popped by XWI and he missed everybody in anyway. Now they just want to try and flee away from this fight. While you smile, turns around, freezing field, gets lifted out and gets cancelled instantly. This fight's still going though. While you smile, falling very low, a couple of hits, he's silenced up. Can they kill him before the borrow time finishes? No, they cannot. He does eventually die though. 1-for-1 exchange, it could go more. XWI, no BKB, so you can't avoid this Bramble Maze. And obviously they can't do anything about the Sonic Wave, so they kill off TK and XWI. The chase from the song, I don't think it catches Shang-Chi. So he should be able to get himself away. Nonetheless, though, Liz, it's still a resounding victory for LGD. Despite missing an RP, they still win the team fight.
Yeah, it was a nice idea to catch the Doom back at the end of the fight with the song. But it didn't work out for them. Yeah, like you said, even with the RP miss, they take a fight. The same thing has happened in the last series. No matter what, the stronger team, Extreme Gaming that is, was taking the fights, no matter how many mistakes they make. They got RP'd, like 4 of them get RP'd, they still win the fight. Something similar here. Like, yeah, you miss it, but they overcommit a little bit on Ares. They don't necessarily have the damage. Like, if you don't have TB, if he's not ready to fight, I don't think you fight on Ares. It's as simple as that.
As a result of having taken that fight, they've now given away lots of gold. New finishes Harpoon on this Magnus. Bro, this item with this hero is so good, honestly.
Yep. I was just discussing it with John as well in the previous series. Doom.
Yeah, a little bit of danger here. We'll end up getting a quick kill onto planets. So there used to be a Dark Willow. Didn't really cost them all that much. I mean, Doom, as a spell right now, the Octarine core is up so fast. Doesn't really feel like you're using it at all.
It still has, 145 seconds of a cooldown.
Fine.
But yeah, it's nothing, right?
I mean, once it gets to the level 20 talents, then it really is nothing.
Yeah.
It's like your permanent uptime, it feels, on the Doom.
Yeah. That's really the big difference maker.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah, like I see the same problem in Ares. They can get these small little pickups, but the amount of damage that they have without the TB to take a fight is really low. It comes down to the fact that you have these 2 kind of defensive supports. One very defensive in Abaddon, and the other kind of on Rubik. Like if he steals the right stuff, he can be kind of scary when it comes to damage.
Yep. Unfortunately, the kind of spell he's built into a very early Aether Lens, going Glimmer Cape first before the Blink. So we're not going to have that aggressive Rubik just yet. We have passed the 20-minute mark, though, so we should see if these teams start fighting for these Tormentors and get them Agnum Shards. What's important shard-wise for these teams? Who wants it the baddest? So on Radiant, you get either the CM or the Dankwiller one. The CM one is pretty decent, but the Dankwiller one feels pretty strong in a game like this, like with how important Batrider's movement's going to be. So maybe they get that one instead.
Yeah, maybe the Dank Willow one, like you just said, is a little bit better. Like CM is also good, but once you get all those items, right? Like once you have a BKB as well and you're running around ulting, Doom does have a
Might
BKB
get
here.
killed.
Yeah.
He actually jumps into the fight. He gets RP though. 2 heroes caught in for this one. Do they have the damage to get these kills? No, they do not. CM still dies, and New now, he's in danger because Terrorblade has shown up for this fight. Song is going to be popped by Shiro, but the BKB ensures that they still catch and kill the Magnus, and now they're going on to Shiro as well. They really want the Naga Siren. They prevented her TPing out here. They still don't have the damage to bring her down just yet though. We'll see how much further they want to chase. Beautiful Bramble Maze from Planet creates a zone that they just simply cannot progress past on the side of Aster Ares. But they still feel good enough having killed off 2 heroes to go and take the reward in the form of an Aegis as they find a date with the big man. If they can. This damage from Quap, dude, holy smokes. Almost killed 2 heroes.
I feel like they wanted to go straight into the pit after they took that fight after the RP was used. But the amount of damage dished out by Queen of Pain was like, yeah, we're not taking it, boys, never mind. Run back.
Queen of Pain, man, what a hero. Quap of Pain is doing the thing.
But it looks like LGD as well will not, right? Like, it looked like they might go in the pit.
Oh, they can. There's no Lasso to worry about for a little bit. They have some illusions very far forward that are scouting out some of where the enemy team is. I think we can take this. And they take it just much faster than Ares does. If there's no meta that Terrorblade wants to pop. But they're coming, Lizard. They're not going to let this go for free.
Yeah, but they haven't...
They might not be fast enough.
Yeah, even if they are, they have no meta now. I'm not sure if this is that simple of a fight for them to take. Dark Willow.
They jump onto Planet, but immediate go into the Shadow Realm will keep her alive for now. Turns around with the Bedlam, but still gets brought down. Shiro, him and the boys eventually take down the Roshan and claim the Aegis, but now Shiro gets himself doomed. They really want to try and get rid of this Aegis at the earliest chance. But look at the damage output from Queen of Pain. Nothing to say, just stacking up these Shadow Strikes. It's really doing a number one to Aster Ares. They've now lost Red Panda, and they're trying to TP out with Shang-Chi, not allowed with the skewer from New. Coming in from downtown, they bring down the Doom. They're going on to TK. TK gets RP'd, so he's not allowed to leave either. They've just gotten themselves 3 kills, clean and clear. They still keep the Aegis. They keep Shiro alive. And my God, this Queen of Pain Axe, it's too strong.
Yeah, and the Doom was used too. Like, it was used on the heart of Tarask Naga Siren that also had an Aegis, so like, I'm not sure what that was about. Like, you're not killing her. But yeah, like, overall, if you don't, that's the issue that we've been repeating about Ares' lineup. If they don't have the meta, they just don't have the damage to take fights. Maybe that was one of those Aegises that you just needed to forget about, you know, just let it happen, farm the map, maybe pressure an objective on top lane, steal a Tormentor or something, I don't know. But yeah, instead, this is a big issue now. Look at Shiro. He's going to be here, around the triangle, creep skipping mid and bottom lane. Like, it's very annoying to deal with. Like, you can't get outside of your base if you're Ares.
Strongest hero on the map right now for Shiro. This Naga Siren is crazy. Not that far away from having the Skadi either. Butterfly is finished pretty much. It's flying in as soon as the courier comes back. Then we'll have Butterfly, Heart, Manta, Eye of Skadi. This is all going to be available around the 30-minute mark, Lizard. And even with the Terrorblade, with meta, I'm not actually sure you'll have the damage to kill this hero anymore.
Yeah.
You don't have the MKB, you don't have Daedalus. She is just not going to die. Even if she's doomed, lassoed, taking all the right leg, she should still be fine.
Yeah, he definitely reached that critical mass. Like, unlike TB. Like, TB is still strong. Like, he's got that Mjolnir he itemized dealing with the illusions. But yeah, I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, certainly not enough. XWI as well, the mid lane Batrider. You know, you were talking about the new build, skill-wise, like what you level up. The new item build has generally been going Octarine first before you come back for the BKB. Sadly, he only gets it now, which does mean that we haven't seen Batrider really pop off that much in this game. But it's hard, right? This damage output, it's just lacking. Who are you supposed to kill? Who do you lasso? And even if you lasso somebody, as soon as your own BKB is done, they just turn around. And this Queen of Pain especially is very happy to just keep peppering you with the Shadow Strikes. Now that you can do it even if you have BKB active, so as soon as it ends, the damage starts to tick in.
Now, they have heroes, like you just said. Where's the damage? They have heroes that are more about control than about damage. And they're doubling down on that as well when it comes to the items. Like Dome going for an Octarine into travels now. Like Batrider getting an Octarine is fine, but like you said, you're not really killing anyone in the lasso unless you have some sick Terrorblade ulti that is Metamorphosis, sorry, that he can use.
Oh, it's gonna have to try and use it soon here, Liz, because they are pushing into the tower in the top lane. LGD feeling strong enough to look for their first lane of racks. Took them a while to build up to this, but like you mentioned, they feel the critical mass, so they want to try and exploit that. Got the tier 3 tower, but looks like they have lost their nerve a bit. They've drawn back most of Aster Ares, and they'll feel it's good enough for now. Just back off and try to reclaim more map control. Shrink it from Aster Ares.
Yeah, there's a tier 2 down bottom lane, tier 2 down mid lane. Maybe those two are a bit safer, right? And is that Butterfly again that he lost? It is, right?
For the second time.
Yeah. At this point, just buy another quarter staff. Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
You know, at this point, I think you're done. You just can't wait 2 more minutes. 2 minutes and 20 seconds for another, you know.
I really wish we need a replay. I want to see his face as the courier dies. Just being like, really? Seriously? This is happening again? Okay. Well, they do smoke up because, like you said, he went back and bought his butterfly, so he is fully ready to fight right now. Still have the Aegis for another 10 seconds. Aster Ares, they want none of this smoke, and none of their heroes are showing. Actually going to smoke themselves. I'm going to try force a fight here. Red Panda's the one leading the charge, happy to break smokes. XWI, himself and Shang-Chi waiting to try and jump in on any target that avails themselves. Sadly, though, we still don't have the Blink Dagger on the Batrider. So all the initiation needs to come from the Doom, but they have no vision of who to jump on right now, so it doesn't look like we're going to get any fights in either direction.
Still just chilling. Like Naga actually going for that. Like you mentioned, the Skadi, that should be done by minute 30, and he should have it. Like he has enough to buy two point boosters. Sorry, 2 ultimate orbs. He's getting that point booster next. Meanwhile, did I spy a point booster on Dark Willow? I did.
Yes, she's going Aghanim.
So she's going for the same Aghanim build that I've been seeing 24/7 now. Like maximum damage from Shadow Realm has been increased.
Yeah. Ooh, question. If you were to go Shadow Realm with Ags, right? So you wait. Oh, hold on. Mid lane. We do see a Doom coming out. Nothing to say. Gets caught by this one. They'll send back a Terrorize.
Oh,
but
deny.
Doom does have BKB. What?
Planet.
Are you kidding me? He terrorizes half the ganking squad so they can't finish the kill and then denies the Queen of Pain in front of the only hero that can. Planet God, man. What a guy.
Nicely done by him. Shadow Realming to get that bonus attack range as well.
What a player. BKB now pop by XWI in front of the tier 2 tower. This does mean that they can isolate them. They go in with the song here. Gets stolen by the Rubik, but TK is still getting stalled up by this one. They're going for the Terrorblade as well. He's near the tier 2, but the song! TK gets there just in time. This is why Rubik is so nice. 0 cost point, my friend. Turns out to be very useful in this situation. Allows Aster Ares to flee a very dangerous circumstance.
And that was well played by him. Cool play as well. Stealing the song, sticking around on the high ground, making sure that everyone else gets away as well. And Rubik, the MVP of that fight.
Yeah.
Well, if there was a fight, there was no fight.
Just everybody's the MVP of that duet. It was just a duet between himself and Naga.
Mic off.
He smoked up on the side of LGD. They want to try and find more. New, getting a skewer back onto the Doom, and Doom doesn't have the BKB. He expended it in the prior fight in the mid lane. So he's trying to get himself away. Just came back. Octarine, baby, for the win. Keeps him alive. The Red Panda, Baron, has to pop the borrow time. Trying to get himself away. Terrorblade's feared out as well, but there's no way to bring him back to the rest of the fight. When the borrow time does end, Red Panda will die. He doesn't have buyback either, so it's a 4v5 attempt to try and hold their high ground here. And it looks like they have enough damage to get through the melee racks. Nice fortification. Do they force this here, Lizard? Just get the racks and get out?
Yeah, I think so. With the illusions, you can even do it, right? Like, you don't have to. Fade Bolt might slow them down a little bit, but not enough. So you get the melee, you can go back. There's a When's Rosh on, by the way? In 40 seconds. So you can wait for Rosh, take that, go for tier 2 down bottom. There are no huge items coming up in like the next couple of minutes, but you will get Dark Willow's Aghanim's. I'm not sure, like I like the Ags on a core. I'm not sure that it's as big on a support though. Like you just don't dish out as much damage.
Okay. Here's what we do, bro. Here's what we do. Okay, we'll talk about it in a second because they're gonna try and bring down new. Lincoln Sphere got popped. They found the last rune. The AoE Doom is there, so they should be able to get the easy kill. And the Ags Doom, honestly, they've been playing well around it, despite the fact that the 2 targets they've killed with this Doom have had Lincoln Spheres. His targeting has been very good to prevent them from getting anything off.
Yep. He's got the Aghanims, right? Like the AoE Dome definitely does help. Yeah, but even though that has been good, what hasn't been is stacking of the spells. Then again, they have 2 Octarines, right? One Bat, one Doom. So even if you use every single time both of these spells, you're probably going to have them by the next fight.
I mean, Lasso's back already, dude.
Yeah.
What madness is this? Oh my god, this is why the Octarine core build is so good right now. Sadly, because they know Doom is down, LGD sent an opportunity to skirt into the Roshan pit, try to get an Aegis and cheese.
Yeah, but they're close.
The Ares, yeah, they are. And they have meta this time around. It's not like last fight. They know what's happening. They get the scan on the Radiant, but this illusion will scout out that this Rosh is taking place. And here they come. They smoke up. XWI has Blink, has Lasso. Shang-Chi still 35 seconds until he has Doom available again. But LGD still do not want to take this risk. They vacate the Roshan pit. They smoke up themselves. I think they know that because Rosh is so low on HP, whoever leaves this area first pretty much just gives up an Aegis for free.
Oh, you're not leaving this area. Without a fight, you're not leaving it. You're either fighting or taking Rosh. It's also very important to see which creep wave goes in. Yeah. The creep wave will also be giving a lot of info.
This fight just got a lot easier for the Dire lineup because as the Ares just picked up a BKB for Ulu, but at the same time, they're forcing this Rosh. Oh no, NTS, he's the one that's caught. There's the AoE Doom, Liz. They've got him, but no! The real song comes back. No BKBs were popped by the Doom or the Bat Rider, so they will not be able to utilize the initial catch to actually kill NTS. That is such a huge deal. And then XWI pops BKB after the song is over? Oh no. All right, they've just given up, Rosh.
Yep.
They can't take it anymore.
After a couple of those big spells have been used and the BKBs, like you said, there's no point sticking around. They've already been punished once for doing that, so this time around they just bail. They back out, they continue farming. Like their high ground defense is still pretty solid. If they have Terrorblade, they're defending with them. If they don't, it might be a bit rough.
Terrorblade. It's going in towards the Butterfly right now. Still no MKB to try and address the Butterfly. That's been a long-standing problem for the Naga.
Yeah.
Butterfly will be nice for the TB, but they have a lot of magic damage on the Radiant lineup, and his own BKB is the only thing that's going to protect him. Once it gets down to 6 seconds, then suddenly Queen of Pain is like, yay, free food again.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that he's even going to buy an MKB. He has Mjolnir as well to work with, so I guess it's not enough, but it's okay-ish.
So they're going to try to force this push here with this Aegis. It's sitting on the Quap right now because they feel Shiro shouldn't die, really. Should be okay. And the new getting a nice skewer back onto Red Panda, and they really want to kill him. They thought about the RP, but it's not going to come just yet. Shiro got himself lassoed back into the base, but there will be a very nice Sonic Wave to ensure that Esther Ares can't actually make good on that catch.
No, I think if you're PSG LGD right now, you can commit, but you don't necessarily have to. You can wait for the meta to come out. I mean, for TB to lose his meta, and then once that is completed, then you can continue pushing. Like you can see Quap, nothing to say. Actually, TP is mid, so he's basically forced PSG LGD to move back now.
Did you see Planet, dude, as the one that was mainly sieging the tower with the Shadow
With
Realm
the
hits?
Aghanist? Yeah.
Love to see it. Oh, the question I was going to ask you, speaking of the Aghanims, because he has Enchanted Quiver right now, imagine if he buys Phylactery. How much damage will come from that first Shadow Realm hit? It'll be crazy. You should do it. Buy Phylactery, bro. Do the right thing.
Does it work actually on right clicks as well?
It counts spell damage all that you get on the Shadow Realm, so it does, yeah. Red Panda getting himself dragged outside the base yet again, but he should be fine. Does have the borrowed time. I say that though, because now he's surrounded by illusions and they do kill him. Jump in though, BKB with the Doom AoE coming in. And this time around, because of the BKB, they can counteract the song. However, Batrider wasn't there. Finally does find the Lasso. They're trying to drag back Shiro. Do they have the damage to make this happen? Refresh will be there. They get the secondary Lasso out. And finally, they kill the Naga Siren. Also able to bring down Why You Smile on the Crystal Maiden. What a time to be alive here, Lizard. The Batrider and the Doom are literally itemizing the same, but without the refreshers that they both have, that fight would not have gone in favor of Ares, but it does, and they hold the base.
Yeah, this is one of those copy my homework, but make it a little bit different, you know. There's no agonies on Batrider, that's the difference, right? But yeah, these two items definitely did help them. Like the refresher, the Octarine, you get on top of that Naga, you double up. Use 2 Dooms, you use 2 Lassos on her. Eventually she needs to fall. Eventually she needs to die. On the Radiant side, how many Force Staffs do they have? They have 1 Force Staff, and I believe they have 1... Okay, actually 2 Lincoln Spheres. So you have the Lincolns, but it isn't that helpful versus the AoE Doom. It's only versus the Lasso.
They have the 1 Lotus Sword, but like you said, there's AoE Doom, and Lasso. It's not the only tool they have for fighting right now on the side of Aster Ares. They also have, not only do they manage to hold the game, they gained a gold lead off the back of that fight, Liz, for pretty much the first time in this game. And sure, most of the gold is going to be at the very top heavy for the TB, but overall, they have 3 heroes in the top 5 with very healthy net worths. And with only 1 Midas on the Doom, it feels like this is reliable net worth that can translate into something on the map.
Yeah, they're getting a Satanic next, I believe, on Terrorblade, so he's becoming a chunky boy too.
Question, are we there yet for Quap?
I don't think we're there yet. I think we missed that timing. Are you talking about 1 death and that's it?
Yeah.
No. I think Nothing to Say already justified the pick.
Okay.
So that doesn't happen anymore. 40 minutes in, like he's 338, not really the most active game, but overall he's done so much with just the Shadow Strike that his game will never be over. It's never going to be on him that he made a couple of deaths and that's it.
Dire's bottom barracks are under
Well, Nothing to Say, his Aegis does now expire. Aster Ares should have the timer marked down for this, so they might decide to try and make a play. At the same time, though, it does feel very beneficial for them to fight in the choke point on the high ground. So we'll see what they decide to do next with 1 less lane of racks. Ulu does have the full Satanic, and there's no vessels or any kind of heal mitigation on the enemy team. So killing the Terrorblade is now kind of difficult as well. And they are indeed going to smoke up. Who's the priority target they should be finding here, Lizard, to make the smoke justified?
I think it's still... well, let's see. Because of the Song of the Siren, killing off Naga first would be pretty damn good. Killing off Magnus as well, so you don't get counter RP is good. Queen of Pain is probably the easiest to kill if you can get on top of her, so... It depends on the way they decide to approach the fight and also the vision that they have. There isn't like this one big hero that they need to... You know, there's no Oracle. There's just multiple small little cogs of the machine on the side of PSG LGD. So whatever you take out, it's going to be significant.
40 minutes into the game right now. Things are still nice and slow, but we are getting at least the tier 4 neutral items. Got a Telescope for the Quap, a Spell Prism for the Magnus, and another Spell Prism for the young Dark Willow. What does Dire Side have? They've got 2 Timeless Relics, a Ninja Gear, a Trickster Cloak, and then 1 just sitting in the pocket. By the way, what's the most you've seen in 1 game? I've still seen mostly 4, like 2 on each side, but I haven't seen more than that in terms of a neutral item.
Like which one?
I've seen like 4 Spell Prisms. I've seen 4 Relics. I've seen 4... What else have I seen for? I've seen 4...
Trickster Cloaks, maybe?
Yeah. I've seen 4 Trickster Cloaks. Let's think. I have also seen 4 Fairy Trinkets. That was really funny. I've seen 4 Tumblr's Toys. I've seen Ogre Seal Totems. Those are the ones that have been the most common, I think. And of course, fan braces. Like everybody just gets fan
Wait,
braces.
how did you see 4 Tumblr toys?
4 Tumblr toys. As in, one team has 2 and the enemy team has 2.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. My brain lagged for a moment. I was thinking for some reason I thought Tumblr toy got removed for just a second.
I wish it was, my friend. I hate that item. You know how I feel about free movement items. Tumblr toy, Ogre Seal, get the hammer. Even Psychic Headband, get that shit out of my game.
Nah, it's great. Tumblr's toy, man. Come on. You get to jump around.
Yes, free movement shouldn't happen. Batrider, he wants some free movement right now, jumping forward at the BKB, and you see why I hate Ogre Seal Totem. Crystal Maiden would be dead right now without that free movement. But instead she gets to live, and XWY has to pop a BKB charge for nothing.
Poor him. Poor BKB charged on the Batrider, you know. Well, then again, he does have Octarine Core, so it's going to be up soon. He also has Timeless Relic, by the way, which is, like you mentioned it, it's just a ton of bonus damage coming from him. Again, I feel like this game is just completely silent until the Roche fight happens. Then everything breaks loose.
Yeah. It's a pretty big Roche as well, carrying an Agnum Scepter. Could make some pretty big upgrades to these spells. Well, I guess you already have Quaps on, so let her just take the upgrade and then get some free money out of this. We'll see if they can win this fight first, though, because they've smoked up, looking for the wraparound. New has Blink Dagger, of course, so he wants to be the one to go in, find some big targets, but they're positioned quite decently on Aster Ares. Terrorblade is the one that's seen first, but does have BKB Satanic, so no
Dark
real
Willow,
danger
though.
of dying very early on. Dark Willow doing some not insignificant damage early on. Okay, Laslu coming in onto the Queen of Pain. NCS, he got Echo Shell, but it's not going to keep him alive. He should still die here. And they use the BKBs this time, Lizard, so they do kill him even through the song. But now they might not have backup on life number 2, because Queen of Pain does buy back. She's wants this fight at the same time. Red Panda forced a part of the borrow time with so much damage coming in from the Dank Willow. Terrorblade is falling very low. Magnus ends up dead, can't get off the RP. And now XWY goes, his BKB is back, looking for more targets. The Sonic Wave pushes back these Zeros. The secondary Doom comes in. It's not going to find the Queen of Pain. It only finds the Naga, but it's not going to last forever. And eventually they turn back onto the Doom with Freezing Field and just kill him off. Another buyback came in on LGD as they brought back the Magnus. So far, they've been able to more or less win the fight in the positioning because there's no buybacks on Ares. But it did cost a lot here. It wasn't a free fight for LGD.
It wasn't. They made 2 buybacks, right? On 2 big cores, on Quap and on Magnus. They need to get something off of this. And the question is, how much can they get? I was thinking maybe after those buybacks, they'll go straight into pit. But no, instead they want to go for a high ground push first. Which is also fine, because there's no Doom, no Abaddon for 40 seconds. There's no meta as well, right? It's not on cooldown yet, yeah.
Oh, RP wasn't committed in that fight, Lizard, so they still have it available. They committed onto XWY and bring him down. He has to buy back. He does have it available. TK getting gone on right now with these hits from Planet, and they cancel out the stolen Freezing Field by bringing down the Rubik. Double buybacks come in, but already they've lost the lane of Rax. So this is not a situation they want to be in. And they're going to keep the fight going, though, by going on to Shiro. They lasso him, they drag him back, but there's no meta, so they don't have the damage to bring down this Naga Siren. The Doom will come in, though, and that might give them what they need. As Shiro does end up dead. NTS and the crew have already tried to beat a hasty retreat, and they will be able to get out. Unfortunately, though, Liz, yet again, buybacks expended, 4 of them for Aster Ares to mount that defense on the high ground.
Yeah, I feel like at this point it's anyone's game. Not only because all the buybacks that have been expended, but just the way these fights have been going. Like, yeah, if you don't have TB meta, you're losing the fight. Now that you have expended those buybacks, maybe you can go into the pit. I'm wondering if they'll try to 50 seconds without Naga. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised TB didn't try to get there.
Yeah, me too. He's got meta now as well, right? But he might be heading in that direction now, because Roshan has made the trek back into home base. He's not on a garden party. If they get there in time, this could be the ticket. But they have to do it like right now.
Do you feel more Dire or Radiant, Snare?
But not me.
Yeah.
I like Radiant more right now.
You like playing Radiant more?
Yeah. Radiant just feels a lot better.
Yeah. So if you imagine yourself playing Dota, the first thing that you imagine is Radiant.
Yes.
Okay. I'm the same. Yeah, I think I'm the same.
That's the first thing I envision. Playing with the green side. I'm a good guy, boy.
Even
That's
though,
why.
even though Dire safe lane also kind of, if I'm thinking about the lane, I'm probably thinking about the Dire safe lane. I don't know.
Dire safe lane, I think about if I'm playing off lane, and then if I'm playing safe lane, think about Radiant side. Farming Dire safe lane does feel nice though, like moving around. No way. Okay. I saw a bunch of illusions going into the pit. I'm like, there's no way they end up like denying the sages or doing something funky. But Ulu's actually not the highest HP in the world right now, so he's not in the safest place. He just got frostbitten. Look at this. The supports are dishing in the damage. He has to go into the BKB. There's a lasso onto the Crystal Maiden. And Shang-Chi, he even preemptively cast Doom on himself, just in case. Ready with the blink forward if needed. And Crystal Maiden, she bought back for this? Okay.
Yeah,
Are
they're
they trying to force an additional fight?
Why.
Yeah.
Look at
the
the
throne.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Tier 4 towers are falling. Didn't even see that. Terrorblade, left behind by the rest of his team, will end up losing his first life. They made a small mistake on Ares because they TP'd the rest of the heroes first before the TB, and now he's all alone. They get him with the RP. They're going to drag him back. Sonic Wave finishes him off. And Ulu is dead. Does have buyback, though. Dead for 90 seconds. It's a pretty big grab. TK able to escape himself.
Yeah, they do.
That was a huge mistake, Blizzard. Ulu dying.
Yeah, huge mistake because everyone just started TPing. They were stressful, like, they were stressed. Our throne, guys. We're losing. And now he has to buy back. However, there is an RP once again on Magnus. He has that refresher that he used, so. Gotta be careful. If you're TB, if you die here, it could be game.
New is searching for it. He wants to find that game over angle. Like you mentioned, he has RP. He's got Blink, got Harpoon. So many ways to get forward in this fight. There's only one lane of racks that separates Aster Ares from getting megaed. So they're going to defend this with all their hearts. Shang-Chi has Doom available again. They're going forward. TK actually catching Planet, and they want to bring down this Dank Willow. She's become a priority target for them. Planet, though, is still alive. The second lasso, it can't come because XWY didn't get it off in time. They need to commit the second Doom just for Dark Willow. So Planet will die, surely, but will not mind by any stretch of the imagination. What turnaround is there from LGD now, though? As these BKBs are starting to finish. Hex out onto Ulu. Ulu, though, does have help. Glimmercape keeps him alive for now. And Red Panda, there with the mist coils. So he's fine. But Lizard, should they be giving this much priority to the Dark Willow?
I guess he's the only one pushing, right? Like, kill the one that's taking our towers. Kill the one that's taking the barracks. Like, the Dark Willow was dishing out quite a lot. Like, with the Mask of Madness, with the Agnim's Shadow Realm, like, took down the tier 3 on the mid lane, the tier 3 on the bottom lane. But he maybe doesn't deserve the Doom. The problem is, like, they don't have a lot of saves, like we talked about, but they have these mini saves, and Terrorize can be kinda, right, counted in that. So if you don't kill her off, you might get terrorized.
Terrorize, what a spell. I'm looking at XWY losing half his HP to a Tormentor through Firefly, which is pretty funny because of the lingering damage. So it's a 2k gold lead, very shallow lead for LGD. They will have buybacks coming back online not too long from now. So for Aster Ares, what's the situation here? They don't have a Roshan to play around for quite some time.
Maybe
Terrorblade is pretty much maxed out as well. Now what?
Yeah, maybe it's for the best that they don't. Now what? I feel like it is about TB, but not necessarily. It's about the Bat and the Doom. Like if they can start off the fight that they were starting it off a little bit earlier in the game, I think they can take any fight. There are no buybacks, remember. We have 2 cheeses, one on Abaddon, one on Queen of Pain. And it really comes down to the team that initiates properly. Who picks their targets better?
Lizard, we're coming up on 50 minutes now, and we still don't have 40 kills in this game. Oh, you'd love to see it. Lots of posturing happening. But for now, more posturing will take place as Aster Ares will not want to make any bombastic plays until they can secure some buybacks. But LGD has buybacks coming soon, so they can try and force the issue. I mean, at the same time, though, they've been losing a couple of these engagements onto the high ground. Do they maybe want to wait for the Aegis on the side of LGD?
For 4 more minutes, I guess they could, but it's really not necessary. They smoke up. They have double RP as well.
Yeah. See what they can find here. Terrorblade, obviously being scouted out. New desperately wants to find that angle for the RP. And they can go in through this bottom lane. However, Shang-Chi coming in through the defender gates, making sure that he's ready to pop some smokes. And he pops one, blinks back immediately. They catch the vision. They know the fight's coming.
Yeah, he really wanted to find the angle to get on the high ground and then jump them from the right side, right? Like use the RP. Yep. But unfortunately for him, Doom was around.
Oh, speaking of Doom, he actually jumps forward, but the song will come in first. BKBs weren't only popped on XWY so far. At the same time, we see TK able to steal the song yet again on this Rubik. And we've seen how impactful this can be. So it's already some good stuff. Sadly, though, they can't play aggressively with the spell because they still have to worry about defending their actual Ancients. New does find a skewer back onto Red Panda. This is a pretty big deal. If he dies, he will not have buyback, but they keep him alive with the Glimmer Cape. He has Guardian Greaves as well, so should be a-okay through the part of time.
Yeah, they also don't want to commit that heavily on a single target because if you clump up, there's, again, AoE Doom, right? Yeah. Like we talked about it. He does have that refresher orb. He can jump in, stun you up, take it. Meanwhile, instead of doing that, they're just slowly but steadily taking down mid lane Vaxes. By the way, I don't think the game is over once that happens. I feel like the game still goes on. Oh, that's a pretty significant glyph, though.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal. It's going to be offline now for another 5 minutes. So now we have another timer that they have to worry about on the side of Aster Ares. Oh boy. The Doom did a very smart thing though. He's doing that thing where you don't actually pop your refresher immediately until you absolutely have to. So you'll have Doom back online in a second. The thing is though, there's Dark Willow. She's doing it again here, Liz. Just slowly sieging from outside. RP coming in right now, new. But TK comes with the Song of the Siren. And where's the AoE Doom, baby? There it is, 1-2. Both of them are cores. NTS does manage to walk out, throwing the Sonic Wave back. But he cannot save the life of New, who buys back almost instantly. TK, wait, what? Another one? How did this happen? Doom goes in right now. They want NTS. They catch him out. He will not have an option to leave here. Lasso thrown in just for good measure. And they do find the kill. At the same time, though, the Ancient being besieged upon by Shiro, who's trying to end the game right now. The Ancients still going to be alive, but the Racks will not be, as they've already taken the Megas. At the same time, XWI comes back into the fray. They want to try and find the back rider, though. Shiro, he's going in. He wants to end the game. Him and you are just hitting the baits. They're hitting the building. They RP Terrorblade to buy some more time. And Planet also jumps in to get the damage. And with all the illusions and all the little pieces of damage, they get the dub. GG. Well played. Lizard, that was an example of a siege, a slow, methodical affair, but LGD still pulled it off in the end.
Yeah, probably one of the slowest games that I've seen in a while when it comes to the amount of kills and everything, but that's only because of the drafts that were going on both sides, like especially on the Dire. Like they just couldn't really take a good fight without the Doom, without the Lasso together used, and you could see how much they could do once they would do that, right? Like the Doom on top of the Naga, like you can take her down. But I really feel that with these cores, they needed a different set of supports. Like Abaddon is great versus Batrider. Well, he was with the Batrider. Versus Dark Willow, he's great, sure. It gives you a ton of save, but it just doesn't follow any of these heroes. Like Batrider needs someone else to play around early on. And which game did we see as well that ended the same way? Was it in the last DPC season? I believe so. In which one team just didn't glyph. No, it was some other thing. It was NA Div 2. NA Div 2, never mind. So this game reminded me of NA Div 2. That can't be good.
To be fair, you were living there for a while, you know. So I think everything in life is going to remind you of NA Div 2 for now. One thing I really liked about what LGD did in this game as well is, you know, we often talk about Dota being a game of resource management. One of those resources is buybacks, and they manage their buybacks very, very well. More than one fight in this game. In fact, even the winning fight that we're seeing right now, not now, a little bit later, is determined primarily by LGD willing to buy back. You draw out these big spells. You're talking about this Lasso and the Doom. They're like, sweet, we know for a fact, once you've committed these spells twice, you do not have them again for a significant portion of time. So if we just buy back, we have options in the fight that we didn't have beforehand. So I like to see that from LGD. I like the fact that they were all on the same accord, just buy Lincoln Spheres, buy Lotus Orb, and the fact that they made Dark Willow a carry in this game. That was really funny to watch. They were like, Planet, bro, we need you to level up. We have no other siege potential for this game. So what are you going to do for us? He's like, I got you, bro. I'll deal the damage from afar.
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't even about the Aghanim's to kill heroes. It was more about the towers and buildings. And I guess the biggest mistake, sort of mistake, you really can't blame them for it, but it was that glyph. Like on the mid lane, when you use the glyph on those last Raxes, even though there's no real pressure, you're opening up your throne. So their throne got opened up, and from that moment onwards, there was always a possibility of exactly this play. They use everything on you, you just ignore them, buy back, and go straight for the throne because they can't really stop you from hitting it anymore.
Unfortunately for Aster Aries, they are unable to deal with LGD's slow and methodical pressure in this game. And for their credit, LGD, another day at the office. They played this game quite cleanly, and there were a couple of interesting moments throughout the game, but that was down mostly to Aster Aries playing well. Now that they've gotten themselves this game 1 dub for PSG LGD, before we go into game 2, Lizard, talk to me about the offlaner here. New, did he impress you on his Magnus? Because we know that LGD has been missing a Magnus player. Is this the kind of guy that they need for the squad right now? Is this an upgrade over Zeal from what you've seen so far?
Well, it's hard to say. It's only one game. What I did like about him is the fact that he switched up the item build, like mid-game. He queued up for the Blink Dagger, then he went for Echo Saber, and Echo Saber actually felt a lot nicer this matchup. So it definitely does give me a sense of his way of thinking, that he understands what his power spikes and what his teammates' power spikes are. When it comes to the RPs in the game overall, like, did you feel them? There were a couple, but couple of big ones, but nothing extremely strong. Yeah, but that's also because of the game and the way it was played. It was just very slow.
Yeah, it was very slow. Also, to his credit, a couple of RPs that would have been phenomenal were blocked off by TK, always managing to steal Song and just making life way too difficult from the Rubik position. So far, though, as the Aries have gone down in game 1, we'll see if LGD can make this a 2-0 affair, or if we're going to be getting our second BO3 of the day. In China, last tour, we only had 5 BO3s throughout their portion of the regular season. Let's hope that's not going to be the case here. We'll find out after a very short break, so don't go anywhere. Chinese Dota continues in just a moment. Welcome back, one and all, here to the DPC in the Chinese region. We are witnessing a best-of-3 matchup between Aster Aries and PSG LGD. LGD debuting their new offlaner in BAB, new, and Aster Aries bringing XWY back into the fold and having him replace White Album. And so far, it's been PSG LGD all the way. But it was a difficult affair. They still had to play well to get the dub in game number 2 and game 1. So we'll see if they can do the same in game 2. Brother Lizard, good sir, what do you want to see adjusted in the draw from Aster Aries to give them a better shot of winning in game 2?
What do I want to see adjusted from Aster Aries? I don't know. I want to see more active duo or trio on the offlane and 2 supports. Like, I don't want to see the poor, good old mid laner having to do everything on his own. Like, he's the damage, he's the pick off, he's the lane dominator. It just shouldn't be played that way. It's just way too difficult for him. So maybe if they can just get someone to play with him, this game will not look as stale as it did in that game 1, as slow paced, and perhaps they'll find a couple of ways to take some pickoffs in that mid game, right? Like, everything that they were like in that last game, everything that was happening was literally centered around TB's meta. And sure, late game that should be the case, but in the early and mid game, come on, you need other heroes to do some magic. You need some other heroes to be playing around.
Okay, let's see if Aster Aries has got that though, because they are about to pick up their first heroes. LGD are playing on the Dire side here with first pick. Radiant side has second pick for Aster Aries. And I'm fully with you. I also want to see them play more dynamic heroes that do more things on the map. I don't want to just see them being like, well, we're just waiting for this one spell, and that's the only spells we can fight around. The TB meta being the big one for most of the game, and then later on, the Dooms and the double lassos. So give me more activity. Although I will say Red Panda's Abaddon was really good. So give him something that allows him. That's always been a good thing for Red Panda, right? These off-kill heroes played in the position 5 that just give perpetual sustain or perpetual lane dominance. And half the time he can do both with the same hero. So if he can do it again, I'd be very happy to see it.
No, it did, yeah. Like, he was the difference maker, I would even say, on that lane, right? Like, the amount of work that he did was pretty damn solid. Like, he single-handedly made TB's lane much easier. I thought because of that they will have a much easier game, which in the end wasn't the case, because there was that Queen of Pain that with the Aghanims. Do you think that should be repeated maybe by LGD? But never mind, Medusa is in. What am I doing?
Oh god.
Yeah. No one sees the
You're
trap.
not ready.
So sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Spoilers.
chat. Spoiler alert.
Bad Lizard. Bad Lizard in chat for giving spoilers.
Spoiler alert, there's a Medusa in the game. Yeah.
Oh no. I mean, it had to happen, right? LGD didn't ban out the Medusa. They took care of the Venomancer instead. So yeah, that was always going to be a potential issue for them. And the thing is, if you first pick a hero like Bane and you leave Medusa in the pool, which PSG LGD did, and the enemy doesn't pick Medusa, no reason not to. You go in for this one. That being said, though, Lizard, we did see Medusa lose earlier on today. So it's not like it's a guaranteed win arrow that they've dragged for themselves. They still have to play well around this hero and ensure that she gets all the tools necessary. And there we go. We've got some heroes. We've got some hype. This Bane hero, one thing I love about them picking this, do you remember last tour? There were a couple of teams that played Bane, but LGD was the first one. They were the ones that were like, actually, we see some potential from this hero. Do you think the hero has been... How do you think the changes have affected Bane, not just individually for the hero, but how the map is played nowadays as well?
Oh, wait. Buy me an extra few moments until I open Bane up in the changelog. Let's see.
You see what the changelog looks like?
Yeah.
What has been adjusted?
Because I forgot. Okay. Nightmare no longer deals damage, duration decreased, mana cost decreased, duration decreased on Fiend's Grip, but Enfeeble no longer reduces heal region, now deals pure damage per second. First instance of damage happens on the application. Attack damage reduction increased, mana cost increased, and duration rescaled to 9 seconds. Okay, so Enfeeble is kind of Enfeeble plus Brain Sap is that the way you fight now? In the lane?
It seems that way, I think so.
Yeah, right? You can... So, you can mess someone's right... wait, wasn't this... Is this how Bane used to be a long time ago with Enfeeble?
What, the way that it is now?
Yeah, it never dealt damage, but I remember it reducing attack. And basically what the Bane would do is... I remember playing mid, and then just a Bane comes to you and just spams Enfeeble on you, and you can't last it. Like, you literally can't last
You
it.
have like minus 20 or something. Yeah.
It was terrible. You become a melee techies. Okay.
Melee techies.
It's interesting. I do believe that there is a spot for the hero currently in the game. I'm not sure exactly where he should be played and why does the map change it so that he's viable again. It's more of him just being a strong laner, I feel like, right? Like Enfeeble makes him a strong laner again, yeah?
I mean, we still have a BKB piercing disable, right? And there still aren't that many of them in the game. So having that available always very good. Also a small save, I guess, with Nightmare can still be decent. Yeah. In this game, he's going to be laning against this Magnus. This is a very annoying for Magnus. You know, you skewer a target, they just get Nightmare. You can't really do too much there.
Yeah. If you remember, who was it? It was Miposhka, right? Like in Team Spirit with Bane, when they played the TI finals, like he did a ton. If we open up the new text document, we'll open up the draft as well. There you go.
LGD in the second phase, they removed a lot of heroes that Medusa hates dealing with. They take out the Antimate, take out the Darkseer, they take out the Slock, and also Lizard. I think this Pangalia pick isn't just because I think the hero is fairly decent. I think Pango with Diffusal, there's been some of the Medusa games I've seen her getting rolled over, pun intended, have happened when you have a popping off Pango from mid. So I think there's also a slight deny pick so that they don't have this Pangalia into the Medusa.
Okay, yeah. I can definitely see that. They're also a big Pango team, right, LGD? But at the same time, Pango with Diffusal, like, and there's a matchup, let's say, on mid lane versus Storm. Like, Storm dominates you in the laning stage, but once you get that Diffusal, you can actually mess the Storm up, mess his mana up at least. But they do get the Ember, and this is a good matchup for the Ember Spirits, right? So.
It's actually interesting because if they'd gotten Pango, then they would have had Coddle Pango. So it's like the uber double swashbuckles all the time. But now, like you mentioned, you have a decent matchup in the mid lane. The silence is a bit of a problem from Scarlet Mage, but that's why Red Panda's there. So to just help you cover, don't have to worry that much. I like this. It's also some magic block, some damage mitigation against the Scarlet Mage with all this magic damage. Yeah, this actually feels like a pretty good Ember game. Like, outside of the Bane, you're not really worried about this team at all.
Yeah, like, like, as long as Abaddon isn't controlled, right? If Abaddon is controlled, then you're worried about everything.
Then you silence and die.
You can be silenced, you can be gripped, like, there's a ton of stuff that can happen to you, but if you control the Abaddon on LGD, then everything is fine. And because of that, I would maybe even like a mid laner for them more than a mid Pango, but like mid Pango is also fine. And then you get something for new on the offlane. Last game they had him first phase, right? Like first pick. This game he's gonna get the ultimate last pick, it seems like.
I mean, it could also be one of those situations where in the last patch, we did see LGD, when they still had Zeal in the team, experimenting with him playing Pango from the offlane, a run back of his eHome days. And it worked out for a couple of games, so they could still do that and then get another NCS hero to win the matchup against the Ember. But we'll see, they have options, right? Carry-wise, though, as the Ares, what do we need for Ulu here? His Monkey King is banned, his Terrorblade is banned, there's no Slock, no AM, no Alchemist. What are left actually as a very big carries here? Bloodseeker, I guess, it seems pretty good for a game like this.
It's not banned, it isn't. Okay, maybe, yeah. That's an option. I don't know what to even pick into Medusa right now. Like, historically, versus Medusa, you would be getting snipers and stuff, right? Like, you get these heroes that outrange her. I feel like overall it does seem like a solid sniper game, but not any longer, maybe. With the Primal Beast now, all these glass cannons are, harder to pick. He just gets on top of you.
And this could be new Primal Beast and or the Primal Beast for NTS. Both of them have played both heroes at a very high level. Both of them have played Pango as well. So keeping it open till the end of the draft. Listen, fam, if you figure out how to deal reliably with Medusa, I think you're going to win an Oscar somewhere. Someone will come and just give you money and be like, here you go. Here's a small Aegis. Enjoy life. Because nothing seems to be working reliably against this hero. Let's see what Ulu has in store for us, though, to show us what the plan is against the Snake Lady. I mean, they had to know this was coming, right? So they have to have a plan for this. And the plan is Faceless Foot. Okay. Not that much damage into the bubble. They don't have the Skywrath Mage. All they really have is Keeper of the Light, Illuminate Blasts, which is okay, but doesn't make me think, oh my god, this is the most busted combo in the world.
Yeah, I guess you can get away from the Primal Beast more or less in the laning stage once he starts trampling. Are you that strong of a carry with Red Panda? Not really. Like, I don't see the combination being that good unless you get a lot of bashes on, right? Like some bashes, some Curse of Avernus going on. That can work, but overall, like Faceless Void for me, like, just feels like one of those carries. Yeah, we didn't really have anything else to pick, so we picked Faceless Void, right? It doesn't feel like the true counter, the true answer to the the Medusa. So, yeah, I still rather have the most broken OP hero of the patch as my carry.
Medusa game happening again here. So Shiro will be playing Medusa. We have seen some Faceless Voids really pop off in recent times, but it's not easy to make happen on this hero, especially when he doesn't have the cost that's perfectly suited to support him in all of his endeavors. For Aster Aries, they definitely want to get this dub. They barely hung on to stay in the division last time out. And they don't want to be in that situation where it comes down to the final tiebreaker between who goes and who stays. So now we see if Aster Aries has got what it takes in game 2. Let's go. LGD, I think this kind of draft, bro, they have comfort picks. They've got this Medusa. They've got control on both of their supports. They have damage on both of their supports. They have laning prowess on both of their supports. This, in my mind, feels like it's their game to lose more than anything else.
No, I agree. I feel the same way. I feel like they should be more active. Like, these 4 heroes that they picked around Medusa are just, like, they don't need anything. They just need levels. Yeah. And I love to see that. When you have a hero that's kind of more on a greedier side, such as Medusa, she's more of a, yeah, I'm just going to chill out and farm. Then I want to see other heroes that are able to do a lot with not a lot from the laning stage. And that's Pango, that's Primal Beast, right? Like, these two, they benefit a lot from farm, obviously, everyone does, but even if they don't get it, like, they can make stuff happen. And then on top of that, you have Skywrath and Bane, who also, all they need is levels.
With enough levels, the magic can really happen from the side of LGD. So let us see what magic they weave for us. Better start though for Aster Aries, as this time around, they're the ones to find the D ward early on in the game. So that's nice, some gold for XWI, will never go amiss. I really want to see as well, as this game goes on, what the itemization is going to be on this Faceless Void.
What do you think will it be? Like some Mjolnir or some Midas, or what's going to happen? I have absolutely no idea.
All right, hear me out, bro. Midas Diffusal.
Okay,
right? Remember
sure.
the days when we used to have like this Manta Diffusal? Instead of Manta Diffusal, Midas Diffusal into Manta later. And then you have all the attack speed on planet Earth. By the time you get into the bubble, you always take as much away from the Medusa as humanly possible. How would you feel about that?
Sure, so we're not expecting any like Lincoln spheres or anything defensive, right? Just go full offensive mode. Okay.
You rely on Red Panda. Red Panda is your defensive item.
Okay, yeah. He's your Lincolns and your BKB.
There we go.
I mean, sure, I really don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing like some of these carries I don't really see very often, so. Even on the Berlin Major, I didn't really manage to see every single game, but I'm sure that Faceless Void wasn't the most popular hero.
No. The only good Void game I saw was from Pakaz. He played it, one of the lower bracket games. That being said, though, it's also Pakaz and Faceless Void. If Pakaz is playing Faceless Void, he can do what he wants. It's just like one of those hero player matchups.
See that?
Oh, you smile? Oh, he's fine, dude. He's not fine. He's not fine.
He's fine.
Dude, you know what I keep forgetting? I keep forgetting how much movement speed Coddle has. My goodness, this hero is so fast.
Yeah. Plus, there was a blood grenade on the Bane. Yeah. Like, he wasn't escaping that. By the way, I like the addition of blood grenade. Probably one of my favorite things in Dota right now. If you aren't,
it's a fantastic item.
Yeah, if you aren't using blood grenades, you should be. And it's just a difference maker in the laning stage.
Blood grenade feels good, feels nice. It didn't help out the Bane early on that situation, but if they want to get aggressive at some point, it possibly could. Shiro, though, is still farming away. That's what he's primarily concerned about. So why you smile? Happy to die if it means that Shiro just keeps farming on the Dusa. How's mid going right now? XWY is winning this matchup as anticipated. It's not a very big lead between the two of them though. But I think he'll just be happy to win this lane after what happened in game 1. He's like, man, I died first. I got rotated on. I just want to win the lane and crush this NTS guy before he does the same to me. And they lose TK in the top lane. Okay. They're one of the blood grenades, man. That's what we're talking about. Comes in handy for why you smell.
There we go. The enfeeble change as well. He probably didn't expect it. The massive,
like, wait, what?
the massive attack damage reduction. You know, it was like, why aren't you dying? I'm hitting you.
I will say though, max enfeeble 70% is a big number. So if you don't control him in the fight, you don't have a way to stop him casting enfeeble. Imagine if Void pops Chrono and then he gets enfeebled. He's like, well,
yeah.
That's a use of a spell.
And realistically, he's his only help in the Chronosphere, right? Like this is one of those games in which he needs to be the one killing targets in the Chronosphere. Shiro is getting really damn low top.
Well, we say low, but this is Medusa.
He's still low.
Means very different things. Finally ends up burning through the mana pool, and they do get the kill. Big deal there. By Ismail, not nearby enough. He doesn't have Nightmare either, so can't necessarily help with a defensive spell to ensure that Dusa lives.
Yeah, sorry, when I said low, I meant low on mana. Like he lost most of it. Imagine if Keeper of the Light had mana leak.
Oh my god, dude, that would be broken. Bottom lane, though, another carry might die here as we go onto the Faceless Void. New with the trample. Able to bring him down. Red Panda not close by enough to help out in that situation. That's a pretty big deal. But yes, if that mana leak back, oh my god, Medusa would actually be unplayable this patch.
Well, it would be somewhat like an axe before it got patched, right?
Yeah.
More or less. I mean, when you make such a significant change to a hero, I feel like it's to be expected that players find ways of just destroying her in a broken manner.
Look towards middle here. XWY is being double teamed on by NTS and Planet. Hasn't died just yet, still on track to get level 6. But they really want to find this kill before the 6 comes out. And they're coming back for it. Planet didn't actually vacate the area. It was a double blind here, but he might die to the tower.
Yeah.
Planet, he's dead. XWY outplayed them. They thought they outplayed him. They're like, this fool didn't know I'm coming back, but he knew it was calculated. He just wanted the free gold.
Look. You can do many things as Skyrat in the laning stage, but you cannot be diving towers. Like, even with 50% HP, it takes like 3 or 4 hits and you're dead. You're gone. Especially if you get like clipped by an Ember with Blightstone, you're just dead. Skyrat.
We also got to see in that situation, you know what, they changed the calculation of how damage is calculated? So with like barriers and stuff. So the barrier comes first before anything. And we saw that actually come in clutch and keep the Ember alive. They're coming for him again though. Blood grenade thrown in by Why You Smile. Where are reinforcements? The reinforcements have arrived. It's Red Panda.
Oh no, again,
Shield with the aquatic shield.
He's
they
dead.
get the damage out. The damage onto Planet's gonna kill him again. NTS also might actually end up dying. He went back for a swashbuckle, but now he's gonna be silenced. Dead, brought down by the Slider Fist. And that gives XWY level 6. They wanted to kill him before he got 6. Instead, their efforts give him 6 so he can just go home, replenish his health pool, and come back like nothing happened.
Yeah, I really don't know what happened to Planet there. Something misclick, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes it happens. One game you're playing like a god, the next game you're just running under the tower twice in a row. This time around, by the way, he just ran under the tower. That's why he died. He wasn't even hitting anyone. But yeah, rough stuff. It happens. Good stuff for Ember though.
Okay. But Ember Spirit very happy with this. Already was having a decent matchup.
Void.
Things get better. At the same time though, because they know that all of these supports have been dragged towards middle, that does mean Faceless Void doesn't have any assistance. Now you have to go Midas. After these deaths, I don't think you have a choice anymore. This is a Midas game, friend.
Yeah. Nice Ancient Seal, you know, like level 2 concussive shot and level 1 Ancient Seal, more than enough to take him down. As long as Abaddon isn't around, like you're killing the Void.
Yeah. Well. Ulu, my friend, good luck, have fun. It's going to be a difficult game for you.
Why you
Fortunately,
smile? Is he stealing
XWI
this?
is popping off. Is he? Let's see. Who's going to get the click war? Oh, he does. Even though TK tried to push him away with Blinding Light, Smile still gets it. I will say, even before they made this change with Wisdom Runes, playing 4 and 5, you just see that nobody has experience. So they needed these changes, but they get stolen away, Liz. They get nothing as a support, it feels, anymore.
But this is what you get as a sport, right? Like you get the gratitude of creating space, maybe even killing him here. Like he was trying, he definitely tried. He used the wand. Like he had the blood grenade as well. He was like, "Do I top up all of this?" Abaddon.
Abba gets brought down in this bottom lane. Ulu still level 5 right now, so no way to really fight back in this area. And scary enough, they're about to have level 6 soon on the Scareth Mage. And when that happens, these two heroes are a ganking squad. The Primal Beast pulverized into the Mystic Flare. At this stage of the game, everybody dies.
Yeah, sometimes when you have a good lane with these two, you even see Primal Beasts just instantly get a Blink Dagger. So you can jump in, use your ulti, and follow up with Mystic Flare. Maybe it wouldn't be that great in this match. Like, overall, not in this patch. This patch is all about damage mitigation, auras.
It's the Tundra specialty. Just mitigate damage. Make sure heroes are not dying here. Ulu could get aggressed into yet again because they do have the Pulverize back online. They don't have the Mystic Flare just yet, but he is very low on the HP pool. Fortunately, though, he does have the legs, and he jukes it out. He survives, but he does lose his tier 1 tower. And Red Panda might not be as lucky. Got Nightmare up. There's the Silence coming in, and he doesn't have level 6. So there's no borrow time. His time is just up immediately. LGD just on the side lane through this bottom. New and Planet are just making this game so easy for them, Liz.
Yeah, they're the true playmakers on their side. Like Pangolier got a little bit wrecked early on, but he's actually looking at juicy stack still. Look at this.
Nice. He might die for this, though. He needs to be careful. If he gets RP'd, he could die. Shang-Chi, though, can't find the angle for the RP. Skewer forward. They really want him. They drag him back. There's going to be the RP finally after the Searing Chains from XWI. And NTS will end up dead. One more hit. And XWI, not only was he griefing, nothing to say in the laning phase, that grief continues into the mid game here, Liz. Just making life difficult for the Pango.
Yeah, what was like the saddest part of that is that he didn't even get the creeps. I feel like Kotl stole most of them with Illuminate, right?
Oh no, yeah. I saw him steal at least 3 with Kotl, yeah.
The big ones. He stole the big ones. So, yeah, Pangolier in the end. Well, at least you take them away from Ember or Magnus or Void, right?
Yeah. You see now, big fight happening in the river. They're going on to Red Panda, who should end up dead. TK threw a blast back, but it's not going to do anything. At the same time, though, there's all 4 heroes positioned around this mid area, and all you get is a support. Okay, whatever. Don't really care if I'm on the Radiant side.
You do send Planet back home with one sleight of fist, literally. Like Orb of Corrosion, phase boots, and he's sent home instantly after. It dropped that low.
Are they really trying to take this? I don't know about this. I think somebody sounded the alarm that, like, guys, we actually can't push this. Just go back. Leave this area. Dude, why do we have constantly in this game 6 heroes mid? Like, the side lanes are just 1v1s pretty much.
Yeah, but they are smoking
sides.
up. They are smoking up now. You can see Skyrat and New. They're going down bottom towards the Void. Can they kill him? Probably, but there's no 6 on Sky. He has this crazy build 0-2-3 as well.
Let's see, Sky's the one that finds them, and they get the Ancient Seal first,
Yeah,
so no time walk away. They don't even need their ultimates, Liz. My goodness. I mean, Void is the lowest net worth core in the entire game. He's only level 7. He does not have power treads, so he's just sitting there with a naked Midas and a band of Elven skin. So he's actually easy to kill at this stage.
Yeah, pay attention that Trample is magical, and then you get 30% magic increase from Ancient Seal. So, yeah, Faceless Void takes a ton of damage over there.
Looks like they want to fight back on Asta Ares and keep the train going. They're going to smoke up and head top. NTS will break the smoke, though, scouting out Red Panda. They don't want him, though. They were kind of looking for Shiro. And they've stalled him up with the Solar Bind. What more can they get from this? And now here's the reveal of Scarlet Mage. They go in at the Rolling Thunder as well. NCS able to connect on the two. The Mystic Flare gets dropped down. Between that and some right clicks, TK will end up falling. NCS cleans up Red Panda as well near the secret shop. You do see XWI realize that this is not a fight I want to be involved in, but he remnants it to the wrong place here, Liz. He might end up dead. Why would you do that, XWI? Oh, God.
Man,
He gets punished super hard, and he gets tipped. Pain and suffering.
Of course, you tip him after he dominates you in the laning station, and then you kill him after. That's the high value tip. But yeah, this silence from Skyrat Mage is doing quite a lot. When I said it's a weird build for me, it's because usually I see Arcane Bolt, one level of Cassive Shot, and then Ancient Seal maxed out versus Embers versus Voids, because it's just so good. It's so much value versus them. But yeah, okay. 2 levels of Concussive Shot doesn't matter as long as you silence them. That's that's literally his job.
You are the silent spots. And unfortunately, they keep getting lucky enough to kill Red Panda at the beginning of these engagements. So then there's no more Aphotic Shields, no defense to be mounted. And speaking of Red Panda, he is just dead. The first Fiend's Grip of the game. They do kill him, but here's a 4-hero smoke going into the top lane. They want Shiro. Looks like they're all going to find him. The question is, can they kill him? Solar Bind goes in. XWI is on top of him. Shiro losing mana, getting closer and closer. Will pop the magic wand. Still freaking alive. But eventually will have to take a tumble. The question is, can they get out? RP now, connected by Shang-Chi onto this Pango. And there's going to be a Chronosphere as well, stopping him from just rolling out. That was a very smart move. But unfortunately, Lizard, there's just no damage sitting on this Faceless Void right now, so he just has to get out. New coming into the fight. Ancient Seal silence onto Ember Spirit. XWI dead again. Shang-Chi, him and Ulu just trying to escape this fight. NCS very low on the HP. Would like to chase a little bit further, but doesn't have Rolling Thunder, doesn't have Swashbuckle. Has already used the Inhibit on the Diffusal Blade. So the fight will end. Dusa does die, but my goodness, it is not cheap to make that happen.
Yeah, they went a bit too deep, right? Like they smoked up, they killed the Medusa, but they couldn't get out fast enough afterwards. Maybe they wanted too much afterwards. They do get that 1 kill, but then the Chrono as well on both the Bane and the Pangolier. It looked so close for them. Let's say they killed the Pango, then yeah, sure, it's easy. Abaddon, still level 5.
No, he's dead.
Man, this combo, I've seen it a few times, like the Skyrat and Primal. It's just... Yeah. It's just does so much. By the way, there's a Wisdom Rune on the left and on the right, the 14-minute mark. Yep. So maybe some chance for Mr. Abaddon to get his level 6.
This is the life of a position 5 nowadays. Just don't get experience on the map unless you're involved in a bevy of kills with your team. Haven't picked up the Wisdom Runes just yet, on either side, really. Dude, actually kind of a messed up thing. Shiro was literally farming next to it, and he's like, the effort to walk up 300 units to pick this thing up, nah, that feels like work. I'm not going to do it.
I don't think it's just Shiro, it's every Medusa player, you know. Nah, I don't wanna. The only thing Medusa players do is they farm and they scream at their teammates, you know.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, dude, look at Ulu, he's doing it. He's going Midas Diffusal.
Yeah, makes sense versus the Dusa, right? Like you also do have the Empower to work with, so.
Top lane. They're trying to bring down Magnus here. Neo coming in onto the other side. Rolling Thunder connects. The Mystic Flare will be there, and he will eventually die. Red Panda tried his best, but there's a limit to what you can do, my friend. Gets pulverized for his efforts as well, so might also not be allowed to escape this one. And indeed, as the borrow time elapses, so does his life. Taken down in front of the tier 2 tower. And Bane gets a double kill off the back of this. Alrighty.
100% didn't try that, right? With Brain Sap. No, I wasn't pure damage. Last thing.
No, I'm just trying to make sure the heroes die, bro. I want to make them low for you, fam.
Yeah, but one big thing is that Primal Beast has got mech now too. So he's got Crimson Guard, he's got the mech, he's going full beast mode utility.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Bro, what's really scary is the fact that we were talking about the lack of damage input into the Chronosphere, but this Ember Spirit so far has been the only one reliably dealing damage in these fights. With this Crimson Guard being online and the mech, and the Enfeeble, how does Ulu hurt anybody in these team fights? He is just going to be struggling on the Faceless Void. to have any meaningful impact.
Yeah, I'm not sure as well. Like, I'm thinking about maybe some sort of buffs that they can build for him, but what can you build? You can build a Solar Crest and you can empower him, and that's it. Like, beside the Solar and the Empower, he won't really be buffed up.
Shiro is in a dangerous place, Liz. I think he's actually dead. He has a tier 1 tower for people to try and help him. Does have the ulti. Ulu did not want to trigger off the chrono. I thought they were going to try and like bubble him while he's ulting, but they come in. Oh, there's the bubble, because they were anticipating a gank from the Twin Gate. It catches 2, and that's the killing duo. So holding them in position, kind of important for Ares. And they just back away down bottom.
They were like, relax, mad boys, it's fine. Nice ward, though, on the Radiant side. They see everything. Can they use it, though? That's the question. Like, they have no chrono.
Do they have? Yeah, there's no chrono. There is going to be a jump in. New, looking for a target. Can't find anybody just yet. Why you smile? There's an RP on the 2. Can they finish this off, though? Pulverize. Waits onto Ember Spirit, so there's no follow-up damage. Mystic Flake gets dropped as well by the Skywrath Mage, so they will be able to eliminate Faceless Void. Magnus got a 3-hero skewer, but it's not going to help him as he dies as well. NTS rolling through to Ember Spirit, enabling the Shiro damage to rain in onto XWI and kill him off as well. Yeah, they lose both their supports, but who the hell cares? They get all 3 cores and a massive team fight for themselves.
You could see that one coming as well, right? Like, the ward was really good, but they had no chrono. All they had to work with was an RP. These 2 supports don't really help out when it comes to control as well. Like, you have Kotl and an Abaddon. So the heroes that you catch in RP are the heroes that you might be able to take down. And it was a pretty good RP. Like, they managed to catch both the Skywrath and the Bane. I feel like these 2 heroes have to be caught anyway. So nice RP, but just no follow-up, no damage after as well.
To make that point even clearer, looking at the replay, right? The Pulverize went onto XWI, and it's a bad look when your carry hero is left alone in the fight to mostly do right clicks and still does effectively nothing. He did 700 damage on the Faceless Void and then just died immediately afterwards. And they left him. They were like, we actually, if you don't have bubble, you literally are a creep in the midst of these team fights. So they get themselves now the Roshan. Nice reward for a successful team fight. This Medusa. Shiro is looking more and more unkillable as time goes on. Has a full butterfly, Manta. Getting D-Lance soon as well. And at this point, we're starting to encroach into territory where we're not that far away from... Not the magic number feels to me on this hero. 2,000. 2,000 mana. From that point onwards, killing it just feels impossible.
Yeah, we might not be reaching the mana magic number, but we're pretty much getting to a point in which they should be even maybe threatening high ground. There is this Magnus problem that they have to deal with. Like, you don't want to be skewered back. But besides that, I feel like you've already reached critical mass on Medusa. Like, with the butterfly, taking her down is extremely hard.
To make matters even worse, because they changed Magnus and Horn Toss is now the Aghanim Scepter, it takes a lot longer to get the gold necessary to pick up that item.
That's why you go Harpoon instead.
I see. That's the new Horn Toss.
That's what you do. You literally just go Harpoon every game. That's your Horn Toss. It works. Yeah,
it does work. Horn Toss. I mean, Harpoon is very good. Let's see what they can do here, though, Liz. They need to defend this tower somehow. Well, at the very least, defend the high ground. I think you sacked this tower. Defending this feels like a foolish decision.
Sometimes teams decide to, like, kind of surprise you, jump you here from the flank, because it becomes difficult to defend the high ground when you telegraphing your initiation and everyone knows the way you'll approach them. But it looks like they might snatch the Tormentor first, yeah?
Yeah. Give the Aghanim a shot. Let's see who's getting it. Is it going to your Baron or to the Quarto? We get one onto Skywrath Mage on the other side. And then on the Radiant side, we had one given over to... Wait, who got it on Radiant? Oh, they didn't take it. They stole it.
No.
Yes,
Yeah,
my brain broke. Yeah. My brain broke for a second.
It's fine. They got it on on the Skywrath, and that's it. They stole the Radiant Tormentor.
Do you like this new spell, the Shiloh-san?
I mean, it kind of sounds good for a core Skywrath, I guess.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Because of the bonus armor, bonus int, you can run around the fights. If you have, like, ton of mana to work with. You can spam out a lot. It's solid. Nothing great, I would say. I wouldn't buy
As a
it.
support, it feels like the only benefit you get really is, I mean, the armor's nice, but the bonus it means you have so much mana for the fight. And Shang-Chi, woo, that was rough. That was not an easy way to find yourself getting brought down like that. Very quick kill happening onto the Magnus without buyback. So the path to the Rax is opened. They don't have a creep wave with them though, so there's some backdoor protection. Soon though, that's gonna go away. Without the Magnus as well here, Liz, that's the one hero that could help you stop this. What do you do without Magnus?
Yeah, nothing really. Like, you can try to go in Chrono, but that's just suicide right there. You need to wait for the Magnus. You need to wait for some, not really RP, but skew. Like, even there, I don't think the RP was a play. Like, he just wanted to skewer the Medusa back. And then perhaps RP after the Aegis is reclaimed, because you don't want to fight her until the Aegis is gone.
Well, they lost the lane of Rax at the top lane. The second on it being sieged upon middle.
Smoke.
But this Medusa doesn't have the most mana in the world. So they do smoke up right now on the side of Aster Ares. And let's see what they can accomplish. Red Panda, his smoke will pop. So they know something is happening. They might not know the angle. Let's follow Shang-Chi on the right-hand side. He's the important one. He has the RP, but there's no viable targets for him, Liz. So just forced to watch Medusa plinking down their buildings. They do finally find a skewer back. Nice little nightmare. Why you smile saves himself and keeps his life going a little bit longer. Will eventually die, but it might end up being exchanged for XWY. A nice little chrono onto two core heroes, but he's disarmed. He can't get any damage into the bubble. RP will eventually come. It only hits onto the Primal Beast, however, and they still don't have the damage. They can't kill anybody. Shockwave will eventually finish off New. But my goodness, LGD just are so much more durable than Aster Ares, and they just don't have options even after they get off good spells.
Okay, but they did stay alive technically, right? They're still in the game. Two sides down, 23 minutes in, and the Aegis will be reclaimed on Medusa. So technically you can still play it, I guess. Like, you didn't lose to the first Aegis, which is massive. I'm not kidding, by the way. Like, this first Aegis could have been like a complete game over. I'm not saying that they're in a good spot. They're still like 99%. I don't know. What's the graph? What's the graph? Like
97.
97%, yeah. Like, winning this game is probably not happening for Ares, for Aster Ares. But then again, they live at least for another fight in which they might have Chrono and RP.
Yep.
And Medusa will not have Aegis. So if you can take her down, maybe you can even out the fight with a couple of buybacks.
Bro, I'm just still watching Ulu. I'm just worried about when he's actually going to be allowed to play Dota or have any meaningful impact in this game. He has done pretty much no damage. He's the lowest of all the cores. And he's supposed to be, this was the final hero in the game, the 24 pick. And we have a small skirmish breaking out inside the jungle. Unfortunately, New gets caught, or gets a jump onto Shang-Chi. They kill him. Very easy for them. And now they're looking for a third and decisive melee Rax, or probably just a tier 2 tower, wait for the next Roche, and then you come in the game.
Well, you could do that, but Magnus is dead for 30 seconds. You can maybe even push, right? Like, you can actually force this for a little bit. You don't have to force it completely. But we'll see. Maybe they even just stay here.
It looks like they're going to take your attack and try to force a little bit more damage. And Shiro feeling very unkillable, sitting up on this high ground. Hurricane Pike, Butterfly, Fan Kill Blade, Manta. Can they stop this from happening? 10 seconds until Mag is online. He does still have the RP, so they might just take the tier 3 and back. But NTS wants to force a fight, going on to XWY. But there's no chain disable. The rock throw took a little bit too long from New. Can't chain him. But at the same time, Shiro, gets chronoed, but they do manage to dodge it as NTS. So unfortunately, this Chronosphere does literally nothing. So Shiro's like, well, you've dropped Chrono, sweet. I'm just going to go back to hitting the buildings. New, try to jump in. Not going to be able to find the RP, though.
They
that
really need the
Hurricane
RP.
Pike from Shiro was super sick. And now it's Blink Dagger gone now for another 5 seconds at least. They're taking down the Rax. Oh no, XWY gets jumped on with the Pulverize. Can he get out of here? No, he cannot. Dead does have
GG.
buyback, however. Shiro will pop this Stone Gaze. It doesn't matter, buybacks or not. They recognize on Aster Ares that they have nothing left to give. So it turns out, Lizard, that when you have the option and you don't pick Medusa and the enemy team does, it's still very hard to win Dota right now.
Yeah. Medusa is still, even after the major, in which we have seen a couple of teams lose with it, we have seen some answers. I don't think that hero is that easy to answer, especially if you're considered the underdog. I think if you're the underdog, you're picking Medusa, maybe you lose with it, but if you're playing versus a team that's considered a bit stronger, you should definitely ban out the Alchemist and the Medusa. Like, these two are just way too simple to play. You could see that. The moment they had that Aegis, the game was pretty much done. I said it's critical mass. She got the the butterfly. With it, there's just no ways of killing her unless you skewer her, I don't know, under the tier 3s and stuff. This fight as well, like, the RP is decent. You get two good heroes, you get the Sky and the Bane, but you're already 9k behind, and you don't have any damage on your cores.
Bro, this poor Faceless Void did absolutely nothing in this game. Wasn't able to find himself any real purchase. And to make things matters even worse, like, these fights, it's very painful when you see like a spell land. You know, you'll see this RP onto these heroes. Like you mentioned, there's no damage. Your supports don't do damage either. It feels like TK. We were talking about how we played a very defensive hero in the first game, and that potentially didn't help them succeed. This Coddle, did you feel the impact of this Coddle? It felt like this guy was not able to accomplish anything playing on this hero. It was just too difficult.
Yeah, I think it's really the duo of supports that they're struggling with in first and in the second game. Like, Abaddon is a great hero, I like it, but it needs a certain different type of a 4, I feel like, than what they were picking in that first game. You know, like, in the second, obviously. Like, TK, I think he did kind of alright on Kotal. Like, he was running across the map, he was Chakra magicking Ember Spirit, he was making him actually pop off early on. Like, if you remember XWY, he was doing some sick plays on the mid lane. He was getting a couple of counter kills. That was all fine and dandy. It's just that once again, they had no ways of playing with one certain playmaker. Like, two supports. Like, you think about it this way: do you have any kill threat with these two supports and a single core? You don't, right? Even if both of them come, like, Ember plus TK and Abaddon, they don't do a lot. Magnus and them, they also can't do much. So it was a hard game to make plays on the map.
A very hard game indeed, and unfortunately the plays they required if they wanted to find success did not end up coming out of the side of Aster Ares. So they will end up going down as 0-2. I'm hoping, Lizard, that this is not going to be like last tour. We just have 2-0, 2-0, 2-0s all the time. Like I said earlier, we've only had 5 BO3s throughout that entire tour. We already got 1 today, so I'm very happy about that. Hoping that gets to continue. LGD, of course, sitting at the very top, tied up with Extreme Gaming. Although LGD did do it in 2-0 fashion, and Extreme required them 3 games to accomplish that. And then at the very bottom of our leaderboard, we have Aster Ares and Piggy Killer, who found themselves losing out in this opening day of the DPC this tour. Anything that you want to reflect on before we close out the show here, Lizard? What has stood out to you from this opening day of Chinese action?
On the first series that you unfortunately missed, very unfortunately missed, was a nice best of 3. Like, it went to the full stretch, and Piggy Killer actually looked pretty damn solid in that game 1. They took the game off of Extreme later on. I think it's game 1 or game 2 that they won, I'm not sure. In any case, they took a game off of them, and I don't know, they looked like a team that can face off against, like, if you compare them to, I don't know, LBZS's, Magmas, and teams that were playing that bottom 2 before, I think they're bringing more competitiveness to Division 1.
I mean, Piggy Killer does have a couple of names there that were supposed to be in Div 1 last season if they had chosen to stay with outsiders from China. I'm glad they're here now, putting in some decent performances, and we are going to be seeing them again on the next game day on Thursday, as they are taking on Team Bright, a rematch from Div 2. Last time they played, Team Bright got demolished, so Piggy Killer should feel pretty good about that one. The other series we have that day, though, Liz, we see the debut of this new Azure Array team. Aster Ares has to play against them. The return of Somnus, the return of Chalice, the return of FY in a very high stakes team. What do you make of this? Do you have any faith in that particular roster?
Of course, right? Like, when you look at all these players, you want them to do well. Then again, I don't know, we'll see how well they'll do, because most of these boomer stacks all across the world aren't really doing that well. Maybe the Chinese boomer stack can prove us wrong.
The boomer
prove
stack
everyone
is
that it's still
coming.
possible. Yeah.
Yes. all you need is enough dedication and desire to play this game, and suddenly you can make all sorts of miracles happen. With that, though, we are going to be closing out the day. Thank you so much for joining us there at home. From myself, Small Snare, with my boy, Large Lizard. Of course, we had a cameo appearance from Jumbo John earlier on. And also shout out to PGL Production for helping us put on the show. We will see you on Thursday for some more DPC action. And already we are seeing the seeds of a much more interesting and fun and competitive DPC tour. So hope to see you for all of those games. See you next time. Until then, peace out. Remember to hydrate, love yourself, and come share your love of Dota with us in just a couple days.